Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3.
Good evening. It is 6:30 p.m. and I would like to call the July 20th, 2022 regular board meeting of the Niles, Maine District Library Board to order. Margaret, will you please call the roll?
Thank you. Trustee Derblick?
Here.
Trustee Schoenfeld? Here. Trustee Makula?
Here.
Trustee Rosansky?
Here.
Trustee Olson?
Here.
Trustee Keene?
Thank you, Margaret. Item 3 on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. Could we all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. At this time, I will reiterate the rules for our board meetings. As board president and presiding officer, it is my responsibility to preserve and maintain
Point of order.
decorum at all times during official meetings of the library board. As such, this board will not tolerate outbursts and interruptions during our meetings. I am asking that each member of the public respect that and to conduct yourselves accordingly. If, on the other hand, you do interfere with the orderly conduct of the meeting or you persist in disorderly, disruptive conduct, I will have to ask you to leave the meeting. Any conduct which interrupts the consideration of the library district business is considered disruptive, including but not limited to shouting out, clapping, snapping, hissing, etc. during the meeting. Public participation and comment will be permitted during the public comment portion of the agenda, consistent with the library rules. Remarks shall be made from the speaker's podium only. Abusive and profane comments will not be permitted and will promptly be ruled out of order. If you persist, you will no longer be allowed to speak. The board vests in me as the board president the authority to terminate the remarks of speakers who fail to adhere to the rules. Individuals addressing the board must at all times adhere to the library policies and other rules as may be necessary for the efficient and orderly conduct of the meeting. All public comments shall be addressed to the board as a whole, and no comment shall be addressed to individual members of the board, library staff, or other members of the public body. Thank you. Item 4 on the agenda is public comment. Cindy, would you please call the first person for public comment?
Elliot Osherman.
Good evening, Board. I'm Elliot Osherman of the Committee Against the Retention of the Three Snoozes. As in the past, I am directing my comments to the entirety of the Board. As in the past, I have provided a copy of these comments to your Executive Director so she can give them to you to follow along. I begin, as always, with my 9 declarative statements. I will neither be silenced nor interrupted, nor will we, nor will the community. I will remember this, as will we, as will the community. I will vote on April 4, 2023, against the retention of the three snoozes, as will we, as will the community. In the past, I have tried to educate the board as to requirements on how to conduct a meeting. I've quoted the Complete Idiot's Guide to Robert's Rules and provided copies of the requisite pages. I have quoted the Dummy's Guide to Robert's Rules and provided copies of the requisite pages. Your presiding officer insists these are not relevant, not required, not appropriate, as the version she is using does not use these definitions. I reviewed the video of the board meeting of May of 2021 in which she was installed as president and asked about the Robert's Rules. She answered that she did not have a copy and had not read it. To quote Shakespeare, the lady doth protest too much. To quote Blazing Saddles, this is as useful as verbing in the wind. More on this later. In the past, I have tried to define budgeting techniques as procedures to the board, as effective on the three snoozes attitudes as shouting at a brick wall and expecting an echo. In the past, I have tried to refine and enlarge the vocabulary of board members, using such nouns, verbs, and adjectives as rude, hypocrite, dilatory, bully pulpit, arrogant. Some members of the board do not seem to recognize the references, nor to whom they belong. Last meeting, I brought a shoe to the podium with the admonition, if the shoe fits, wear it. In the past, I've tried to mention the necessity of adding the missing seventh member of the board. You've gone since the August 2021 resignation of the seventh member without a replacement. I am making 3 charges against the presiding officer for violations. The first is a violation of the State of Illinois Open Meetings Act. It specifically says that nothing in this act shall preclude consideration of new business that had not previously been put on the printed agenda. Yet she claims that the Open Meetings Act does not allow new business unless it had been posted onto the agenda. That is not an accurate statement. The Open Meeting Act does preclude voting on motions on subjects not listed on posted agendas. Second is multiple violations of Robert's Rules of Order. The first is against the procedure for calls for order of the day. We've seen that tonight already. I have copied from the library's 11th edition of the Robert's Rules of Order on the shelf at 06042 R641. It's a library holding. Pages 383 and 384 refer to the interruption of a member assigned the floor. It says, when a member has been assigned the floor and has begun to speak, unless he begins to debate a subject when no motion is pending or speaks longer in debate than rules allow, he cannot be interrupted by another member or by the chair, except for one of the following purposes, and then only when the urgency of the situation justifies it. A call for the orders of the day when they are not being conformed to. See attached. Attached were given to you as well. In other words, I'm the president and I cannot be interrupted is absolutely not true, and the interruption is allowed, actually required by Robert's rules. Similarly, B, a call for a point of order, which we also saw tonight. Also on page 384, it's times when the speaker could be interrupted. It says a point of order on the calling of the member who has the floor to order, or the chair's calling this member's attention to the fact that he's failing to observe the rules of speaking. This is similar to the above procedure, and similarly, interruption is allowed, actually required by Robert's rules. A third violation of Robert's rules is the lack of a call for new business. Page 360 states new business. After unfinished business and general orders have been disposed of, the chair asks, is there any new business? Members can then introduce new items of business or can move to take from the table any matter that is on the table in the order in which they are able to obtain the floor when no question is pending, as explained in 3 and 4. So long as members are reasonably prompt in claiming the floor, the chair cannot prevent the making of legitimate motions or deprive members of the right to introduce legitimate business by hurrying through the procedures. Finally, the violation of library rules and bylaws by including text of reports and verbatim quoting in great detail of speeches and comments. The library bylaws and rules specifically state that minutes are to be a summary of actions, not a listing of report details, let alone verbatim speeches. I suggest if the presiding officer is not willing to have her speeches summarized or deleted, then the other board members might have the presiding officer's speeches. In conclusion, one more thing. We want Umair.
Margaret, for the record, we started at 6:33 then. Thank you.
Jared Dapier.
Hello, my name is Jared Dapier. I am a writer for children and teens and a father of 2 wonderful kids whom I love very much. It's been shown that a community with a well-funded, fully staffed, and resource-rich library benefits the local economy, increases success rates in schools, and boosts the real estate market, all in measurable ways. And it makes sense. And when a village invests in itself by delivering excellent library services and programs and maintaining an inviting and welcoming library building, people want to be in that village. They come out of their homes to go to the library and then to shop nearby. Upwardly mobile families and wealthy retirees want to move there, driving up the value of homes. You can see this happen time and again, from Arlington Heights to Elmhurst to Naperville, all 3 cities that in the last 10 years have seen an explosion in population growth and their local economies, and all with excellent libraries. This board's refusal to pass a budget that fully funds this library, ends the hiring freeze, and provides the professionals that work here the means to do their jobs to the best of their abilities is not just an attack on the library. It's an attack on the village of Niles itself.
Andrew, hurting our kids.
People walk into this library now and they see service desks sitting empty, programs being canceled. They have to wait, expending time that most of us don't have to get the information that they need. You've neglected children, starving the services that help them grow into readers and educated people. You've turned your backs on new parents and the elderly who depend on the library to fight the isolation of home. You've shut the door in the faces of people who might want to open a new business in town and who need help finding information on how to do that. The village looks like a mess. Look, it's clear through your actions and your words over the last year that you're ideologically opposed to taxes and public services. But continuing on with the current shoestring operation you've forced on staff and patrons and passing a grim budget like the one you've proposed doesn't just drown the library in the proverbial bathtub. Ultimately, you're kneecapping the village itself, the very place where you live. I don't get it. It's sabotage. And it's an abdication of your duty as elected officials. So the three of you who propose a budget that cuts even more funding, I urge you to step down so this board can get on with the business of serving the community and rebuilding trust in the village. Or drop your proposed budget and support the sensible budget of your three board mates. Thank you.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Lynch.
My name is Elizabeth Lynch. My pronouns are she, her. What I want to talk about tonight is vision and values. When we're talking about budgets, we're asking, what do we value in our community and what is the vision for the future of the library? One thing I will give Joe McCullough credit for is that he has been honest and open about his dark vision for a long time. He has consistently told us he's going to cut staff no matter what. He has twice called for replacing children's librarians with videos, and he has absurdly criticized the library for putting Blockbuster Video out of business while dreaming of replacing the library with Amazon. People like McCullough have been calling for the end of libraries for decades. First
You're out of order. You're not
then the
supposed to be
internet,
talking about
then Amazon.
individual
We're gonna
trustees.
make libraries
Please step down if
obsolete.
you're not going to address the board as a whole.
I'm addressing
Thank
the board
you.
as a
No,
whole
you're
in
not.
my comments.
No, you're not.
And for decades, people like these members of the board have been proven wrong. Libraries have adapted and remained a central part of their communities, embracing technology and the changing landscape of information literacy. In fact, a Gallup poll from 2019, just before the pandemic, found that library visits were by far the most popular cultural activity, more than trips to movies and sporting events combined. Studies by Pew Research Center and others have consistently shown that libraries remain one of the most trusted information sources in the country. I would argue that in an age of rising costs, isolation, and misinformation, libraries are even more important than ever. But here's the thing that really upsets me. These trustees are using the harm they've caused to justify more cuts to the library. In 2019, when libraries were the most popular cultural activity in the country, this library stood out for its high use. Compared with similar libraries in Illinois, this library had some of the highest levels of circulation, program attendance, and answered questions. This library was a rock star library with some of the lowest per capita spending of neighboring libraries. Two things happened since 2019: the pandemic and the mismanagement of three of these trustees. So when they say use is down from 2019, they are comparing a peak year for this library and libraries across the country to the first year we opened up after the pandemic. They are comparing a rock star library supported by its board and fully funded with a library overtaken by reckless and extremist change, rock bottom staff morale, reduced programming, decimated budgets, and serious understaffing. In other words, they are comparing the library this community deserves to the one they created. It's like tying one of Michael Jordan's hands behind his back and then cutting him from the team when his performance drops. This could be a rock star library again, if only you'd let it. If your vision and values do align with the library in the community, which clearly they don't, if you wanted to see library use rise over the next few years, which clearly you do not, then you should adopt the budget proposed by Trustee Becky Keene. The difference for this taxpayer is about $3 a month. $3 a month difference between these budgets. For $3 a month, I'd rather have my Rockstar library back. And you were extremely rude, Joe McCullough. You've gotten out of control in the last couple of meetings. You need to check yourself.
Please refrain from identifying specific trustees as we requested. You know, I'm not here to argue. We asked you not to address individual trustees. And I'm sorry it got to this type of discussion, but we'd appreciate it if everyone adheres to the rules. Thank you.
Roberto Botello.
Good evening, members of the board and general public. My name is Roberto Botello, and as a resident of Niles, I'm here to inform everyone that I support adequate funding. And adequate funding of our library, to me, means proper funding in our upcoming budget that indicates staffing that meets the community's needs, no cuts in services, and as I look into the future, I will support any increases in my taxes to be able to fund that. So I also would like to share that as I am an active member of the community, I will continue to advocate for my neighbors and residents of Niles to support increases in funding for this library, as I believe this to be an investment that certainly services all members of the public, children, families, elderly folks. It's a great investment that I believe it's worth the price. I've heard of many different significant quotes in cost of what that would mean. But regardless of that cost, I believe that to be a fair and proper opportunity for me to advocate my interest in maintaining the services at this library. Thank you, members of the board. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Mary Alice Cooney.
Good evening, all. I'm Mary Alice Cooney. I'm proud to be here. I am representing Teresa Weindorfer, and then I will be presenting mine. Cindy, do you want to give them a copy? Oh, all right. So these are my words first. I am asking you to restore the library money, as Mr. Guido did, for the purpose it was intended, for its residents that value a good, well-staffed library and cost of living raises to keep our top-notch staff here. Also, spend the money on repairs and keep the teens engaged in positive activities. You are not listening to the community needs and wishes, but only, you better check yourselves again, your own ideas. Way back when you presented your Save My Wallet philosophy, citizens stormed the library, as I recall. I was here that day, as I don't know, hundreds were. They were in the lobby, they were out there. They marched here in big numbers. Now remember what I said too. Your ideas are one thing. Each of you have ideas. So does the community. I think you're forgetting the community because you're bogged down with your ideas. You need to keep your mind open. We all do. Why are you not listening to the people you are supposed to be serving? Even the mayor asked you to work together in harmony for the good of all. You are getting nothing done because you are too divided. We know this. Please open your minds and spend the money on the library needs as it was intended. I don't think you need to save money unless you have some kind of ulterior motive here. Libraries, what other libraries are trying to save the wallet? They're spending it because they realize you're building community, you're educating everyone. And I guess that's all I have to say. Now I'm going to read Teresa Weindorfer's letter. As a senior citizen of Niles and a retired public health nurse, I am always so amazed at the beautiful Niles Main District Library that is available to my community. Prior to this board, this library has been America's Star Libraries by Library Journal for the 8th time. Now this is key, I think. It was chosen from over 5,600 libraries across the United States, of which only 262 out of 5,600 something. That's quite an honor if you stop to think about it. All of the services were conducted and offered with a very small, tight budget, lower than that of our neighboring libraries. Refunding tax dollars actually costs more than what you plan to refund. The cost of cutting checks, envelopes, postage, and staff time must also be considered. We have expectations for our library. We expect adequate staff to answer questions, make recommendations, and provide services. We expect a safe and clean facility. We expect relevant, current, and quality programming. Do not vote to give a refund to the residents. Tax dollars were given to you in good faith, so that in good faith you would use them. Use the money to fill vacant positions, make repairs to the building, and increase services and programs to our community. Teresa Weindorfer. She's a nurse, BSN, and MPH. Thank you for listening and considering.
Thank you.
Arnold Raymer.
This is going to be a little retreat, because we're going to step back from the. Sure, this is going to be a little retreat. We're going to step back from the political issues that have been talked about and talk about something a little bit different. It's about one of the programs that the library offers. Is it not working? That's not good. Okay, this is going to be, I'm going to be talking about one of the programs that the library offers. Can you all hear me?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
thank you.
It's called Outreach. Are you familiar with that? Are you all familiar with that? Yeah? Okay. So I live at the Ellison Senior Living Facility in Niles. And by the way, I think it's the home of some of the most loyal members of the library. The interesting thing is that while many of us there are avid readers, and some people actually spend their whole day reading books. They fill their days with book reading. And if they're reading a book and something comes up that they had made a prior arrangement for, and they're at a good part that they like, they just skip the prior arrangement and keep on reading. They're really avid. So, so what's the problem? What's the issue? The issue is, the issue is in one sense, despite all the how important the reading is and the library is to these people, you may not see them in the library. They may never come to the library or only seldom come. And that's because of the restrictions placed on us, not by the library, but the restrictions placed on us by the poor health, the wheelchairs, and the walkers that would involve going to the library, traveling to the library, that make it very difficult or almost impossible. So we have a program that the members like, use a lot, and that is not being utilized to its fullest. As you know, it's simply called outreach because it solves the problem of people not coming to the library because of being incapacitated to do so. They don't come because they can't. So outreach solves the problem. Somebody calls them, one of the librarians, and says, "Hey, it's time for you to give us your list of books you want," and you can talk to them about what they may be interested in and new books that may be available and so on. Answer their questions. Karen, who's my outreach librarian, will make sure that all the books that I get are in a large type format as I requested, and that I get like lesser known novels that became hard to find, and she'll find it for me. So I think that speaking on behalf of all the homebound people who love books, the Niles Outreach Program is an incredible draw for not only the library, but for the city of Niles. In fact, the program was one of the key factors that led me to move here to Niles and to the Ellison when I came from Michigan. So that's basically a little story about one program and how it's achieving its goal effectively. Just call your, what? Time, okay, that's good. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Patricia Tate.
My name is Patricia Tate. I have 3 sons that went to high school in Niles, and I have a son that lives here now with 3 granddaughters. For the first time, I attended last month's library meeting. It was my impression that some of the board members' attitudes towards others was angry and rude. There seemed to be a lack of respect for other people. Perhaps if the board viewed the video of the last meeting, some may see how ugly and distasteful part of the meeting was. Hopefully, a lesson could be learned by all. Many years ago, I tried to teach my children to do their best in life, but always remember that they have total control over their behavior. If the board's energy was put to better use by working together, things could get done, and Niles may once again become a #1 American city. I grew up in Skokie, and I used your library a lot when I was living there. Remember, you have a gem here, and you should all try to keep it shining. It's a very nice community, and you're very fortunate to be here. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all the public comments.
All right, thank you.
First of all, my name is Bart McGuinn. I'm a neighbor. I live 300 yards that way.
The microphone, please.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir.
I'm sorry. I'm kind of loud, so I maybe I don't need this, but I have what you could already tell a passion for the library. My
Could
kids
you
were
repeat your
young,
name,
and
please, since you're not on the list? What's your name again?
My name is Bart McGuinn.
McGuinn, thank
Yes, my name's actually on a plaque over there because I was involved in rebuilding this library.
you. Okay, I
And
remember.
that's all I want to talk about is that was such positive energy,
Yes.
and we're a contrast. We wanted to grow the library and have our kids grow and become educated. It's like, okay, should we just go to the efficiency route and go to our phones and just say, we're going to read on our phones and just do this all the time? It's almost like that. We go to that extreme. We lose that contact of people who go down and go in the computer center and ask people questions, and they collaborate and they learn. That's the whole thing, they learn. And that's the last thing, that's the contrast. One side is learning, the other side is defaulting to ignorance.
Thank you.
That's all the public comments.
With respect to the trustees, I'd like to read the rules that govern the proceedings of the board.
Point of order.
As you know, the rules of parliamentary practice comprised in Robert's Rules of Order govern the proceedings of the board. There are certain rules contained within Robert's Rules with respect to decorum. By reminding you of the rules, I hope it will lead to a more civil and productive debate, which is one of the most important concepts underlying parliamentary procedure. Robert's Rules number 7, debate states speakers must address the remarks to the presiding officer, be courteous in their language and deportment, and avoid all personalities, never alluding to the officers or other members by name where possible to avoid it, nor to the motives of members. Consistent with Robert's Rules, I am asking each of the trustees to refrain from speaking until recognized, listen to the other side, focus on issues, not personalities, confine remarks to the merits of the pending question, and refrain from attacking a member's motives. The measure, not the member, is the subject of debate. The application of Robert's Rules is the best method to enable the Board of Trustees, with due regard for every member's opinion, to arrive at the general will on the maximum number of questions of varying complexity in a minimum amount of time and under all kinds of internal climate, ranging from total harmony to hardened or impassioned division of opinion. Thank you for your cooperation. The next item on the agenda, number 5, is approval of minutes. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes of the January 19th, 2022 regular board meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We now can have discussion. Trustee Makula,
No comment. They're fine as I see them.
Trustee Schoenfeld,
No comment.
Trustee Rosansky.
No comment.
Trustee Olson.
Yes, I would like to make an amendment to this motion. Let me preclude it by saying this has been on the books for quite a long time. We need to decide. We need to come together. We need to negotiate. Our concern is the president's report, which is very long, very derogatory, very opinionated, very accusatory. But I understand the president insists to include it in these minutes. So I propose that we do two things. Cindy summarizes the report and then puts an attachment of the entire speech in the minutes. So now we have a compromise awaiting approval.
Could you please explain taking the report out of the president's report but attaching it to the minutes? I don't see the difference.
Well, you're going to take it out of the minutes, the president's report, out of the president report section and make it an attachment in its entirety. All your words will be in this attachment.
And what would we do with the attachment?
Well, you put an attachment at the end of the minutes. You staple it together.
So I'm trying to understand the difference here. Either we put the
So-
report in where it was reported.
So under president's report, just like we have trustee reports with one or two sentences from each of us, you will have a president's report with one or two sentences summarizing what you said. And then for clarification, we could say see attachment. And then you will find your entire attachment and your entire report at the end.
So then what we would do is ask Margaret to just move it to the end of the minutes.
At the end of the minutes, yes. And in the minutes itself, there will just be a summarize, something to the effect that President Derblick expressed her concern and her anger at many different.
Well, I don't know if I would agree to that terminology, actually.
No, well, you don't, that's
Okay.
just an example. You could certainly help Cindy to write it with our approval. Anyway, that's what I would like to, I mean, we have to get these minutes done. We're not going to accept it with your entire president's report. It is against everything that the minutes represent. So the minutes represent a summary of what was said and done, not complete words, complete quotations. Many of the minutes have too many
Okay,
comments
I
in it.
agree. So
Okay.
so we will take the report out of President's report, and under President's report, it will note to refer to the end of the report.
To the attachment. See attachment. Which will be connected right at the end.
And Cindy, how would that make sense in terms of minutes?
It'd be like an addendum maybe at the end of the minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
Not an
so that-
attachment, but
it
an
would
addendum.
flow? Okay. That's, I can't make a second. Can you make a second? Could you second?
I second the motion.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's a motion to amend the original motion.
Yes.
So we'll vote on the amendment.
Yes, please.
Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld? Yes. Trustee Makula?
No.
Trustee Rosansky?
Yes.
Trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee Keene?
I'd like to thank you, Diane, for starting the meeting off in the spirit of compromise, and my vote is yes.
Thank you.
And it was a good idea.
5 ayes, 1 nay, passes.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes of the April 20th, 2022 regular board meeting? Can I have a first or a second?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, I'll call the trustees individually. Trustee Makula.
We're approving it as I see it here, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, well, there's no changes, so I agree with what I see here.
Trustee Schoenfeld.
I agree.
Trustee Rosansky.
Just a minute, please. I would like to request the same thing Diane put in for the last one, that we have the addendum at the end for the president's little thing that was added.
Do you need to make an amendment to the motion then?
Yes, I'd like to amend the motion by stating that we do what we did for the last meeting and put this at the end as an addendum.
Do we need a second? Okay, Margaret, would you call the roll?
Oops, go ahead. Can I just ask a question? I see that it's highlighted in yellow, and what does the highlight mean? Was it like this last time? Or
No, this is, the highlighting is the addition since the last meeting.
you added the entire?
What happened was, originally it was changed on May 18th per that meeting. All the items that are highlighted were changed. There was a new category that specifically stated President's Report, and it was a summary. But for this particular meeting, the italicized information, which is what you're referring to, is what was changed. It was put in here. And the other items were moved lower because she actually said it later. So it's a two-parter. On 518, it was the yellow. The italicized in yellow is the actual report that President Derblick had stated.
Okay, so in April 20th, this is her entirety of statement.
That is correct. That's something Cindy can actually explain to you why.
Well, I called the attorney and spoke with him about the sort of stalemate on this issue, and as a result of that conversation, I put it in. It's up to you to decide what you want to do.
Back to the amendment. The amendment is to put this like we did the last one. An attachment, not put an entirety of.
Well, this is the entirety.
Well, that's what.
So it would be on the attachment?
Is.
That your your amendment is to put it on the.
To put it on the end like.
At the end as an attachment instead of incorporated
like it was stated
into
for
it.
the last one. And we already had a second, which was Becky.
May I clarify something? I want to make sure you do, when the report would be read, instead of it being put in, it will be as an attachment, but you do want both of them to state just see attached and not a summary? I want to
Just
clarify that.
attached. We don't
Just
need
attached.
the
You don't need a
summary, just say see attachment.
That's what I want to clarify. Thank you.
I thought we agreed, we voted for a summary and then see
Yes,
the addendum.
we did. Okay.
Yes.
Since this is
Thank
so
you.
small, we just see the attachment. So it is a little different. Does my second agree with that?
Sure.
Well, yes, because the president needs a summary, just like the trustees have a
Yes,
little
yes,
summary,
yes.
and so does the
So
president.
this one will not have a summary, it'll just say see
They will
attached,
both have a
correct?
summary.
See
They will
well,
both have a summary.
okay, fine. You can do the summary,
Okay.
but see attachment.
Thank you.
The summary not include quotations or words spoken. It is a summary, remember. Thank you.
Okay, are we ready? Let me take the vote. Trustee
Would you
Derblick?
read out exactly what we're voting for precisely?
Let's see, how do we even put this? Trustee Rosansky amended the motion, and
Please louder.
Trustee Rosansky amended the motion, and Trustee Keane seconded, and it was to put the president's statement at the end, but also the summary in the body. If you have a better way of stating it.
Do we get to comment on that?
Okay.
Well, I think first we have to,
Okay.
we vote for,
To summarize the
To
president's
change it.
report
okay, so
You're
I
voting
think-
on
in the body
the
of the
amendment.
minutes.
The amended
And-
motion is on the table.
so if he does, so I guess he wants to make a comment. Once you vote on it.
All right.
Well,
You
yeah,
can make
it's-
he can
we'll
make
just
a
vote.
comment.
We'll just- Can he make a comment? I mean,
Yeah,
this is so
because-
out of order, but
Well,
it's
no,
fine.
you've made an amendment to the motion, and it was
just too
seconded,
much.
which puts it on the table for discussion.
yes.
So if you want to discuss the amended motion, you can do that before
Okay,
you vote.
So then we'll vote, and then you can discuss it.
No, you
No,
vote,
you
the
did not
second,
discuss before the vote, just like we do every other
seconding the
thing.
motion puts it on the table to be discussed. So it's already been
Oh,
seconded.
seconding without voting?
Right. Yeah, if you vote, you're either passing it or failing it. There's no
It's a new
discussion.
motion.
So,
Oh, you're right, I'm confused. Okay. All right, go ahead. Did you want to comment, Joe?
Yeah, I think we're just playing games here. It's a waste of time. It's just a matter of disrespect for the president. Let's get on with this and stop playing the
Okay,
games.
Whatever. You have a right to vote for however you wish. Okay. Next. I mean, you have to ask everybody.
This is not a
Discuss.
normal way of doing minutes when you're
fine,
putting
Joe.
footnotes in there and addendums and all kinds of stuff. This is not,
That's fine. That's his opinion.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
I think we're just repeating the same thing over and over again, and I think we just don't need to do this. We need to focus on what's most important, the budget.
We need to pass the minutes. The budget comes
Thank you.
later.
Excuse me, Trustee Rosansky, please refrain from
I
interrupting.
am so sorry, forgive me.
Trustee Rosansky?
Pass.
Trustee Olson?
Yeah, I think that in this case, we just have to get through these minutes, approve them, and yes, we need to do this addendum because this sets a precedent and we need to do this so that we don't have to go through this again. Thank you.
Trustee Keane?
I think that the reason that these are at the point they're at is because you guys aren't willing to compromise all these months, and now here we are offering a compromise and you're refusing it. So I have no questions. And it is a normal way of doing minutes. No, summaries are normal ways of doing minutes, not entire reports.
Okay, and then my comment regarding this this amendment is that my president's report is 2 paragraphs, a little longer than the single paragraphs of everyone else. I do think this is not necessary, and it is eliminating the purpose of a president's report. This in itself is already succinct and short, so I really don't see why we would need to remove it, except for because we're really making this a controversy, which is unnecessary.
Can I speak to that, please? The problem is that these are your direct words, and it is not what a summary is. None of the other trustees get to have their entire speech.
Okay, Trustee Olson, with all due respect, if I give a report, it is because I am bringing to the public's attention a specific situation or a specific area that's been discussed, and
Okay.
I need to clarify. So it's not a matter of picking and choosing
And
words.
what we bring to the public is also an important.
You know what? Let's just vote.
Yeah, let's just vote. So are we voting on the amended? Yes. Okay.
Trustee Derblick?
No.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
No.
Trustee Makula?
No.
Trustee Rosensky?
Yes.
Trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee Keene?
Yes.
3-3 fails.
Fine.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve the minutes of the May 18th?
No, we didn't.
Well, isn't that futile?
Don't you go back to the one that he?
But the fact of the matter is.
So the amendment
are you going
failed.
to vote yes this time?
The amendment failed,
I'm
and
aware of the
so
procedure.
Yeah,
But you know
okay.
what, we have a budget to get to.
you can't leave a motion on the
Okay.
table.
So are we
Exactly.
just going to vote 3 no and 3 yes?
You have to follow the procedure.
Yes.
Absolutely.
There is a
There's
procedure.
nothing more important than us fussing over these minutes. Okay, Margaret,
Okay,
please
thank
call
you
the
for
roll.
swearing.
Please, what?
You just swore.
I doubt it.
What did you say? Please repeat it.
Watch the tape and quit interrupting. Please call the roll.
Trustee Derblick?
The original motion to pass the minutes. Not the
Yes.
amendment, the motion to pass the minutes. Thank you. Pass the minutes. Accept the minutes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Makula?
Yes.
Trustee Rosensky?
No.
Trustee Olson?
No.
Trustee Keene?
No.
3-3 fails.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve the minutes of the May 18th regular board meeting?
So moved.
Thank
Second.
you. Trustee Makula?
No comment, it's fine as it is.
No comment.
Trustee Rosansky?
Yeah, I had a comment. I was curious, were there any changes in this, Cindy? Do you know of, for this meeting? Because I don't see any highlights or anything.
This is
First
the first time May 18th is coming. Last month, they were still in process. So it's
Okay.
the first time you're seeing the 18th.
Okay, I was just curious if, when I read it, there were some changes that I didn't notice. Thank you.
Trustee Olson? Trustee Keene?
I have a question on page 12 about the Adobe licenses. And maybe I'm just misunderstanding the paragraphs, but it seems from what I'm reading for this whole section is that we didn't vote on anything for the licenses, but my memory is that we did vote, but just for a lesser number of them. But it says that the amended motion failed, and then it said the motion died and the original motion failed. So it seems like this is saying we didn't pass anything, but I think we did.
You didn't pass it at the
this
18th.
meeting.
You
We
passed it at June.
Okay.
So originally, the amended motion of 8 failed, and then it came back in June
Okay.
as a motion for 8.
Thank you. That's all I had.
Okay, Margaret, please call the roll.
Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Makula?
Yes.
Trustee Rosensky?
Yes.
Trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee Keene?
Yes.
6 A's passes.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes of the May 31st, 2022 special board meeting
So moved.
Second.
of the 2022-23 tentative budget? Thank you.
So moved.
Second.
Trustee Makula, any comments?
No comment.
No comment.
Trustee Rosansky?
No comment.
The highlights here are what was asked to be added
Yeah,
at the last meeting.
I realize that.
Okay.
Thank you for mentioning it. Yeah, I know. Did she call me? No, she didn't.
Okay, then.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm trying to move the meeting along, sorry.
Trustee Rosansky?
I already said no comment, thank you.
Trustee Olson?
No comment.
Trustee Keene?
Nothing.
Margaret, please call the roll.
Trustee Derblick?
No.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
No.
Trustee Makula?
No.
Trustee Rozansky?
Yeah.
Trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee Keen?
Yes.
3-3 fails.
What needs to be done to pass them? I'm confused.
Yeah, that's what I'd like to
About
know.
what's wrong with them?
What, you had no comment. Can you please explain what was wrong with it?
I just disagreed with them.
So how can we get them passed next month then?
Yeah, what
I'll
changes?
I'll look at them more thoroughly, and since that'll be on next month's agenda, we could talk about it then. I really want to get to the budget.
Yes, you're clearly in a hurry.
Yes, because
And
we're
agitated.
reviewing our budget for the 5th time, and we have
That's-
not passed it, and we need money.
Well, then
to
why
fund the
is this
library.
on the agenda if you're not going to deal with them? I mean, you didn't pass it, and there's no reason, and we can't. fix
Trustee
it
Olson,
because you
Trustee
didn't tell
Olson,
us.
with all due respect, we have got to fund this library. We don't have money appropriated for
Well,
the
the way the
fiscal
meeting's
year
going
coming
right
up.
now with your compromising strategy is not encouraging.
All right, so let's skip all the rest of the
Move to
information
approve the
and move
minutes
on
of
to
the
budget.
June 15th, 2022 regular board meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Trustee Makula, any
This did
comments?
not
No comments.
Trustee Schoenfeld.
No comments.
Trustee Rozansky.
No comment.
Trustee Olson.
Nothing.
Trustee Keen.
Just to clarify, I'm on the right minutes as we're rushing through
June
things now.
15th, 2022.
Yeah, I have a comment on page 18.
Okay.
At the bottom, Trustee Keene stated that she has new business. President Derblick suggested she contact the library's attorney. I would like it to be added, President Derblick did not allow Trustee Keene to state new business.
To do
I'm
what?
sorry, what was that?
I would like to add after that, so it would be the last sentence on the page, President Derblick did not allow Trustee Keene to state new business.
Oh.
You need a sec, was that a motion? No. Okay.
So can we approve these minutes with
All right, I'd
her
like to make an
correction?
amendment to the motion that we add that sentence to the minutes.
And I'll second it.
So the way the approval process works is if she asks for something to be added, we go to the tape. If it's there, it's added.
Okay.
Okay.
So then we approve it again.
It's done.
We'll
And we have-
approve it.
So you can approve it subject to
Next
that,
meeting.
and then it'll
Yes,
come
let's
back
do
and
that.
be
Okay, fine.
added. So this is not actually a comment, right? President Derblick did not allow Trustee Keene to present new business. So,
That should be on the video, and I'm thinking.
but not a statement, because it's not a statement. It's just what happened is
Yes.
that she was not allowed to introduce new business.
Well,
Yes.
she probably asked, so are you looking for?
Well, it says, Trustee Keene stated that she
Let's
has
not
new business.
belabor the
President Derblick suggested she contact the library's attorney. President Derblick did not allow Trustee Keene to present new business.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe my not allowing should go before I suggested she contact the attorney.
Well, I
We're
think it should
belaboring
go according
this.
to.
You know what I mean? Isn't
It should go according
we'll
to
check
the
video.
video.
But that sounds
Okay.
great. It sounds
All right.
wonderful. Okay, so let's take a motion, have a motion. So the motion is to approve these minutes with this correction if it's,
Well, why don't we wait and just approve it when we see what's on the video next month?
That's fine.
okay? Margaret, please call the roll.
So there's no roll. I mean,
No, we're not voting.
you're not going to vote on them.
you
Well,
wanna
you're
wait
going to
till
not,
next time?
well, you can vote and not pass them until next month. Okay, you can do that. Yeah,
No, the-
and then,
Well, but if we're going to pass it next month, why don't we just vote next?
I don't know, somebody said that, pass it next month. I don't know who said that, but.
I
would
think
be
just
easier
correct
for
it and
you?
pass it. Just correct it and.
Pass it now and correct it?
Yes.
Could we, I mean.
Okay,
Pass the
that's fine.
Corrected version.
Yes,
That's
so
fine.
Should we vote on that? That was what I was hoping to vote on.
Okay. So
Right.
you're voting, so we're amending the
Yes.
motion to vote, to approve the minutes subject to the change,
Yes,
reviewing the video and changing the minutes.
yes, please.
Okay. Right. Okay. Call the roll.
Okay. Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Makula?
Yes.
Trustee Rozansky?
Yeah.
Trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee Keen?
Yes.
6
What did I do
passes.
with it?
Do I have a motion to approve the minutes of the July 1, 2022 special board meeting, 2022-23 tentative budget?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Trustee Makula, any comments?
No comment.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
No comment.
Trustee Rozansky?
No comment.
Trustee Olson?
Yes, these were nice and concise, and there was no nonsense in it as far as speeches and wordy. This was not wordy. It was good. Thank you, Cindy.
Trustee Keen?
Thank you.
Okay, I would like to thank Executive Director Rademacher, Margaret, and Athena for these excellent minutes, which were very detailed for every single budget line item that we discussed. And I'm sure it took a lot of repetitious review to come up with an accurate, concise statement, because we had quite a bit of conversation. So thank you for all of that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Margaret, please call the roll.
Thank you. Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Makula?
Yes.
Trustee Rozansky?
Yeah.
Trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee Keen? Yes. 6-0 passes.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is payment of the bills. Do I have a motion to approve operating expenses of $225,396.42 through June 30th, 2022, payroll expenses of $220,122.27, for a total monthly expense of $445,518.69.
So moved.
I'm not finished, sorry.
Oh.
$93,874.63 for operating expenses incurred after July 1st, 2022 will be approved after tonight's 2022-23 budget approval.
So moved.
Can I have that number again, please?
The breakdown,
93.
93,874.63. 63?
And after what date was that?
I'm sorry?
After what date?
Operating expenses incurred after July 1st, 2022.
Thank you.
So is that, Makula was the movement and Sue, you were the second,
Second,
right?
yes.
Okay. All right.
They've changed the numbers.
At this time, I will call
Yeah.
the trustees. Trustee Makula, any comments?
No, I think we're allocating our money for the end of the fiscal year, and we haven't got a budget, so it's being done properly.
Trustee Schoenfeld.
No comment.
Trustee Rozansky.
Yeah, since last time I was told if I have questions about checks, instead of asking during the treasurer's report, I'm supposed to ask now? Am I correct with that assumption?
Not during a motion to approve payments.
Well, I'd like to know so I can ask my question when the proper time to do it is. A motion is when we're supposed to discuss and ask questions. We're not voting yet.
I believe what we do is we get the motion on the table. And
It's
then
on
you
the
discuss
table,
it.
but this,
The motion, you made a motion and it was seconded. It's on the table for discussion.
they didn't want to have any, well, Joe had something to say, but Suzanne.
Oh, that's right, I'm mistaken. You could bring up your checks now. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to make sure so I'm
Sure.
not corrected like I was last month. Thank you. Check 80920 is for Kleinthorpe. And it's for 2,000. No, it isn't. Let's see, yeah, it was 2,070. My question is, we don't have the check for the other attorney for this month. What was charged since what, May or April? So we technically don't have their payment or their bills until the end of the fiscal year at this point, do we?
Right, we do not have their bills.
Okay. And as far as, what is check number 80921? And it says.
What
no
page?
fee-
What page are you on, please?
Page
What
26,
I'm sorry.
26.
I did,
known B4.
thank you.
It's software licensing.
Okay, thank you. That's for software licensing?
Correct.
80921.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see if you go all the way over in the column there.
And what is low voltage solution?
Low voltage solution.
Which is,
80928.
Okay, so you'll see that in the second column, that has to do with the E-rate, which has to do with the telephone and the internet services.
Okay.
So, we have to ask Rich for more specifics, but
Okay.
it has to
That's
do with
fine.
the
I just
E-rate, our
wasn't sure
portion
what
of
it
the
was.
E-rate services,
Okay, thank you.
or the E-rate grant.
Thank you.
But I mean, I would like to, I do have comments to make when you're all done.
That's fine.
Okay. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
trustees are done.
Trustee Olson?
Nothing at this time.
Trustee Keene?
How did we get to these numbers? What's been cut?
Nothing's been cut. The approval for expenses for June are separated from the approval for expenses beginning July 1st.
So what are the expenses that are not being included?
The expenses that aren't included for July 1st is anything that occurred
Can I have names,
after July
please?
1st.
I'd like to have the names of them. Of the checks or the
Sure.
companies.
Well, I can give you that. So the July, anything that occurs after July 1st, we will revote after we approve the budget tonight, and they'll be paid. But those checks include Swank Movie Licensing USA, Smithereen Pest Management,
I'm sorry, slow down. I'm writing down. Swank and Smithereen.
would you like a copy of this so we can get to the budget?
Lovely, yes.
This is what we have. So that's.
Well, I'm sorry that we make such a big deal out of the
Oh,
fact
here we go.
that checks need to be
Were they all
separated.
signed?
Please stop interrupting so I can at least educate you on one little small point.
and just
There's
get
2
with it.
fiscal years in this month's
That's fine.
payments. We need to separate them. Our budget dollars only go through June 30th.
That's fine.
So after we approve the budget, these will all be paid this evening. But we are approving payment out of the June money for the June expenses. That's the way it needs to be done. And if you'd like to look at these, Trustee Keene, and write them down, by all means.
I would like a copy.
Well, we can definitely take care of that after the meeting.
Well, that's not going to help me pass any bills at the moment.
I'm sorry?
That's not going to help me in the moment.
Well, right now, that's the best we can do.
Okay,
since-
fine.
You could have had it done beforehand. That was the proper thing to do.
See,
Well, you know what? Stop. Okay, I took
Okay,
the time to go read the, you all went to look at the checks.
yes, we did.
So you could have done the same thing I did. I went there today at the last minute to see if there was any of
Are we delaying the
these.
meeting now with
So
frivolous
please don't
things?
accuse me of not
We're
doing
not
enough for
accusing
everybody.
you.
I didn't
No,
realize this,
we're
that
not
that
accusing you of anything.
you're
Can you
such,
just
you're such
answer the question?
untrusting and you scream and yell, you guys. This is terrible. We are a
Excuse me,
disgrace.
today, the main person who's doing the screaming and the
All
yelling.
right, are we
is
going
you.
to take a motion because this is going nowhere? And I can't
Listen to yourself.
minimize this problem like you do.
No, I had a question, and the question is, if we're doing it for the 2 different fiscal years, why don't we have it written that way that wouldn't have been too difficult, would it, to put it on our agenda so we knew what we were doing?
The agenda was done last week. I don't create the agenda the numbers for the finances. That's done between the director and the accountant.
We've all
It
done
occurred to
things
me, and it
in the
probably occurred to
email.
all of you, that
You
it's
could have
possible.
sent emails.
Well, I won't speak since we'll all be talking at the same time. Could we, are there any more comments? If not, we need to take a motion.
Cindy had some comments she wanted to make.
Yeah, I
You know
have
what?
a comment.
All right, I'm done.
No,
Okay.
Cindy
So I have some comments.
That's what we've been
No,
waiting for.
please don't, because I'm tired of being called sneaky when you don't do your job as a trustee. These are all the
Well, how
payments due
hard
after
was that?
July 1st.
Excuse
You
me.
can definitely look at this, but it's my
What kind of
copy.
conversation is this?
It's a response to her outrageous comments to me.
Listen to yourself.
Cindy, did you say you had a comment? By all means, let's
Follow
add
your
to it.
code of ethics.
Yes, so I actually did speak to the accountant after I spoke with you earlier this afternoon. So of the 271 of operating expenses, not all of those operating expenses are in the June expenditures. So some of those are prepaid, and some of those will be expensed next month. So the one that you mentioned, the Swank, is prepaid. The All Data database is charged to prepaid. The Communico 12,000 is charged to prepaid, and there's a few others. So the goal is that you have 12 months of expenditures in 1 year. So the practice has been in this library to do it the way that it was done, with the exception of the programs. That was an oversight that it was forgotten that in the prior years, programs were part of prepaid expenses. So, but other than that, the utilities, the smithereens, all of those are paid, as the bills come in. So that is just the practice of the library. So as far as having the money to pay these bills, we have our savings, of course, so we do have money to cover these bills. And the expenditure of, where the money is actually expended in June or July is sort of a bookkeeping entry that can be made at any time. The June numbers will not be finalized until after the audit, which will be in October. So, the June numbers will be fluid until that point. But the checks are cut with a date of July 20th, and there's money in the bank to cover them. So,
Thank you.
Okay, and the point I'm making as an elected trustee with the fiduciary responsibility, I work within the budget that
dig.
was approved, and this is not a normal year. Never have we reached July 20th and not had a tentative budget approved.
Wrong.
We have not
Wrong.
approved.
Okay.
We have
We
passed
have
our
not-
budget
Let's
in
get down to
August multiple
business.
times.
Let's
That
just
is
get
an
down to
incorrect
business.
statement.
We cannot fund next year's expenses if we haven't approved a budget, even a tentative budget. That's my responsibility to be the management of the funds, and every trustee that was elected has the same responsibility. I understand what accounting, what accounting methods are and how you appropriate money to this month or that month. I'm saying, as an elected trustee, I cannot spend
many times
money
is it?
that has not been budgeted or approved.
well,
That
but
would
we're
be
paying
why have a
bills.
budget then.
No, but we're paying bills for things that have already been spent.
We're paying, the bills that aren't being paid, with the bills that are pulled out for $90-some thousand are anything that is occurring effective July 1st. Our budget ends on June 30th, and so does the money to pay the bills. When we approve the budget for July 1st, all of that can be paid, and I believe it should happen tonight.
Thank you.
So we're going to ignore the advice of our accountant and our director because
you're
we know
missing,
better.
you're not understanding what she
I
just said.
understand very well what's happening.
Yes.
She's talking about.
You don't need to
where
explain
you-
it to me.
Do you understand the difference then?
I
I'm talking
understand a
about-
lot of
All right,
things.
good. I'm glad you do so.
And I also
Fiduciary
understand you made an incorrect statement. In the past, and I was on the board with you, there were multiple times we did not, and most of the time, we did not pass it by July 1st. So that statement is incorrect. Legally, we don't have to pass it until the second week of September.
You don't have to file the budget till September, but we cannot spend money that hasn't been approved.
Yes, we can spend the money that we have in the bank for the bills that are already due.
Would you like to call the roll if there aren't any more comments?
You're trying to hold this hostage so that we vote the way you want on the budget, and it's not going to work.
Are you not planning to pass a budget tonight?
I hope to, yes. But it feels like what you're doing right now, Patty, it feels like what you're doing right now is holding the bills hostage so that we will pass your budget.
I'm not holding anything hostage. I need you to understand the seriousness of the budget ended June 30th. We have not approved the budget for spending.
And there are a lot of reasons for that.
I'm sure there are, but again, remember, with the 100% appropriation, what is our issue?
Can we please get to what you want to get voted on so we can get
So
moving
do you
to your
need
budget?
do you need me to repeat this, or are we fine?
No.
We're just ready to call the roll?
What is the motion?
To pay bills.
At their amounts without the other bills being paid. So to pay bills that they feel like paying, but not all of them.
You know what, that's inappropriate. Would you stop with the personal attack?
I didn't name any names.
Okay, Trustee Olson, I will read this again. And you know, this is so serious, I can't believe we're making a joke of it. Approve
making
the
a joke?
operating expenses of $225,396.42 through June 30th, 2022. Payroll expenses of $220,000, $122.27 for a total monthly expense of $445,518.69. $93,874.63 for operating expenses incurred after July 1st, 2022 will be approved after tonight's 2022-23 budget approval. That's the motion on the table.
So that's an automatic approval if you vote yes?
I'd like to make an amendment, and that would be that we pay the original amount that was on the agenda.
Second.
And like you said, it'll be, once the audit comes in, it'll be shifted to where it needs to be shifted on the books.
Well, it can be shifted before that, but I'm just saying June will not be final until around November.
That's fine. I think they should all be paid.
If we've always done it this way, why can't we just continue?
Because we don't have an approved budget today.
Fine.
So we have.
You're just using that as a crutch.
I have a question.
We don't even have a tentative.
So there's a
budget.
motion, a motion to amend on the table. Can we vote on that?
Please call the roll.
The amended motion is what was originally on
Correct.
the agenda.
Yes, thank you.
Just want to make
To pay
sure to
all the
clarify it, yes. Trustee Driblick?
No.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
No.
Trustee Makula?
No.
Trustee Rozansky?
Yes.
Trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee Keene?
Yes.
3-3 fails.
So we're back to the original motion. Do you want to vote on that?
Okay, please call the roll, Margaret.
Give me 1 second.
Can we discuss that amendment, or do we just vote?
Well, that you have already discussed it.
Okay,
I don't know.
fine.
It's up to the
I'm just
president.
curious. Okay, fine. Just vote.
Trustee Driblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Makula?
Yes.
Trustee Rozansky?
No.
Trustee Olson?
No.
Trustee Keane?
No.
3-3 fails.
I have a question. If that numbers were changed during our meeting, is that actually a motion? Because if it was at the original amount, how is it the original motion? How did we just vote on the original motion if those numbers were changed?
The numbers are the same. They're just appropriated for each fiscal year that they fall
I'm
under.
asking Cindy.
Why can't we just pay the bills, period?
Because we do not have a budget approved. We do not have authority to spend money that we haven't approved. We don't have a budget. Do you understand how serious that is?
So instead, we don't pay any bills for that?
No, you just pay them separately. You pay June out of the June fiscal year budget. You pay July out of the July budget, which there's no reason we can't compromise on this evening.
Well, if the budget isn't passed, then you're saying we don't pay the July bills. That's my concern.
Well, the July bills aren't due as soon as the June bills. I would go with I don't see what the problem is.
Okay, fine.
You're making this so personal
Well-
instead of,
No, I'm thinking of the running of the library, and if we don't pay bills, then we'll quit receiving things, because people will expect their payments.
if we don't approve a budget, we're not going to have a library.
Okay, fine. Think about that when we're discussing it. True.
Okay, are we, I don't know where we are. I
Well,
think the discussion's over.
Yeah, how does, she's made the motion. I don't know. I didn't, you have to speak to her. What she made the motion different than what is rented. So I think she started out, I don't know. What did she?
I read the motion initially, breaking down the numbers. So it wasn't, the numbers, the total is the same. The breakdown is just by fiscal year. Would you prefer I amend the motion? I already made a motion. I read the motion.
You need me to explain? You're not understanding.
I read the motion into the meeting that way, and that's what we're voting on.
Yeah, so they both
Former
failed.
Treasurer, my concern is, the way our vote just went, none of our bills will be paid? Is
Yeah,
that
so
the
why
way I
don't-
understand it?
Somebody make a motion to just pay payroll at least.
I make a motion that we at least pay payroll.
I don't think that's right. Why would you pay payroll and not the June bills?
Well, I don't know.
Why do you have to tie the
Is
July bills
what-
with the tentative budget? Same difference.
Cindy, payroll in this, on this agenda is for what month?
The payroll on this
I'm,
agenda,
is for June?
Because
the payroll on this budget.
I believe the payroll's for June.
Well, yeah, the payroll's for June. I was just approving time cards for July today. So this is for work that has already been done in June. So
Okay,
that's why
and-
you would
And
pay
the
it.
expenses through June 30th have also been done. So why aren't we paying those bills as well?
Well, I don't know.
I don't
but
understand,
you
what-
at
you know, we're
least need to
wasting a
pay your
lot of
staff.
time arguing about something that I thought was so clear. Because we can't pay for next year's expenses out of this year's budget. We don't have a budget.
And who are you quoting when you make that statement?
Ask anyone.
Well, I
Bill
asked the
fiscal
accountant
years.
today, and they didn't say that.
Try
So,
talking to the attorney.
well, which
and
one?
he'll say, listen
The
to your president
library
because
attorney.
she's the almighty.
Okay, you know what? This is
Listen
getting
to
out of
the
line.
experts.
This is
The
so out of line.
experts are telling
I've
you
been
what
on
is
this
the
board
proper thing to
almost
do.
as long as you, and
just
we've never
refuse
done
to
it this
listen.
way. Now all of a sudden you're president, and this is how we have to do it. Why don't we just pay the bills? Period.
You cannot pay next year's bills out of this year's
The
budget.
accountant said that we could. The director is saying that we could. You are refusing to listen
We
to the
have
professionals
saved
that know better than you.
use.
The director just indicated what the accounting process is to account for June expenses and July expenses. I'm saying, as an elected official who is responsible for the funding of the library, I cannot pay bills for next year out of this year.
You can.
I need to have a budget.
No, you just are refusing.
All right, this is our fifth night for a budget meeting, and we seem to be avoiding it. Can we either pay the bills, or you don't want to
can
pay
pay
the
them
bills,
all.
then you don't pay them?
And we pay them all.
All right, we
Can
will
we
pay them
revisit-
as the motion read.
No, we pay them as it
pay
was
them
listed
all.
on the agenda.
No, I'm sorry, I can't do that.
You're tying up July's only if we pass a budget.
Remake the original motion.
All right, what I'm
I'd
telling
like
you
to
is,
remake the original motion
Read it right off the thing.
to approve operating expenses of $319,000, $271.05, payroll expenses of $220,122.27 for a total monthly expense of $539,393.32.
Can I take the roll?
sure,
Okay, Trustee Dublik,
no.
Trustee Schoenfeld,
No.
Trustee Makula,
No.
Trustee Rozansky,
Yes.
Trustee Olson,
Yes.
Trustee Keene,
Yes.
3-3 fails.
I'd like to make a motion that we pay the payroll expenses of $220,122.27.
Second.
So to that number, you'd have to add the IMRF payment, the Mission Square payment, the FSA disbursements, and the HRA checks, which are part of the operating expenses.
So you want that 319 added to the payroll?
No, it doesn't. It's not the whole 319. Yeah, I do have the numbers, but I don't have them added up. So the 319, 27105, and the payroll of 220, 122, 27 is, those are the numbers that are coming out of the bank account to cover the checks that are, that were written this month. So the actual bills part of that is 224, 448.71. From that, she's subtracting the 93, 874.63. Because the rest of it is payroll.
So then how should it read if we're covering just payroll?
So the payroll of 220, 122, 27. HRA expenses of 5,567.57. FSA disbursements of $8.75. Mission Square payment of $3,386. IMRF payment, $23,802. All of it.
So that's your motion then, Becky?
I have to add it up first.
Okay.
HRA, FSA.
Who seconded?
I don't know, Margaret. Can I repeat the numbers back as I go, Cindy, so I make sure I
Sure.
have them right? So the 220, 122, 27, plus $5,567.57, plus $8.75, plus $3,386, plus $23,802 comes to a total of $252,884.61. So my amendment is to pay payroll and the total payroll and, how should we word that, other
Payroll-related
payroll-related.
operating expenses.
Yes, so for a total of $252,884.61.
Becky motioned. Whose second was it?
Second.
Your second. Thank you. Should we take a vote? Yes, ready?
Ready.
You tell me.
Go ahead, please call the roll.
Okay. Trustee Derblick?
No.
Trustee Schoenfeld? Trustee Makula?
No.
Trustee Rosansky?
Yeah.
Trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee Kean?
Yes.
3-3 fails.
So how are you going to explain to the staff that you won't pay them?
The same way I'm going to explain to the public that we couldn't approve payments because the board doesn't understand where the budget year begins and ends.
Right.
And why would you
We've
just
done it
single out?
a different way.
Okay, Trustee
all
Olson,
year.
seriously, if you go back all the years that you've been on this board, the budget was presented in one night. It was approved in 5 minutes. Nobody asked any questions. You
Oh,
never ended up in
please.
this situation.
Oh,
I know,
you-
I always ask
You
too many
are
questions.
delusional.
No, you need to check. That's how it's been run for years.
That's because we used to have people who were more concerned.
Okay, but back to tonight's
About it.
situation. Back to tonight's
We used
situation.
to have competent
We are not going to be
people.
bullied into a budget.
You're not being bullied. You just need to
We'll
understand.
see if we're being bullied.
You need to understand the
Oh, I
payment of the
understand
bills.
plenty. But I also understand, what are we going to say to our employees when they don't get paid?
We
And to
cannot leave
say-
here without paying the employees.
The same thing you're going to say.
We would like to pay everybody through July 1st, through June 30th,
Just do that.
and you don't want to vote for it.
Why couldn't you do that?
Okay, because you have the July bills.
You voted not to pay them for
Okay.
June.
Well,
I
I'm
have
not-
a question. I have a question. If, this is just an if question, if you're attaching the July payment to the passing of the tentative budget, if the tentative budget doesn't pass, then do we vote to pay those bills in?
No, then you
Next
better
month?
have another budget meeting real quick because this library can't function without funds.
Oh, we have bank accounts. We're not that low
You're
on funds.
missing the point. You don't
No,
just.
I am not missing the point.
Wow. Okay.
The spending isn't authorized.
Thank you. So back to the bills. We should at least pay the June bills, the payments to the vendors and payroll. And if you're not interested in approving July after we approve the budget, I don't get what the problem is. If you don't approve the July budget, then the July bills don't get paid. And they're not due for somewhat longer, but seriously, can't we come up with a budget agreement too tonight? So we missed the point. We could have paid June. You all voted no.
We want to pay June operating expenses as
Do we
well.
want to just
Our-
pay June operating expenses? I don't know. I'm concerned because you're tying July to the budget. They
Because
should
it is the budget. Shall we repeat the?
Why? I don't understand why you're changing things.
Why? Because
Let's revisit Carolyn's amendment.
Which means you'll pay the June bills now and payroll. July will be paid if we pass the budget, which we really have to pass.
Oh.
So you'll get your June payroll paid, which is all you seem to want to do right now, but we'll also pay the other bills. That's important.
yes, it is. But it's also important to pay all the other bills that we have.
And we will as soon as we appropriate the funds. So are you interested in entertaining this motion again?
Let's put it on the table again.
Do I have a motion to approve operating expenses of $225,396.42 through June 30th, 2022? Payroll expenses of $220,122.27 for a total monthly expense of $445,518.69.
So moved.
I'm not finished. $93,874.63 for operating expenses incurred after July 1, 2022 will be approved after tonight's 2022-23 budget approval.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you.
So my question was, if the budget is approved, automatically the checks are approved. You're
Right.
hinging it, so there's no additional vote on paying July bills.
No, because the money's available. We will have a tentative budget.
I just wanted it on the record that there doesn't need to be an additional vote to pay July bills, because it's part of passing the budget.
Oh, that's right. We won't have to vote again. You're right. It is. That's right. That's the way I wrote it. I see what you're saying. I think initially I said we'll come back and vote, but we don't need to. Well, that's what you're saying. You're absolutely right. You're right. No, I agree, and that's what I want, how I would like it to be. Yes, thank you for clarifying.
We're liable to be here late.
Well, we're going to get the budget passed. That's our
Not
goal.
necessarily.
Not unless you bend.
We are not going to be the only ones to bend.
Well, we bent last
Oh,
time. We'll do it again.
baloney.
All right.
You bent
Penny.
what, this much? We were bending and you weren't listening.
All right. No sense in
Let's
arguing.
go. Let's get this going
Margaret,
because
please
I
call
don't
the roll.
plan on being here until midnight.
Ready? Trustee Drblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Makula?
Yes.
Trustee Rozansky?
The bills have to be paid, so I guess we're stuck with this, so yes.
Trustee Olson?
Yes, and please don't change the agenda next time or any other time. This is so inappropriate, and I'm only doing it for the sake of the employees and our responsibilities.
Trustee Keane?
Yes.
6 ayes, passes.
Next item on the agenda, trustee reports.
Who wants any? Please don't.
President's report. At this evening's board meeting, the trustees will continue to review and discuss the treasurer's proposed tentative budget. Our goal is to approve the tentative ordinance of the budget and appropriations for 2022-23. As an elected trustee, it is my fiduciary responsibility to fund the library. I believe the board is committed to provide the staffing and services for the library community and share in the urgency to approve the budget this evening. Trustees'
That's
reports.
President's report. That's the
Trustee
president.
Makula, not your treasurer's report, but do you have anything else to add as a trustee?
No. No, I'm
Trustee Schoenfeld?
No comment.
Trustee Rozansky?
Yes, because I actually have been here quite a bit this month and have participated in quite a few things, so therefore I do have some positive things to say. The 4th of July parade went very well. The library was very well received. Grinnon Heights was also very well received. The new art display is totally beautiful. It's a glass process, and it's totally cool. I suggest everybody see it. What was fun, as always, we had some new members. One was a 12-year-old. I'm really excited about this. The strawberry, which I have here, cross stitch was the month free craft project. Very nice. I am so amazed at how well the summer reading program is going with the lack of staff that we have. We still have great attendance. The summer lunch program is going very well. I watched a Zoom program that was about put on by, or hosted, I should say, by Mary Kay with the author Kristen Harmel. I'm telling you, I hadn't read a book of hers, but once I watched it, since that, on July 16th or June 16th, I have read 4 of her books. I am totally recommending her as an author to anybody. Historical literature, it's very good. The strawberry, which I have here, cross stitch was the month free craft project. Very nice. The 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 talk is on the library website, like I said. I hope you all enjoy it and as much as I did. Thank you. Next.
Thank you, Trustee Olson.
Nothing to add to that this time, thanks.
Trustee Keene?
To back up what Patty said about the parade was all the comments we got on the balloons were wonderful. People really enjoyed seeing the library at the parade, and I think we had close to 700 people play the games at Granite Heights. I don't know what the final numbers were, but we were counting those tickers, and it was well over 600. So we really reached a lot of people, and I think it was good to have faces that people knew. And I also wanted to congratulate Carly because she won an award this past month. Also, I think it was it a scholarship that she got?
Yes, she did win a scholarship towards her education,
Yep.
which she just completed. Yeah.
So congratulations to Carly. And most of everything else I was going to say is Patty has already said, so it seems like we're doing some of the same things.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Makula, the treasurer's report.
Okay. June is the final month of the budget year. At the close of the month, we had $13,399,830 in cash and investments. We received $36,618 in revenue. Salaries for June were $225,778, and employee fringe benefits were $55,100 for a total of $280,878. We had purchases of $63,130 in library materials in June. So far this budget year, we have purchased $620,691 in new materials. Operating expenses in June were $23,619. General and administrative expense was $43,470. Utility costs for June were $5,691. Building and equipment maintenance was $28,148. Total expenses for June were $462,088. For the 21-22 budget year, we spent $5,609,638. This is the rate we are currently operating at, and this is the information that should guide us into formulating our 22-23 budget. We spent $609,638. So $5.6 million is what the rate we're spending. I have other comments to make. I'm going to read this here. We give out food and drinks. We give out toys and trinkets. We give out T-shirts. Our staff is attending events all over the district, trying to get people to sign up for library cards. Yet none of this has caused long and short-term circulation to increase or program participation to increase. We're spending more on materials than when our circulation was double pre-COVID. We're throwing out almost as much material as we purchase in a year because our shelves are loaded, and now staff wants to buy more shelves to hold and display more books for fewer patrons. Purchasing more shelves will not increase circulation. Our current circulation of materials is approximately 325,000 original borrowings annually, about half of the pre-COVID level. But the pre-COVID level is where we were after a decade of slow and continuous decline in circulation. We may be operating at 35 to 40% of our peak circulation in 2010. Our budget has grown from that peak operating year dramatically, yet we are serving fewer patrons than ever. If we allocate our budget costs to borrowings, each borrowing costs us $18. in many cases more than the cost of the items we're borrowing. People are reading less and getting their material elsewhere. Many studies and surveys show that fewer American adults are reading books regularly than in recent times. The low cost of books on Amazon, the widespread use of tablets with inexpensive books, and the recent appearance of neighborhood book boxes have all eaten away at library circulation numbers and attendance. The argument that people will come back to libraries in tough times hasn't proved true. In the last 6 months of record inflation and other economic woes, we have not increased our circulation. Our program attendance is also down. We are competing against high-quality cable and streaming content with thousands of programs available on demand at any time without traveling to the library. Some of the things we count as programs are events. You're out of order. Shut up. Get out of the room. Leave the room. Some of the things we count as programs are events.
Point of order.
Giveaways, registrations, swaps, and nature hikes. Examples include plant swap and giveaway, kids' summer lunch, library volunteer orientation, forest preserve cleanup. We spend up to $800 on some programs, many as much as $350 to $400 price category, and very often attendance is in the single digits, and sometimes only virtually recorded. Many of these programs aren't allowed to be recorded or played back at another time. So if they're on at 7 o'clock on Thursday night and somebody is working, they're not going to see them. It's a waste. In the last 10 years, the library has done everything it can to increase usage, borrowing of materials, and program attendance, and all of these numbers have been in decline.
I thought you wanted to get to the budget, Carolyn.
We are currently spending at the rate of $5.6 million annually.
And not get to the budget? Don't you shush me.
No, I can't hear him.
Well, maybe he's going on about stuff.
Would you please not be rude?
Trustee
His
Rosansky.
point of order.
Okay.
It has nothing to do
You're out
with the
of-
treasurer's report.
For your
almost
information,
done.
he is reviewing
Do you want me to start
everything.
again?
No.
All right,
God
then keep
forbid.
quiet. The library is being used less than in recent times and should not cost taxpayers more money to operate. We can't justify a budget that goes beyond our current level of spending. It is our fiduciary responsibility to spend taxpayers' money wisely and prudently. We're currently operating at $5.6 million. A $7 million budget is way out of the question, and
That's your opinion.
that's it.
Yeah,
Thank
that's
you.
it, all right.
That's it. That's
Thank
your
you,
opinion.
Joe.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item on the next,
I have a comment on the income statement. My comment is two comments, actually. One is that the investment income was down about $25,000 this year. And the other is that the items that were way up this year were pay for print, book sale, passports, and earbud sales for a total of $52,187. So the money that we're making certainly would cover some patron service staff that actually perform all these duties. So I think that's a pretty interesting way to look at it.
all right, thank you. The next item on the agenda is the director's report. Cindy, did you want to make comments about these items?
Well, I would like to say that my understanding of the role of the trustees as written in the statute is to responsibly serve the community and spend the money that the community has authorized that you spend, right? So, it doesn't say anywhere there that you're supposed to be saving money and reducing taxes. You're supposed to be serving the community with the money that the community has given you to create the library and meet their needs. So I just think it's a philosophical difference, but I did want to state the position.
We're forward-looking on the budget. You're looking at the money that was previously given by us to us. We're looking at appropriating
Well,
for
the
the coming
community,
year?
though, has vested that money in their library, and they've elected you to spend it wisely
Right.
in service of the community. I think that's the piece that's always sort of missing, is that the money is to be spent in service to the community. And those services and needs of the community change over time. It isn't all about just books now. There are many other needs because society changes and because technology changes. There are a lot of different needs in the community now, and I think that the community is trusting you as a board to be aware of those needs and to try to meet them and serve them. So other than that, the report is here, and I will entertain questions.
Okay. Trustee McCullough, do you have any questions?
No.
Trustee Schoenfeld.
No questions at this time.
Trustee Rosansky.
I really enjoyed your report. Thank you. You did a good job.
They do a wonderful job. They work very hard. Thank you.
Trustee Olson.
Yes, Cindy, congrats for another successful month of fine programs and activities offered by our hardworking staff here at the library. I mean, there's just every page has got just a myriad of wonderful activities. Thank you again. I enjoy reading this.
Thank you.
Trustee Keene.
Yeah, I think on the first page of the statistics, it's very clear. It says patron in-person visits. This month were 18,383 compared to 13,999 last year. So we cannot truthfully say that patron visits are down. It's clear in black and white, right in front of all of us, that that's not true.
Thank you.
Trustee Keene, actually, they're higher than last year, but still 50% pre-COVID.
Well, we still have
So
COVID
that's-
going on.
So that is, that
Listen
that
to
is,
what I'm saying. It's
so
my-
that,
So stop interrupting.
oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were finished.
No, I'm not. I'm presenting something from this one page. One page, I'm not changing my words. You can't say that visits are down. They are up from last year. That is the truth.
Trustee Keene,
Yes.
your mic is off.
Thank you. I think you all heard me anyway. And I guess that's it for statistics, because the rest of what's in my head right now, we'll save for later. Oh, this was really nice to see trustees that actually support and advocate for the library on the first page. Thank you for that.
Okay, Cindy, I had a question. On page 41, under volunteers, it says the number of volunteers is 67.
Just a minute, 41. Yes.
My question was, we've been unable, at least if this is my understanding is correct, we weren't able to have reading buddies, and we weren't able to, we were having difficulty preparing to provide the summer lunches, and I'm thinking with 64 employees, I mean, with 67 volunteers, what are their assignments in the library?
So the majority of these are the teens that help out with the summer reading, and they volunteer like an hour at a time.
So what's the difference between a summer reading teen and a reading buddy?
Well, the reading buddies were usually adults. The book buddies were adults that would share a book with a child.
So we weren't able to get volunteers that were younger to fill the reading buddies?
I
Is that
don't
not
think
something we
that
could
they
do?
were. I don't think they were solicited because they just didn't have the staff person who used to manage that program is no longer here. So I don't think that they were able to delegate and train that to cover that program this year.
So in order for a volunteer to read a book to a child,
They're not
there's-
reading the book. They're sharing a book. They're not
Sharing
reading
a
to
book.
Right.
with a child, there's a program involved, a training program?
Of course. There's always training for volunteers.
And we couldn't, I mean, I'm thinking if we would have maybe thought about this in March and gone to the high schools, we probably could have filled that void. I would think we request or we contact individuals to fill these positions. I'm just thinking there are so many teens and so many youth that love volunteering at the library. I couldn't understand why we couldn't fill that.
I can't speak to that.
Okay,
One
and then
thing
as far
she
as
just
the
said,
lunch-
be
one thing
monitored
she
by
just said is she
librarians.
doesn't have the staff. The person who used to run it is no longer here.
They retired.
I understand that, but this isn't a mammoth practice. I don't want to get into it now. Well, this is for another time. But
It is
as
actually
far
quite
as-
time consuming to
Oh, I'm sure it is. I'm sure
interview, match the buddies,
Right.
scheduling. They
Sure.
schedule their own time, and yeah, it does require some.
But again,
Supervision.
if we want to talk about staffing, and I don't want to make this a public conversation, but we do want to look at the numbers of staff that we have in the library and reevaluating what they're doing and figuring out how we can either retrain or job share and be able to fill the need to address these voids for our patrons, which are the most important. Again, if we're 50% down in
let's move
borrowings and 50% down in attendance, there has to be some effect in workload somewhere. And I don't think we've had the opportunity or the time to really reevaluate this so we can see what advantages already exist. And that's where I'm coming from. But I'm glad to see you have 67 volunteers. I just didn't understand all that they did. So, well, thank you for
Well,
answering.
that's amazing. And
Point
so
out the number
a
of
very key point in circulation, very, very key point in circulation is discussing books. So people come into the library, if they are a book reader, they come in to talk about books, to get ideas for new books. I mean, it's very important to have staff to interact with people. If they come in for one book, they go home with 3 or 4 because they've had conversations, they've had recommendations, and, so it's very much people influenced. The circulation numbers are affected by not having enough staff available to talk to patrons. So
I can attest to that because I've had many a good book recommended by librarians.
Well, again, we need to reevaluate staff because we have the numbers. We have staff in departments, like I said last month, over 400 hours of staffing in so many departments. The ones who don't have the staff they need, and we only have 66 hours in the library, there's got to be a way to analyze this to benefit us.
Cindy, can I ask a question, please? Cindy? Am I misunderstanding, but aren't we down to only 60-some employees at this time?
67. So the library's open.
66 hours,
67?
67 staff.
No, the library's open 1,980 hours a month. Yeah.
Right.
So I don't know, what, did you say 400? I wasn't sure
No,
where that
I'm
number came
talking
from.
about staffing hours in one department are 400, over 400. That's only one department. So I've analyzed every department. So there's so much overlap in what they're doing now, and if we could reevaluate them in terms of what we really need, because if the publishers aren't providing the books that we need because of their issues, that's a decline in material services. So I'm saying we just haven't had the opportunity to do this, but I think it's something we need to do.
Well, we're constantly evaluating the staff and what
Well,
they're
we
able
haven't
to
done
do
this.
and what we need them to do. So I think making sure that we're on the same page about what services the community needs is important. And that takes us back to strategic planning.
That's true.
And this
but
isn't the
again,
point in the meeting where we're supposed to be discussing staffing.
Exactly.
It's the director's
Doesn't that go
report.
along with the budget?
Okay, we can certainly,
But if you want to drag some more
Move
time
along.
to get to your budget, that's fine with me.
are there any more questions for Cindy's director's report? Okay, next item on the agenda, unfinished business. Do I have a motion to review and discuss the proposed tentative 2022
Communications is next.
23 budget.
Communications is missed.
Oh, sorry.
Well, those are just
Cindy,
two letters there.
Communications is also yours?
Yes, I guess, I'm sorry. So there is the letter that, the official letter regarding the John Cotton Dana Award for 2022 that the marketing department won for the promotion of the Not So Haunted open house
Which was great.
last October. And they're very grateful to be able to go to Washington and accept that award and the check in person. So thank you very much. The next letter is from the Secretary of State's office, which is a letter confirming our per capita grant funds of $87,291.98. We don't have the check yet. It also, in the fourth paragraph, officially confirms the increase in the district to 59,181. So that is the number going forward that we use in the reports that we prepare. So that is our official area population of the district.
So you said we did not receive the check from the Secretary of State yet?
No, we get the letter and the check comes later.
Okay.
Actually, the check is just deposited in our account and it's not there yet.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Okay, any questions for communications? Trustee McCullough?
No questions.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
No comment.
Trustee Rosansky?
I think it's fantastic that our team got the $10,000, like I've said before. I'm very proud of the three of them. Please let them know.
Thank you.
Trustee Olson?
No comment.
Trustee Keene?
I have a question, not about the two that we have, but is there any update, Cindy, about the other grant from the Secretary of State that I worked on for about $8,000?
Well, no, we're still working on the application, so we're hoping that we'll be able to get that done soon.
So is there a deadline to turn that in?
No.
Okay, thank you.
But since I do have one other comment. Was that in the director's report, the highlights about your department? Okay, so did you see in the highlights that the Athena's department reached 5,000 passports? So that's quite a
Congratulations.
mark. Yes. So
Yes, congratulations
and
on that.
celebrated with food from around the world. I thought that was fun.
That was good.
Oh yes, and got a perfect score on their inspection.
Good.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Well done.
That's it.
Okay, Trustee Rosansky? I forgot where I left off, I'm sorry.
I'm
We
always
just finished
last.
Communications.
So you don't have any comments? I mean, did we,
There's nothing to vote on. We
no, I'm
just
asking
finished.
if you had any comments.
No, I already made mine, thank you.
Okay, Cindy, I had a question about the grants. I'll just try to remember. Okay, we have 3 grants that I'm familiar with. The per capita grant. Well, actually, 2 grants. The E-rate, is that what it's called? The IT one?
Yes, E-rate.
That's a grant, correct? And then this, the marketing department received an award, the John Cotton Dana, which is, I know, not a grant, but
Well, it is actually, the last line refers to a grant of $10,000. It has
Okay.
no, there are no stipulations with the grant.
okay. So my question was, on our consolidated income statement, could we show each type of grant on its own line item under grants, or there's two grant items, line items. I'm not sure which either of them represent because it doesn't say, but could we in the future, like with the new fiscal year, show the E-rate grant, how much it is, and then every month we'll see what's coming out of it, and it'll be part of the report, along with per capita and the John Cotton Dana Award?
And the age options is another grant that we get.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. So I can ask the accountants to spread the line items down and individualize them.
Okay, that would be great. And then could we, maybe at a future meeting, have a discussion, either with, I don't know how you're going to handle the per capita grant, but could we become aware of what the plans are for that and possibly what marketing may be interested in doing with their award as well?
Sure.
All right, thank you.
Don't you have to spend the per capita grant on what you said you were using it for?
There are categories that
Yeah.
you're allowed to spend it on, that they're approved categories.
Yeah, so.
Based on the
technically,
application.
We don't have a lot of say in it because you have categories they have to be spent by.
Yes.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is unfinished business.
I move that we take a 5-minute recess.
Margaret, please call the roll.
Diane, you seconded? Yes. Trustee Dublik?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Makula?
Yes.
Trustee Rozansky?
Yeah.
Trustee Olson? Yes. Trustee Keane?
Yes.
6 ayes, passes.
All right, thank you.
8:36.
make a suggestion. Some of the items we did approve, and then some categories we did not. I thought that we would start with the categories that were not approved and discuss those to try to come up with a compromise.
Can I ask that we don't go line by line, since we've done that multiple times already? And
Well,
just
when you're-
discuss the category?
Well, when you discuss the category, the line items may have, the
then fine,
impact
but-
may be on a line item. So if that's where the difference is, we may want to discuss that.
That's fine, but I'm just not sit here and listen to line by line by line by line when we've done that multiple times.
Exactly. No, we don't need to do
Thank
that.
I'm glad we're on the same page. Yeah, we do have to call ourselves back to order, so it will happen. They look like they're getting their stuff together, so whenever.
Are you going to do a roll call to come back? Okay.
Trustee Derblick,
Here.
Trustee Schoenfeld,
Here.
Trustee Makula,
Here.
Trustee Rosensky,
Here.
Trustee Olson,
Here.
Trustee Keene.
Okay, thank you. So the first category that we did not agree on was salaries.
Okay, I just have to find where that is here.
It's the first. Oh, you have a different thing.
Well, I have multiple, that's the thing. This is, first one is revenue, second
Entire-
one is salary.
That's it, right. So the first one we didn't agree on is salaries.
Yeah, because, see, I wrote my yeses and nos on here, what passed and what doesn't. That's the difference.
Okay.
Yeah, salaries is right here. Okay.
Okay, and the difference was, oh, Cindy, I have a question for you. Initially, I thought we brought the salaries over directly from last year, but we didn't. Because last year, I think you said was a 1.4% increase. You added the same increase until we went into negotiations. Is that correct, or did you just bring over last year's number?
No, the staff budget includes last year's number. Well, it includes what people's salaries are now, not what they were making a year ago. So it includes current staff and vacancies. Vacancies at 10% over base and 1.4% COLA.
Okay, so for staff that are here now, you gave them a 1.4%.
No, their current salary.
So last year's salary included a 1.4% increase, and you just brought that exact number over to this year. I thought you added.
I don't know what you're I don't know last year, this year, I don't know. In March, when we made the budget, who was employed in March was included at their rate of pay. We didn't
Okay.
go back to last year
So
and pull their,
no increase for anyone who's employed. You just brought the figure you have for next year, 22-23, for our staff.
is their
the same-
salary plus a COLA, which will happen next January.
But you,
Okay,
but you
so
also,
let me please. So the number you have for staff
Yeah,
is their salary plus 1.4% increase.
if they're working, plus the vacancies. The vacancies are
Right,
included
well,
in
I'm
each.
just talking,
Okay,
I'm just trying to find out the raise you gave the current staff.
the
And I believe-
1.4.
And I believe the reason you said you did that is because you were being consistent with last year until we went into negotiations.
Right.
All right, thank you.
It's what
the
she has
first
in
column.
The blue, or the libraries column. The first column.
Okay.
3,484,000.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. With the adjustments.
And you said your vacancies were
that?
plus 10% of current salary.
10% of the base, not current salary, 10% of the base, salary schedule base
Of
for
the base.
that
Yes,
grade
the
level.
lowest level.
Thank you. Okay, clearly where we are, well, I'm not sure. I think Trustee Keene, did you add something other than what the director has in her budget? It looks like it because your number's higher. Did you want to explain what yours involves?
So the
It's so tiresome
6,000,
to have to repeat the same thing every
Yes.
time. The only thing that's different is the amount of the raise. And it would be very helpful if everyone was using the same documents, but that hasn't been brought up. So everyone's on a different kind of paper or a computer, and it's a big mess.
All right, so my question to you, Trustee Keene, is your figure
Our figure was
or your
5.9% cost of living, because that's what the cost of living was
For-
when we figured it out, for the employees, the
For the-
working staff.
for the working staff,
Yes.
and you came up with 3.
5.9 is the cost of living.
I heard
when
that.
we
Can I,
figured
if I
this
can
out.
speak? So I heard you have a 5.9% COLA
Yes.
increase for current staff, and that is a total of $3,722,805,
Correct.
and that's only current staff?
No, that's for all the staff
And the
and the
vacant-
vacancies.
So this includes staff and vacancies?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and we all, I guess, can recall, the treasurer's recommendation was what, a 1.4% for current staff, based on going into union negotiations.
And that was the staff as of the same dates Cindy has without her vacancies.
Well, actually, the figures will be adjusted to include whoever the staff are as soon as this is agreed. So I know there's some discrepancies, but Cindy should be able to, I'm sure Cindy will correct that. I'm not sure how accurate who's counting what staff members is, but Cindy, you'll be able to,
yeah, because
Figure
it'll be
that out.
updated when it's
when it's
put
approved,
into
right?
the,
Okay.
yeah.
So,
I'm
but I-
sorry, I was under the impression that Joe's numbers did not reflect a raise. Is that incorrect?
What did you say?
I was under, my impression was that your numbers for salaries did not include a raise.
They include a 1.4% increase
They do.
in salary.
All right.
And therefore, the number of employees and the specific employees that Cindy gave us that were employed as of the end of March. And since then, I think we've lost a couple.
My question on that, Joe, is according to our sheets, your numbers are lower than Cindy's in quite a few of the columns.
Yeah, because Cindy's adding about 18
25,
employees,
25 vacancies.
25 employees, yeah.
My numbers have vacancies. If you just look at the executive director line, you'll see that the staff and his agree because it's including the 1.4. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
okay, so the best we can do now we understand we have 3 different recommendations for salaries. And I feel for the sake of the people who are here, we should go from trustee to trustee with comments about why we support whatever we support. So Trustee Makula, would you like to make a comment about what you're proposing?
Right. We're operating right now at $5.6 million. Our circulation is half of what it was 2 years ago, pre-COVID. We have enough staff. It may not, we just have too many staff at the 9 to 5 time period, like 40 people or more, and we don't have many patrons in at that time, but we're more crowded on weekends and evenings, but we're not using our staff properly. We have adequate staff. So my numbers include the staff we had March 30th, which is maybe a couple more than what we have now, plus the 1.4% increase. Now, the 1.4, we would be appropriating double the amount here, and when we finally reach a number with the union, then that number would, the funds would be available there.
Oh, I see what you're saying, due to appropriations. I understand.
Yes.
Yes, okay. All right, well, thank you. Trustee Schoenfeld, any comments?
I agree with Joe's proposal. Excuse me.
Sorry.
I'm just looking at the 1.4% increase due to the union negotiations.
You mean until the union negotiations?
Correct.
Oh,
I'm
I see what you're
sorry.
saying. Okay, gotcha. Okay, thank you. Trustee Rosansky?
Yeah. First of all, we are down to 67 employees, and we're open 66 hours a week. We have multiple departments. 67 employees is not sufficient. We're running on a skeleton crew. Our morale is in the toilet, and we need to show the staff we appreciate them because they've been picking up more responsibilities and doing more things than because of the fact we're losing more and more staff. So asking for cost of living, I don't think is out of line. It also shows, granted, we're still doing union negotiation, but I'm saying put it in the budget in case, depending on how the union negotiation goes, it's there. At least this is a thing to show them we care. Saying that 1.4 is fine and dandy, but with our morale so low, we need to show them we care. And by offering them 1.4, we're not doing that, in my opinion. And I also feel, okay, last time Cindy asked for 25 staff. I'm saying, okay, maybe we don't need the 25. How about 20 part-timers? No insurance, no benefits. They are paid just above minimum wage. We should at least budget for that.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Olson?
Yes, Patty pretty much expressed my sentiments. I think that we are deficient in staff numbers, considering the fact that we are growing despite your numbers, because I don't know where they came from. But our numbers show that we need more staff members. Also, just hiring at least the part-time, if not all the positions, would be best for the library. We have the money. We could do it. Why not do it and then hire as needed? That's all.
Thank you. Trustee King?
It's so disheartening to have to sit here and fight for staff every month. But looking at this as a trustee and, having gone through the trustee manual that was entrusted to me when I came on board, and there are so many different resources in there, and they all state the duties and responsibilities of trustees. And they are not to micromanage the director. They are to oversee things and to listen to the expert advice given to them by the library director and their staff. And that is what I am doing. I am listening to Cindy when she says she needs more bodies in the building. I am listening to Ariane when she is practically in tears begging for more staff. I also can see it as a patron. I come in here with my kids. I come in here by myself to do homework, and I see that there are not as many people as we need to have. You can't go into the maker space because they don't have staff. You have to make an appointment, but you can't make an appointment for the same day. So if you just your machine breaks, your sewing machine breaks, and you need to go finish your project, you can't do it because there's not enough staff. There's one staff down there and they have to deal with everyone. As a patron, I can see that we don't have enough staff. As a trustee, I know that my duty is to listen to the professionals. So that is what I'm doing. We need more staff.
Okay, thank you. All right, a couple of things. The fact that the recommendation for a 1.4% increase was added to the budget was in no way out of disrespect to the staff. It was only supposed to be a placeholder. Our staff has voted for a union, and the trustees and the library have agreed to work with the union to come up with a agreement in negotiations. So the fact that we're not selecting a COLA amount above what last year was is not because we don't want to, it's because it's not our role. And I know I've said this before, and you disagree with me, but that's why we have negotiations. Raises are part of the economic package, and that's when this will be discussed. So I don't think we should hold up a budget knowing that we have 100% appropriations. And what I'm trying to say is if our total line for salaries is $3 million, our appropriations is $6 million. We would never, although it would be wonderful, give staff a 100% raise. So whatever is agreed upon, there will be more than enough money to pay them. But yet this is a stifling point for us. Okay, so I would like you to at least look at it in terms where the funding is available, and it is the union's decision or it is the union's recommendation to the board that we'll be negotiating with.
Can I please make a statement?
No, I'd like to finish if you don't mind.
Fine, finish. When you're done, can
and
you
then-
please let me make a statement?
And then regarding, you've heard comments about that our attendance is down and our borrowings are down. And Trustee Olson, you asked, you don't know where we got those figures from. Actually, we get them from the statistics. And what we're trying to say is now during this recession or whatever we're going through, the library has not bounced back. I mentioned that a month ago in my president's letter or whatever, that our goal is to have programs in the library to attract more patrons. And as far as staffing numbers go, I seriously would like to see the reevaluating of staff that's going on so I can understand why when I go through these departments, and these are the same numbers all of you received, with the number of staff in so many of these departments. I mean, what I'm trying to say is if there's over 400 hours, 400 staffing hours in one department, and we have multiple departments, I know that if there's a decrease in borrowings and a decrease in attendance, there has to be a decrease in workload. In some areas, it's just a given. And I don't understand why we cannot take our staff and reallocate them based on the needs that we have for the patrons. I understand you claim we're in a union, we can't do that. It is certainly an evaluation that should take place and a recommendation to the union. Again, we're supposed to be about this library surviving and flourishing. You can't tie our hands and say you can't use your staff or utilize them the best way to serve the public. That doesn't make sense. So since our numbers are down 50% or 49%, I'm not a fan of saying, oh, just hire more people. I'm saying reevaluate this library. How we functioned 20 years ago is not how we should be functioning
The size of
today.
our library compared to 20
Excuse me, I'm
years
still
ago
speaking.
is twice as large.
Excuse me, I'm still speaking.
Is there a time limit?
No, she's the
And in
president.
addition, as far as vacancies go, that's another factor in this payroll. We should be addressing our staff vacancies will be considered after we find out what we can do with our staff. I mean, I have not seen a reevaluation of this library. I've been talking about it for a year. And I have done the work as far as numbers. And I do see staff that are doing this, that, or whatever, and I could see them in other roles. And I don't understand why we don't even entertain that idea. But that's my position on why I think we should be looking at this salary budget for staff that are here today, and at least for the budget year next year, we would use as a base, because should we add employees later, we'll have the money in the budget, and it's not up to us to determine what their raise will be. We'll determine that during negotiations.
One thing that has to be taken in consideration, the rates we're budgeting here don't start until next January. They're based on January 1st. Is that correct? Yeah. So it's not July's payroll or anything of that sort.
No, but it goes through July. So technically, it
A year
needs to
from
be
now.
in
Yes.
the budget.
Yes.
Okay.
Now,
Patty,
can
I'm
I
sorry.
speak?
And
Thank
there's
you.
also
Joe, I was given a chance to speak.
I wasn't finished. That's
Go.
and also very likely by January 1st, our union negotiations will be completed.
Thank you, Joe. Are you done now?
Yes, I am. Go
Thank
ahead.
you. Okay, since we all know where we stand, I am willing to negotiate, but I want to know what you are willing to negotiate. What are you willing to give us in order for us to give to you? Because if you're not willing to budge, then we might as well just go home now, because I'm not going to just give, and buckle because you want to have your budget set tonight.
I can see going along with the 5.8%
5.9?
inflation, 5.8 or 5.9, whatever it is.
But,
For the current employees.
okay, fine. But I feel we should negotiate a budget for some part-timers. If you don't want 20, how many are you willing to accept? Because I will not agree to anything that doesn't allow us some new employees.
You tell me where exactly what persons you want to hire for what job that's short right now, exactly. Specifically.
The desk, most of the desk.
Why are we manning the Commons desk? I don't know. I can't
It's the
comprehend
director's
what that's
job
for.
to hire. It's not the trustee's job to hire.
Excuse me, this is a discussion. I believe it's a question that Trustee Rosansky asked.
Okay, fine.
And Trustee McCullough is responding.
That's
I would
fine.
appreciate it if everyone else doesn't jump in.
We could take that desk down and put some signs up and fully function the work that those people are doing.
Joe, can I ask you?
There's no signs. They're all asking for directions
Can
there.
I ask you a personal question, Joe?
Yes.
Do you?
No personal questions.
Okay, fine.
Let's just
This
keep
is
it
not-
to the
I
budget.
am always in this library multiple times a week. I do not see this library, except when I came now for this meeting, with such as a few amount of people in the parking lot. Most people come with multiple people in their cars. So to say our numbers are down, that people aren't using the library, I don't know how you get there.
Please refer to the statistics report.
Never mind. We'll look at the statistics. Okay, fine. I told you once, and I'll tell you again, I refuse to pass any budget where you do not budget for any part-timers, period. So if you want to continue and not willing to accept any part-timers on your part, then apparently when we were told we're down 25 people, and that includes full-timers, tell me how many part-timers you would be willing to accept.
You tell me what job you want them to do.
Cindy, where would
Maintenance.
You don't even know.
Part-time maintenance.
Yes, part-time maintenance is huge. Have you ever been into any of the bathrooms lately?
Patron services.
They're starting at 7:30 in the morning. We open at 9:30.
And they're staying until 9:30 because of
Youth
some
services.
trustees.
Yeah, Trustee Rosansky, this is not going to work. You need to allow him to speak.
I've told you what I want. I want to know.
Thank you, we
how
heard
many
you. We heard you.
part-timers
Thank you.
You
We
are
heard
willing
you.
to have.
Okay, Trustee McCullough, would you please finish?
This is the problem with allocating help. We
No,
have
we're talking about, her question to you was maintenance.
part-time.
Maintenance.
Maintenance, yes.
Part-time
Yes, I need you to finish.
We have maintenance people starting at 7:30 in the morning, and we open at 9:30, and then we have a vacancy of 2 hours in the afternoon where nobody's there. Why are they starting at 7:30? They should start at 9:30 when the library opens, and they stay till 9 o'clock at night. It's a split number of people, but we're also looking for a person to fill in that supervisor position too, and we haven't found that. And that position is
Right.
we allowed for that, and that hasn't happened yet.
Right.
So that's why there's a problem in that department.
I think it's time to look at outsourcing the maintenance.
Which I don't know.
That's a
if
very
that
good
is-
idea.
We were outsourcing before, and that might make a difference with the way our bathrooms look. But we were told that that had to stop. So I don't know if that's a possibility.
I think there's some confusion here, Cindy. Are you talking about outsourcing cleaning the bathrooms? Or are you talking about outsourcing a supervisor in the maintenance or the facilities department?
While outsourcing maintenance, it would include whatever it takes to run maintenance and
Are
would
you talking
include
about an
cleaning.
individual or are you talking about tasks?
I'm talking about a company to outsource our maintenance to.
Oh, I'm thinking of outsourcing the position. Okay, then I'm
Well,
not in agreement.
That's
This was not the topic
Cindy,
anyway,
could you
right?
Can you please tell us where else would you make use of part-timers?
Patron services, youth services. There's digital services.
So it's not just maintenance.
No, it's not just maintenance. I
So
think maintenance
how
is
many
critical.
part-timers would you be willing to budget for?
Right
If you don't
now,
want 20, how many?
right now, until I see the details, and maybe we can compare my information with what you're talking about, I don't see the need for it. I really don't. And I don't think picking numbers out of the air is how you determine anything.
Then we are at an impasse.
We are in a total impasse.
So if you don't want to approve salaries because we will not fill vacancies,
That's correct.
then that's exactly where we'll stay.
Okay,
Okay?
fine, go to the next subject. At least we'll get something else passed, hopefully.
Okay, no negotiation there.
I'm willing to come down on the COLA increase if we
Yes,
can
I do
hire
too.
people, but not the other, not one or the other.
Okay.
But if we go down on the cost of living to whatever, I expect us to be able to budget for some part-timers.
I'm looking for justification. I presented all this information. I haven't gotten any responses or feedback. So
You
my
get so
position
much
doesn't change.
information.
No,
What do you
I
want
get a
now?
lot of
The first
information.
one?
I need adequate information. That's
Oh,
what I
geez.
need.
How many times
Next
have
category.
you listened to the supervisors?
Then,
How
pardon
many
me?
hours have we sat here and they have told us all about their needs, their wants?
I understand. I understand.
Oh, well, apparently you don't.
No, I understand wants. I get it. I totally understand wants, but we're moving on to the next
Okay, what's the next
category.
subject?
Fine. No
I believe it's
negotiation.
library operating expenditures. We did not agree on that. Oh, by the way, I just want to make a
Materials, isn't it?
comment. I just want to make a comment. Library materials was agreed upon by all of us because the three of us on this side increased by $41,270 to
Hallelujah.
get an agreement. So I just
That's
want you to
correct.
know
And
we
I
are
will also point
compromising.
out then that capital expenditures was also passed because the three of us agreed with you.
Thank you. So we are compromising. So the next item that we did not agree on is library operating expenditures. And I thought, like, this is one of the categories we should look at what line items are not in agreement.
Library operating,
It's on the bottom of the,
it's on this page, okay. I
Yes.
see it.
After library materials.
The first discrepancy is for software and licenses. Joe took out $10,000.
Okay, and what was the reason for the 10,000 that was removed?
Because we only purchased 8 licenses out of 12.
It was $10,000.
Was it 12?
No, I think it's, Joe, why was there a difference in software?
Between us and them,
10,000 is the amount Trustee Keen has quoted. Can you recall what that was for or why?
some of that was the Adobe.
Which was what, already paid for?
No, we cut the number of
They
Adobes.
cut the number of licenses.
Yeah, we cut the number
Oh,
of
okay,
licenses.
so that, we already knew that. We voted on the 8 instead of the 12.
Okay, and
So
those-
how much, well, here's what I need to know. How much does that decrease that $10,000 difference? That's what we need to, that's how we need to evaluate the differences here, so we
Hey,
can
Rich.
come to an agreement.
Rich, do you know
So can you look at the
offhand
numbers?
if for the 4, because we had originally figured 12 and then we wound up voting for 8, would you have any idea what the difference
The
would be?
difference is about $5,000.
I'm
on the
asking
Adobe.
Rich because that's his expertise.
Look at your documents and find the difference, please.
The
Would you know,
difference-
Rich?
Cindy, would you want me to answer?
Exactly, thank you so much.
Okay, fine,
This is
thank
not
you.
about
Yeah,
that.
not
Well,
a
just
number
like-
off the top of his head. Thanks.
Okay, fine.
Okay, Mr. Konkula, do you know why there's a $10,000 discrepancy? Or Trustee King, do you know what we disagreed upon, or no?
I don't know why Joe took out
There was a
$10,105.
conversation, I know there was $100,000 worth of software licenses that we disagreed because it was labeled miscellaneous, which wasn't a good reason to pay $100,000 for software licenses. But that
was
apparently is not this
5,000?
10,000.
It was 5,000 under that category.
So do we cannot identify this 10,000?
You're talking about software licenses?
Yes.
Software licenses.
Include, it would be in the
Here I
detail.
show him for differences was 11,600.
104, 380. So you were asking about what, the Adobe
I
licenses?
forgot to write that down then. Okay, so it's up to 130.
My numbers currently come in at 130, 175. I don't have that worksheet with me.
No.
Not having the same documentation for each trustee is ridiculous.
I agree.
Well, the line items shouldn't vary that much. I think we can handle this. We're intelligent.
So unprofessional. Cindy's budget was 1.4, the staff budget was $140,280 for software.
Yeah.
Joe's is $130,175,
Okay, and it
a
was,
difference of $10,105.
and the reason is what I'm looking for.
Right. Well, that should be clear as day. It should be on a paper somewhere by Treasurer McCullough.
Well, I believe we asked what the number actually represented. I think that's where the issue was.
That's not the only thing on this column that
I
he
know,
is
I know, but let's not jump the gun.
Rich, do you have your papers with you?
I do.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I
Well
just
then.
wanted to know if you wanted me to answer the notes that I had. I
Well,
don't have all the
apparently-
notes, but
Yeah, well, apparently
Shouldn't
you
be
will
your
need to.
responsibility. It should be Joe's.
So can you,
so one was $5,000 for miscellaneous software, library-wide software requests, including Adobe Pro, Xbox Live, Dragon, Cam Studio, Amazon, IMDb Pro, etc. So this is a line item inside of a detailed schedule that basically indicates all the expenditures, roughly over $1,000. All these particular ones are under that, and so we lumped them together under miscellaneous, and that was removed. Another was Volgistics, $1,800 was removed.
okay, excuse me, back to miscellaneous? How much do you show for miscellaneous?
5,000.
And that was not detailed, it was just called miscellaneous?
It was called under description miscellaneous software for all the whole library. In
For-
the notes, what I just read, library-wide software request was the notes.
And the amount was $5,000?
That is correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
The notes are on the paper.
On what paper?
Well, the IT detail, IT
I'm
services
reading from
detail.
the documentation that Joe handed out May 31st to us,
Okay.
to the staff. I'm not sure
If you
it
can't
were-
defend your own opinion, it shouldn't even be here.
Well, let's justify putting $10,000 in. Let's try that.
How about that was already done when the staff were grilled by the stage here?
No, because you know what? A lot of these numbers were just
Okay,
what.
are we
just-
gonna-
excuse
do
me,
you
what
wanna
you
Cut
just.
the money,
Excuse
explain
me,
why.
what you
Otherwise,
just.
forget it.
Excuse me,
I've had it.
Rich, what you just mentioned about Adobe. Didn't we already pay for Adobe?
So Adobe is a large software company with very,
So no, this is something else. Is that
This
the
is
answer?
something else, yes.
Okay, that's good to know.
And you're budgeting for the whole year. What we paid for was for last year.
right, and that was included, but it was decreased from 12 to 8. So part of that 11,000 something, I would imagine, is the $1,800 for the Volgistic software, which is the volunteer software. The 5,000, that is the category that includes items that are under $1,000, individual software pieces or groups of software for the entire staff. And the remainder is the 4 less Adobe Creative Studio licenses.
So the difference is 10,000. Okay, yeah, and that's, okay, now, are there any other differences here?
You have
Yes,
4
please.
other things.
In programs.
It's like I'm the only grown-up on this stage.
They're not
You
very-
have to have it in
they're
front of you.
Printing,
They're not,
You're down
excuse me,
7.
you know what, Trustee Keene, could you please refrain from these outbursts?
No, absolutely not.
well,
Okay,
you
I'm
know,
sorry.
We all have it in front of us, so look at it and figure it out.
You know what, we're supposed to be discussing the differences
Well,
so we can
and we
decide to
discussed this
compromise.
before, and we're in the same boat, but.
Well, we're not in the
yes, we're
same
both-
boat. Can I get an answer to a question?
printing.
Look on your paper. It's in front of you.
Trustee Keene, please tell me why there's a discrepancy
I don't
under
know why the
programming.
discrepancy
The
is.
discrepancy is all in Joe's.
I know what it is. I don't know why it is.
$2,607.
Printing, you have 7,000.
All right, are we all going to talk at the same time
Oh,
again?
excuse me. My name isn't Joe, I can't talk.
I'm moving down to library supplies.
There's also
And it-
printing, there's a difference, if you didn't see. That's right above it. There's like a space in between.
If I could finish.
Please finish.
So I'm moving to library supplies. That was changed, so now we agree on that.
Can you go back up one?
Printing is 30,009 instead of 38,259.
The difference is 8 pages rather than 12 pages in the Chapter 1.
Okay, so that's
That's
justified.
entirely the difference.
Do you understand that, or, does that explanation help?
It's fine.
No, do you understand why it's 30,000?
We're not idiots. We understand. He said it's because of a smaller Chapter 1.
So that's what we're doing, so that's what we're providing now, so we don't need the
Thank you.
38,259.
That was just explained to us.
Well, no, that's a difference of opinion. We still feel that we need that.
Yes, we do.
Joe's is a suggestion. It's
Okay,
not
so then,
a
so
directive.
back to compromising. So you're not in agreement since we are printing 8 pages, that it would go down. You want 12 pages. So we
Absolutely.
won't
Yes.
agree on that either. Okay?
Well, are we saying whether we agree with stuff or are we just talking about
Because
stuff?
the
We're not
8
voting on
pages was
anything.
voted-
Yeah,
no, we're
I'm
not.
trying to change these numbers so we can agree, but if I'm going to get all no's,
Well, you didn't ask me for a yes or no.
You just
And
told
you know,
us
it's a cumulative effect. It's not going to be like, okay, yeah, I give on this, and then, you have to.
we're going line by line where we disagree to see if we can disagree. That's why I'm asking these questions. I'm pointing out the amount of the difference, the reason for the difference, to see what we can do
And that's
to
where we
agree.
stop at this point. Yes. Let's see the differences and why they're there. That's great.
So, you want 12 pages and you won't compromise?
I didn't say that. Let's keep
You
going.
know what, I don't want to, no, wait a minute, we did this last month. We're here now to make changes, so at the end of this column, we can agree.
as far as the size of the Chapter 1, usually I think we vote on that like in the beginning of the summer or in the summer. Every year we reconsider it. Last time it was changed to 8 pages. That was when we were at a 4-3 board. So yes, it's at 8 pages. So once we have our board numbers changed, we can change it back to 12.
But when we were on the software and licenses, we didn't go around and say, yes, are you going to go down this? Are you
I
going to go up on
tried,
this?
but you all talked while I was speaking.
Well, let's go back and do that one first then.
Wait, let's stay right here where we are for a moment.
Okay, stay there.
Okay, so we're at printing, and as Trustee Rosansky mentioned, that this would be, sounds like an agenda item we would discuss to go to 12 pages. So if we have $30,935 in the budget with a 100% appropriation, can we go with the 30,000 knowing that if we
Can I
vote a
ask you a
12
question?
pager, you'll be able to get it?
Can I ask
The money will be there?
Can I ask a question? Is this how we do a budget, figuring, instead of figuring what it's going to cost, we'll figure, don't worry about it. We got 100% done. We
That's
can
absolutely
increase it.
backwards.
That's what I feel like you're saying here. And I don't think that is a very effective way of doing this. I think we ought to look at it and, okay, I accept your reasoning for that. But, and that's an explanation. But that to say, well, you'll have 100% appropriation, and you can adjust it, is not a good way of looking.
Trustee Rosansky, the fact of the matter is you have an 8-page newsletter now. You
Yes,
just
which is
mentioned
too small.
when the board changes, it could go to 12 pages.
Yes, I
Okay,
did.
and in the future when that happens, you could at that time have a vote and it will go to 12 pages and it would be covered because of appropriations. But
I
right now,
understand that.
let's deal with what we're dealing with now, an 8-page newsletter to pass this budget. I don't think that's so unreasonable.
We had
I don't think it's unreasonable, but fine.
We had an 8-page newsletter until about 2017, and then we increased it to 12 pages, and the circulation didn't increase, the attendance didn't increase, so adding 4 pages didn't do anything to help attendance or anything.
Thank you.
And now we went back to 8 pages, and I think if he rearranges it and redesigns it, he can fit all the important information in there that he needs to.
Thank you, Joe.
I might be willing to compromise on that line item if you guys are going to compromise on the programming and support items.
Yeah, that sounds like a reasonable thing.
Programming support for...
Everything.
Well, what are you saying?
Adult, juvenile, events, and teen are all down, I believe. Let me see.
Yes, I agree. If you're willing to budget, negotiate on those, I might be willing to accept.
I'm willing to go up to what we're spending currently on that, which is more than I budgeted for in those numbers there. What we currently have.
So you're willing to go up to, if I'm understanding you,
Okay.
what the library is requesting?
We have the numbers right here.
So that would be for example, for adult,
All right, for adult.
it would be 30?
No, what we spent in adult services,
Adult service.
we actually we only spent $23,993. I would be willing to go to $25,000 on that.
Right now, Joe, if I'm misreading yours, please tell me, but I'm reading you're at 26,607. So you're willing to go down another 1,000 is what you're saying.
Well, all right, 26. I had cut it to 21,000 as of.
And the reason our numbers are down that low is because you drastically cut everything on the last budget, which we really
No.
didn't have a say in.
We didn't even.
Because we were a 4 to 3 board.
Okay, all right.
We had budgeted 25,000 last year. We only spent 23,000.
No, I'm not willing to go down on that. That needs to go back. That needs to go up to what the library is asking.
How much is that?
30,725.
Okay, and we are only at 23,999 today.
He has 26,607.
I'm talking about.
I don't care.
I'm talking about usage. Yes, well, those are the numbers that you should care about, not numbers that somebody picks and chooses, okay? If we
Well,
look at
that's what we got
usage-
from Joe. Pick
We're
and choose.
still in a pandemic. We are still growing, and this is ridiculous. We're not getting anywhere.
No, we're not.
So you don't think usage is important to come up with a figure
No,
to
that's
base
not
it
what
on?
I'm saying.
We
What I'm
cannot
saying is-
increase if we don't offer more.
You know what? We're wasting a lot of money on these programs. We had one for Plan Your Wedding. We spent $450. One person came. Nobody watched it online.
Well, we won't have.
We
it
had
again.
another one with an author that 3 people came, and I think 3 of them were all
This is how
online.
you run a business. You offer things, you decide, you evaluate, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't work.
Well, I
This is
think-
the way it goes, Joe.
I think when it comes to a budget, we can, based on what's working and what isn't working, we can look at the numbers more closely. And I think the truth of the matter is going down $2,000 or $4,000, especially based on what's happening in the library today, won't hurt us.
I bet the supervisor would beg to differ with that.
Who disagrees and who agrees is one thing, but we've got to look at something that's factual. I mean, I would love
We've
for
got to
this.
look at people who are willing to negotiate. Right now, you're willing to stick, there was one thing you negotiated 10,000. Everything else, you're willing to stick at Joe's numbers.
I haven't really said much of anything because
Well,
you keep
please tell us.
interrupting.
That's not true.
All right, let's just throw out the numbers that you are willing to negotiate with.
Yeah, what are you willing?
Let's go back to what Trustee Keene says, because, you know, with all this interrupting, I don't know where we are. Trustee Keene, you made a statement. What was that?
I'm not sure.
Something, we were somewhere else, and you said you would.
I said we would be willing to compromise on the printing if we
Printing.
could have the programming budgets back. But there are 3 of them that have been lowered by Joe: adult, juvenile, and teen.
So can you explain?
Oh, my God.
What number you're looking at?
Yes.
I see what he did, but I don't know what number
Yes,
you're wanting
yes.
to go to.
So the programming and support for adults in the staff budget is $31,325,000. In Joe's budget, it's $21,000. The next line is
No, he raised it to 24, and he was still negotiating. But go ahead.
I was originally 26, and I'm willing to go to 26.
How generous.
Okay. Next is,
When I lowered it, it was based on a lot of the programs they were not producing, and in the last couple of months, they all came up, and all of a sudden, they spent a lot of the money they had.
right, for summer reading. The next line is for juvenile programming and support is $39,925 for the staff budget, and Joe's budget is $25,000. That's over $14,000.
And we've had dismal attendance on that.
Is juvenile considered teens?
No,
No.
Okay.
and that's not true. And then the last one is for teens, the staff budget at $83.50 and Joe budgeted
I'm sorry,
$6,500.
it's the teens we've had dismal attendance. On the juvenile,
that's
we've had
not
good
true either.
attendance.
So those are the 3 differences of programming.
So, what are you willing to go up on beyond Joe's budget numbers? And then we can
And we're
start
talking about programming.
Yes, we're talking about programming.
I'm looking at 26,000 for adults.
It was 26,607 that we have on
Yes,
this
607, yes, 26,607. 30,000 for
No.
juvenile.
I'm asking you which ones you're willing to negotiate, not which ones you expect us to vote exactly what you have there.
No. You're mistaken, Trustee Rosansky.
I'm looking at the numbers right in front of me. I can read.
I know you can, but you have all the wrong numbers because these numbers were decreased.
That's because no one has given us the proper
You were all at the same
documentation to
meeting
say
I
we're
was
all
at.
going to use this document so we can all be on the same page.
Okay, let's see, library operating.
Okay, so, no, how about instead of arguing with him, how about you just accept the number that he's given you?
All right, let's hear it.
Okay, he told us. I don't accept them.
Okay.
Let's hear it.
Is it 26,000 that you're proposing
26,607
From
for
20
adult?
For adults.
for adults.
Yes.
Because I did not have that.
Oh, it's on my paper.
Well, that's
Well, these are the
that's
numbers
problem,
he's-
isn't it?
Thank
No,
you.
these are the numbers he's going up to.
Correct.
All
All
right,
right,
thank you.
what else?
Juvenile,
30,000.
no.
No, too low.
When did he reduce it?
They're asking for 39,925,
Right.
so 30,000 is not even close.
Not even close.
Okay, they've only spent 26,000 this
Listen,
year.
let's talk about how much.
26,000.
Don't interrupt.
They've spent 26,000. To go up to 36,000 is to increase it about 35%.
Yeah, that's, I mean,
That's
not
dramatic
logical.
increase.
Okay,
Okay, that's way too much.
fine.
I'm
30,000 is
I'm
too low.
increasing it.
She doesn't, there's just no logic.
We want it
They,
higher than
they're
30.
spending 26,698
So
or something
split
like
the
that. We're going to
difference, 30
30,000.
and 30.
We're giving them
That's not
a
correct, I don't think. Is that number correct?
12% increase.
That was spent?
Is it because of,
If you look
This
at
is a
your
material.
consolidated income statement, you'll be able to figure it out.
So the numbers he's talking about were the ones that were at the last meeting, he adjusted the numbers. So you adjusted the numbers down the last time, but that did not pass. So you need to go back and start with the original
I'm
numbers.
looking at the numbers.
That's what he's trying to do.
I'm looking at the numbers for the final year, 21-22. The final year expenditure was for children's 26,698.
For children?
Yes.
I don't
For
have
you,
that column.
juvenile.
Well, it's the same thing.
We spent 26,698.
Okay.
I'm budgeting 30,000.
Year-to-date actual end of June is 26,698.
Yes.
That's in this month's
I saw it.
packet.
I didn't bring Second Sundays back until
Oh, you're here.
but I also didn't get them planned for this next quarter because I didn't have enough time to book anyone, so we're showing movies.
So this year we ended at 26,698, is that what I heard?
That's correct.
Okay.
And we're budgeting 30,000, which is about a 12% increase.
Oh, I'm on the wrong.
You're
Roughly,
budgeting
with-
30,000.
just off my head,
I don't
thinking.
accept 30,000.
that's it. I don't accept 30,000. I want it to go up.
Well, what do you think the increase is going to be, more than 12%? Attendance?
She just told you she couldn't budget certain things, so they're showing movies.
I know, but if you look at the attendance in the
She had the money.
programs now, the numbers are low.
How about 34,000?
No,
Okay, well then we're stuck.
How about 32?
no.
Okay.
I don't know.
It's unrealistic to, 12% is plenty of increase.
In your opinion?
No, you have to look at it in terms.
Yeah, and then I have to remember what somebody else says about, don't worry about it. There's appropriation, 100%.
If you don't program it, then they're not going to attend.
If you don't have the staff, for one, which you won't let us hire, you don't have the people to actually plan and run the programs.
Back, again, I already answered your
Yeah, I know you
comments
already
about
answered
staff.
that, but that's something we didn't approve on either.
Well, that doesn't mean I can't get the information I'm requesting.
That's fine. You're asking for so much information all the time, we don't have the staff.
Oh, please.
Even in Cindy's upper area, it's just Cindy, a secretary, and somebody who does the bills. Because we have no assistant director yet, so she has nobody to really help her.
If we don't approve this budget, how do we plan on paying our bills or even
With
keeping the
our
library open?
checking and our banking We have money.
Yeah, but you
Well,
don't, you don't have a budget.
Let's negotiate. Let's do half
Yes.
and half. Half between what the is
Okay, Trustee
proposed.
Olson, throw a number up. Let's see where you're
Throw
at.
some numbers.
I don't know what you mean half and
I
half.
don't,
The difference between these budgets is the difference between, I think, well, these two are the same. Okay, the difference is $44,529. Now, it's not just dollars. We need to be logical about how much more we really think the library is going to grow in this economy.
Half
we
it.
gotta be smart about this.
Half it.
Half what?
You're 45,417. Half it. You increase it by even 22,000 for the whole column. That isn't even half.
Okay, let's 22,000 here. Okay, now let's go to the
For
next.
the whole,
And they'll prorate it, or they'll divide
yes,
it.
increase it by 22,000.
Okay, now let's go, let's do the other items, and then I think we should really look at this. But I am concerned about staffing. All right, well, go ahead.
Well, if we increase that by 22,000, should we take a vote on that?
well, wait a minute.
Well, I wanna
Or
see-
should we
let's-
need to Becky back
let's
before
see
we do
what-
a vote?
Let's see
Let's just
what
get through the
lines we're
budget.
talking about. Because I want to make sure we have
I'm
the same
saying
numbers.
For the total library operating expenditures, I feel he's down 45,417. I said, let's half it, but it's not really half.
Oh,
I'm willing to
wow.
go to 22,000, add 22,000 to that.
Okay, what's the nut? Tell me
And then
again. That's not the number I have
feel
here.
it's appropriate for Cindy, being the director, to decide how to budget that extra 22,000.
Well, we're not leaving this evening until we have those numbers, so we'll all know what they are, because that wouldn't be fair to her. Okay.
Why isn't it fair to her? She's the,
Because she needs to walk out of here without having another 12 hours worth of
Well,
work to
let's
do.
do one line and let's see if the.
So my,
if Patty suggested the total. What is the total number?
Okay, well, I'm thinking she wants us to go up 22,000.
for the whole thing.
Yes,
For the
and now
whole
what is
library
that?
operating
What I'd
expenditure.
like to recommend is, let's go through the other few categories we didn't agree upon and do the same thing and see if we can come with some agreement there.
What did we agree on?
Trustee Rosansky is asking us to go up 22,000.
I know,
So
okay.
I'm making
you
a note of it and would like to go through the other,
Okay, what did we agree on?
We didn't agree on is what we should go to. What we didn't agree on is building and equipment.
okay, wait, the next one, wait a minute, hold on, Patty, I think.
General and administration.
Not
General
doing
administration also, sorry, I missed that
So
one.
let's go to that one.
Building and administration.
Wow.
Hang on.
Okay, I'm not so sure.
General and administration?
All right, now, if you're looking at what I'm looking, well, as I look at these numbers, all right, the first line item is where there's a disagreement. Okay, janitorial supplies, 25,000 to 36,000. That's a difference I've seen. It's on, I don't know about you, but it's on the other page on mine. It's the first item, and it's on a page all by itself. So we didn't agree on janitorial. It's 11,000. Joe, do you recall why?
Because the rate they were spending at was indicating they would spend about 25,000 a year on it. All of a sudden, we spent $10,800, which is 40% of our budget in June, on janitorial supplies. This is we didn't need them for June for sure, not in that quantity. So those numbers that are showing up here are
We spent $10,000 in the month of June.
40% of our budget in June on buying janitorial supplies, and we probably used, like
All right,
8% of
That's not a good
it.
sign. You understand what
So
you just
the
mentioned?
money was
I
there and they
understand,
overspent
But
it.
I also understand we're still in COVID.
Okay, no, you're missing the point. To
It's
spend
not
that
missing
large-
the point. Have you been through our washrooms lately and seen how disgusting they are?
I could shed some light on that.
Which lack of staff is that?
So the
what I believe
janitorial
in?
supplies is all facility services supplies. That includes ballasts, include lamps. It's not just janitorial. And so you'll see spikes as I go through stock and I have to replace ballasts. Things have gone up 30%. So that's what that line is for.
So in June, what would you say out of that 10,000 was, it's not janitorial cleaning, because
No.
Patty's talking about bathrooms, and you're talking about ballasts.
Right, lamps, ballasts.
I know what that is.
Were
I'm
all
asking
those-
how
were
much
all those-
money was allocated to that.
Were all those ballasts installed? Why did we
No.
buy so many ballasts? Are they just on hand now?
They're on hand for stock. And so we've gone through many of them, but we also purchase more so that we don't have to buy one ballast at a time as things go down, or one lamp where we
It's cheaper.
buy a box of 40 because they come in those kind of stocks, supplies. So
And I remember you explaining this before,
Yeah.
so thank you for doing it again.
Thank you.
absolutely.
Okay, so so that's $11,000, and, okay, so the 10,000 in June would have explained that.
Well, he's got enough ballast for the whole year, I think.
So again,
that
this
true?
covers all maintenance items that we're replacing. So again, this is what we've spent now. I can't tell you that we're not going to be able to spend that amount. There was going to be a supervisor, but at this point there isn't. I have no idea, but this is, we budgeted for, I think, 36,000 for the new year.
So anyway, we have ballasts on hand now that will last us through the year?
No.
Not necessarily.
They buy them in.
I'm asking Rich.
I don't believe that we have enough ballast to last at the rate that we're losing them. So a lot of ballasts in this building still date from the 1997 construction.
Okay, I know. My question to you is, you spent $10,000 in June, and ballast was one of the items, and they're in inventory. Based on the number of ballasts you bought, how long do you expect that to handle the library's need? A month, a year? What are we talking about here?
Maybe 6 months.
6 months.
And we
Okay.
expect that many ballasts to go bad?
Yeah. Today we had 2 in the room that you were in. So we replaced 8 lamps in there on Tuesday.
Oh,
And now the 2 fixtures that have 4 lamps, new lamps installed, the ballast died.
And it's a very tiny room
Right.
to have all that. I
We have
understand.
thousands of ballasts in this
Okay, I
facility.
understand.
I probably bought maybe 50, 60 ballasts, So, yeah.
Okay. Well, no, I needed that explanation, so
Right,
thank
absolutely.
you. So I can see this amount here, and I could tell they're going out.
Okay,
Rich, can I ask
Carolyn,
you a
can I just
question?
mention something?
In terms of,
Excuse
your
me,
ba-
Trustee,
Carolyn,
Trustee Olson was speaking. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sorry.
if you look at the 21-22 budget for this item, this is 35,000.
For last year was the budgeted amount.
Was the budgeted amount.
And
I mean, I certainly don't think we should go below what we've budgeted before.
Yes. And
35,000, I think, is
that's a good point. I was gonna.
the number
I
that
agree.
we.
I agree with you. So, I'm sorry. Now, Trustee Schoenfeld, did you have a question for Rich?
Rich, I have a question. In terms of ballasts, do you keep an inventory of what's on hand?
No.
No, I do not.
Why don't you do that?
Why should you do that?
Because I'm busy replacing the
One person
ballasts.
doing 2 jobs.
I'm busy replacing them. So, I bought 10 of one, and I go through and I replace them, all I need to do is go into closet and see, oh, I'm down to 2. I need more. So, I mean, I'm not taking them to different buildings. We have a single facility, a single building. They're stored in one place. A visual inventory it's locked, it's secured. So I don't need to have an inventory of how many ballasts I have. I mean, we procured them. They were on an invoice of how much we purchased. At some point, I need to recycle them. So I have on another invoice of how much we paid to have them recycled. So I have, hundreds of lamps that I have to take and recycle, and I'm going to get a bill, an invoice that I need to pay, because we have to pay for that. We can't just throw it out. So it just would add extra time and expense that we don't have because we're down staff. So that's why we don't take inventories of that. I don't inventory the toilet paper or the hand towels. We have it in stock, and we use it as we need it. And when stock gets low, we replenish it. Same thing we do with reams of paper. They're secured. They get distributed to where they need to be distributed by the printers, and we don't continually do inventory of that. What we do is walk in, make sure a visual inspection as we're getting low on those stocks. Yeah.
All right, thank you for that. All right, so we're on line item janitorial supplies. The request was $36,000. Joe, you were down to $25,000. I'm thinking 36 is acceptable.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're moving on to the next page.
So you went up to 36 on
Yes,
that one?
Yes.
please.
Thank you. I just want to mark there, so I.
Okay, so the next, oh God, hold on. So under administration again, I'm showing, yes, the first item I'm showing is professional development. Oh, and what was that? What was professional development again?
That was sending 10 people to conferences, various locations out of, I think it was Seattle or Portland or somewhere.
Okay.
Is that
And
all that personal?
no, there was
development?
some other,
It's multiple conferences.
multiple
It's
conferences.
American Library Association, Illinois Library Association, Public Library Association, multiple local ones. It's all kinds of, and they're not all in other states.
Some
Many of them are
just
right here.
Money to actually go to the conference, but you can drive there. So it's not like it's like, not like they're all in San Francisco or
Day
someplace.
workshops.
And workshops.
Professional development is something that is available at so many different companies. Even the telephone company used to have professional development for their.
Well, nowadays in 2022, that's changed.
No, I don't
Professional
think so.
development is all video.
Maybe the format has changed, but the professional development has not.
No, they're not sending their staff all over the United States anymore. Things have really changed,
Well, that's
especially
actually
now.
not the
Well,
case.
this-
We just see
this
that our
profession-
staff went to Washington for a conference. The conferences are coming back in person. I mean, it's online. You
Maybe
can
in the
look it up.
library, yeah.
Right,
Please
in the
excuse
library.
me, no comments from the audience. We've got enough to go through. I will mention one thing about professional development. I think the library needs to create a great deal of professional development right in this building.
There's no staff to do that.
There's plenty of staff. Like I said, we need to reevaluate what our staff is doing, but our
They
staff.
don't have time to do that.
All right, Trustee Keene, if you would let me speak, I'd appreciate it. We need to consider a lot of areas that our staff could use training and professional development that could be done right here. That
Wasn't
would
that staff-
that
Well,
would
they can't be
directly
learning new practices
impact.
if they don't ever
That
leave
was
the building.
canceled. That was staff day. Canceled it.
Right,
Yeah,
that's
that
true.
was canceled, wasn't
We
it?
didn't
Staff
give them
day?
All right, excuse me. I guess.
just asking.
No, you know what? I'm trying to talk, and all you're doing is having
Well,
a
we got-
conversation.
we got
All right, I'm
your
finished.
point. We don't
Anyone
agree.
else? Trustee Rosansky, go right ahead.
You said you want to talk.
I'm finished. Go ahead.
I'm good.
I'm done getting interrupted.
You're finished, go.
I feel staff development is extremely important. I think by saying you're willing to give $2,780 for staff development is way too low. That's my opinion. Are you willing to negotiate?
I mean, the staff is asking for 27,000. Do you think they're making this number up out of the blue? No, they know what they're missing, and they need to have professional development.
Library
You're going
staff
from
isn't paid that much to
27
begin with. This
to
is one of the perks that they get.
2,700. Big difference.
You know, it's like, you know, you work in the corporate world and you make a lot of money. You work in the library world and you don't make a lot of money. But one of the things that makes it
That's
better.
not necessarily true.
Oh, don't interrupt me. One of the things that makes it better is being able to partake in professional development.
I've never been part of an employer. I never worked for an employer who didn't offer me professional development.
It benefits everyone. It benefits the staff and it benefits the patrons. And you can't, I mean, yes, there could be some kind of in-house professional development if people went out and learned new things and then brought it back and taught it to the staff, but they can't learn it if they never leave the building. Some of it can be online, but it's not the same. We all know things are not the same when you're not in person.
Or even if you hire somebody to come in, it's still going to cost more than $2,700.
You don't know that for a fact either.
Oh, for sure.
To complicate matters, if we send 4 people to, or 10 people to Portland and we lose 4 days, we lose almost a week of staff time from 10 people.
That's how it works.
I think professional development is important. I don't think professional development all over the U.S. is what we need to focus on. I think we need to focus on professional development in this library, for this library district. We keep running everywhere, but focusing on this library. And you can have professional development in your location, and it's extremely effective. You just need to know who to contact.
I am speaking from experience.
So am I.
You haven't had the experience of working in a library and going to professional development or seeing it on a screen.
I've gone to plenty. And you know what? Professional development is professional development across the board. You just change the subject matter. How it's presented and how it can be presented and what the end result is all the same. All right, so professional development, we are at a...
It's because you don't value the library workers. That's what it all
I
comes
value
down
the
to.
library workers, and I'd rather focus on them here for a million reasons.
Well, then still, you can raise the professional development.
Okay, what are you willing to raise it to?
I'm not dying on this hill. I disagree with taking staff from our library.
I'm not
that we
saying sending them
claim
out.
we don't have enough staff. And when I'm saying there are other ways for professional development to take place.
You could always do the
I'm
other
still
way.
not finished.
Let it
Plus,
talk.
there's a great deal of professional development that I think needs to occur with our current staff right within these walls.
Can I ask a question?
Such as
now,
what?
please? Cindy, do you personally feel $2,700 would be enough to do a day that we always used to do until this board came in for staff development?
I don't
That'd
think
be
the
one
staff day
day?
budget was much more than that for one day.
Yeah, one
Yeah,
day, but
I think it was always around $2,000 for staff
yeah,
day.
but is that sufficient one day?
No, it's not
I didn't think so
sufficient.
either.
No.
Because does this also count the training for first aid and the things that we need by law? Because we need so many people trained in first aid and
Well,
stuff.
that's not really a law, but it's
well,
$700 for the first aid
suggested.
training. $700 for the first aid training.
So yeah, $700 to have somebody come in for the personal training. So that's enough more. So that's above what they're asking or they're recommending they'll pay. So do you feel, and I'm asking you because you're the
You know,
one
it
who
doesn't
should
really
know.
matter what I feel. It's a matter of what you're going to agree to
Okay.
put in the budget. So my feelings are really irrelevant.
Yeah, but how many people do we have to train this year for first aid?
There's no requirement. We have 20, well, we did have 25 people trained in first aid. I don't know how many of those are left.
Those are not webinars?
No, they're not webinars. It's
First aid
in-person training from the Red
consists of
Cross.
what? Oh, Red Cross training.
Red Cross training?
So they come in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the fire department.
But you still have to pay them.
You have to pay them.
Well, we're
So-
talking about other professional development, not in-house, right? Isn't that your conversation?
Well, but it costs
No.
$700 for them to come here to do the training.
So what
it
I'm
comes out of that
suggesting
line.
is that figure of $2,760 could stand to go up, even if we're just adding the first aid training on there. It should go up. We want to make sure it should be higher than that.
Well, we should find out what the 2760 represents to begin with.
How about we go 15,000?
Can't justify that.
Well,
How
then
could
we're
you?
not going anywhere.
How could you justify 15,000
Because
based
the
on what?
staff, when they ask for this money, they don't just, to coin someone else's phrase, go willy-nilly. They actually look at how much the registrations are, how much it's going to be to travel. They have a per diem that they use. It's formulated. It's not just
I'm well
thrown out.
aware of how
This is the
it's
way
accounted.
that staff.
That's how I
become
justify it, because they've
excited
done the
about their
research.
position. This is the way they learn the latest in librarianship. This is how they are updated in their profession.
Right, and with all these conferences, none of this is webinar based. None of this is video.
We don't
Some
know
of
that.
it
We
is.
don't have a
Some of
list
it
of what
is.
they're asking, what conferences.
Well,
We don't have that
I did read
information.
that they're going out of state.
Sure, for
So
some of it, I'm
obviously
sure they
that's
are.
Airfare,
That's,
hotel.
Yes, that's right.
actually, that's very rare.
And it's
There-
absolutely
That's just a
justified.
minority.
Okay, but back to professional
minority that
development.
goes out of
Back to
state.
professional development. The
Yeah, are
purposes.
you willing to bring it up or not?
The
Otherwise, let's
purposes
move on.
for training staff, and I think we need to realize what costs are incurred and what's the end result. Cindy mentioned it costs $2,000 for us to have a staff day. Okay, do you recall what occurred on staff day? There's not that much training. It's an opportunity, though, for people who never get to see each other to
It's
be
a lot
there.
of training.
There's certain,
Training all day.
I know, but it's not, what kind of training is it all day?
Well, we had, let's see, the last time we had 2 guest speakers. We had a fire drill. We had a code atom drill. We had afternoon workshops put on by different staff members where people could choose which workshop they wanted to go to. Mm-hmm. So it was, it was a day of training.
And that training can't take, like as far as, well, I think I discussed this before. Some of the things that took place there could be done during the work week, during lunch periods.
Oh, for Pete's
No,
And-
it's people are required to have their lunch break. They're not required to train during
I
lunch.
apologize. Okay, what I'm saying is usually during certain hours of the day, that's when staff would go in there and take these modules. I thought that's what occurred. I know you start off with breakfast and there's, and it's the plus is that people from different time slots get to meet other people. But when we looked at the numbers, it wasn't 100% of staff either. I mean, it was really
Well,
low.
no, because we have a lot of part-time staff that have other jobs that can't just.
But that's the other thing.
Come to
so
it.
we close the library for an entire day, half the staff attend. I mean, I'm trying to, there's a little more that has to go into what we consider professional development and what the end result
And
is.
professional
So,
development.
To what
is
you
more
consider
than what-
professional development,
it's
not
more
everyone.
than this one staff day. It is so much more.
I understand that. Okay,
Well,
I guess this
all
isn't
right,
going
let's-
anywhere.
That one isn't. If
give
you're
us a
going from
number.
27,000 to 2,700,
That's huge.
That's huge. How, you
Are
have to be
you
willing to budge some on
bring that up or not?
Well, I'm concerned about staff leaving now to go out of town to go to professional development, and we're trying to figure out what our staffing needs are based on what the staff we have.
This
but
is
let's
for
send them
your
out.
director to figure it out. She'll figure it out. That's what
So
you
you could
hired her
do,
for. You are sidestepping and overtaking
micromanaging.
on all of the above.
So
Becky
$10,000 would be $150 per staff member. So that's 67 staff members times $150 a piece, and that would be $10,000.
And isn't that all ALA or ILA membership costs?
No, that's in subscription and dues. That's a separate line item.
Yeah, it's not this line
That's
item.
Wow.
another argument.
So what would we do with $150 per person? Is that what you said?
Yeah, we would figure out training that we could offer for the staff. Yeah.
If we, just an idea, if we took off the 10 people going to, out of town, it's 17,800. And if we take the 28,859 and we take that off, we end up with $11,059 without going out of town. And that would include the stuff that's local here.
How about we just pick a number and let them decide where they go? It's not up to us where they go. It's up to the
Okay,
director.
and I
Prices
think-
change every
Well, now we're
year.
changing the parameters. Okay, go right ahead.
Becky offered 15,000. Do you accept
It's
15,000?
not just a numbers game. It's what we're using the money for.
No, this is not what it is for tonight. We don't decide what it's for. Professional development.
We have to decide
15,000.
specifically what it's for.
We have to know what it's
What
for.
We have
category?
to know what it's specifically
And we need
for.
to remember again, we're concerned about staffing the library. You know, Cindy started with
Let
an explanation
Cindy
and
figure it
everybody
out.
jumped in.
How much did you say, Cindy, please?
I said 150 per person
And what
times
was the total
67.
you said?
So that's just for the.
I said,
$10,050.
10,000 and
$50.
$50.
and I said 11,059.
And Cindy, your
Well, there you go.
explanation of that training would be what again?
Well, I don't have it itemized
No, I'm
because the
saying
itemization is for the 26,000. So I'm not going to make it up out of my head.
So no, the point I'm getting to is you would create staffing, training, professional development here.
No,
Well, somebody said locally, right? Joe said locally. He didn't say just here in the
Well,
library.
these are the answers I'm looking for. So we're talking about locally or in the library?
Locally,
No,
I don't agree.
ALA
I do not agree.
Illinois Library.
they had
That's not happening.
the
You don't know
11,000.
what's offered. You don't know what other people, the speakers, not, what?
The 11,000 I'm talking
ridiculous.
about includes what was requested specifically. And those were various conferences in this area here. Plus
So just
Cindy had.
not going to ALA is what you're eliminating.
It's not going on a out of town to wherever it was, Portland or Seattle or somewhere for that conference. It's 10 people at 1,780 each. It's 17,800. If you take it off to 28,000, you come up with $11,000 and $11,059.
Better than two.
Pardon me?
It's better than 2,000.
Exactly.
Okay, but we're understanding the purpose of it. That's also part of it.
Yeah, the
correct?
purpose
You
is
did explain. Thank you.
professional
And I just
development.
want to make sure we all. Joe, what was that total number again? 11,000?
$11,059.
$11,059. Thank you.
Which is a hell of a lot better than 2,700.
Are you willing to go up to 12,000?
No.
Just
Okay.
round it to 12? Well,
Next line item
Okay, here,
is
no, back up a second. If you want to stay at 11,000,
11,059. It was based on
I heard that all,
formula.
11,059. Then we're going to stick hard on the subscriptions and dues, and it's not going to go down a
That's
cent.
quite all right. You know what? Because honestly, we're the ones who are changing, so you just keep sticking hard. All right, the next item that we disagreed on is consultants. Joe went from 40,000 to 88,500.
Then they can vote.
And for some reason, consultants was doubled.
We consolidated all of it into administration. And we discussed that when
Yes,
some
we
of the
did.
people weren't here, and it's $88,000
Okay, so.
that we need.
Did we all hear that, why that is 88.5? Because
It's
the rest of the money?
consolidated.
I'm trying to see where, I don't see any 88 anything in Joe's count.
Consultants on the big.
It said 40, we changed it to 88. You weren't here when we
went from 40
changed
to
it.
88.5.
Okay, I don't have that number changed.
Okay, well, he changed that like weeks
It's
ago.
changed.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
What is the plan for the rest of the night? Because it's already 10 o'clock.
I don't know, we're gonna approve this budget, I don't care what time it is.
Okay,
Oh,
so
I am not staying here until midnight.
It's too bad
I
you said
have-
that 5 times, we've done
And I'm
this 5
saying it
times.
again. I've gone home
then
from
get
these
off the
meetings at
board.
1 o'clock.
You get
Oh,
off the
you
board.
get off.
Too bad, stay
I
here
have
as long
another
as it
question.
takes.
No,
One
the
damn
only reason it
paragraph.
has to be passed tonight is because you are insisting. We have until the second week of September.
You have no money to pay bills
Oh,
as of
baloney.
July 1st.
We
I have
have
savings.
the second week of September to finalize it. We need to have an
Thank you,
initial.
Joe.
We need an initial
Thank you. We could-
budget
That
today.
means we could still pass it in August, Joe.
We
Okay,
need
so
a
I have
budget.
Because we need 30 days of,
You need a budget to
of-
function.
Thank you.
I have another question then. How are we going to compromise on salaries? Because
Well,
if
how
we
about
can't
we
get
compromise on what we can? Okay,
well,
stop
because
asking.
no, this is serious,
You know,
Carolyn.
do you want to get something accomplished?
Yes.
You keep going back to something else.
Yes, because if
All
we're
you
not
do
gonna,
is talk.
if we can't agree on the first topic, then how are we moving forward?
Well, you know what? We're not moving anywhere if you keep walking backwards. So let's get this done. We're
on
at
consultants.
88.5.
we're on
And the
consultants.
explanation for consultants was, it was moved to administration, that's why the number is 88.5.
Fine.
So the 116.5 is incorrect.
I can't believe you just yelled at her to
Is
get off
that
the board,
making
and I can't believe people are yelling
Well,
at
you know
audience
what?
members to shut
Let's
up.
Let's
And you
not
wanna-
worry
you
about
wanna
that,
sit here
because
and
if she
play
wants
nice.
to yell at me to get off the board,
Ridiculous.
she can.
It's called the Carolyn Code of Ethics, not existence.
That's fine.
Okay.
Let's just get through what we
It's
can get
not
through.
fine.
Well, I understand that, but I
dear
just want to
God.
get through this. Let's go.
Okay, Joe, I need more than, I think I need some.
You're
an
out of order,
explanation here.
Carolyn.
88.5 to this 116.5.
This is bringing forward from the various departments, the consulting fees from maintenance, IT, and
line are you on now?
administration.
Oh, wait a minute, that was Becky's number, that's why it's off. Okay, so it was originally 98.5, and it's now 88.5, because there was a change in a number, correct?
Right.
Okay, that's why, I was looking at the wrong
But
column.
what we did is we consolidated from the other departments.
I know, but it went down
It
by.
went down by 10.
Fine.
But do you know why?
Are you
Don't
still on,
recall.
are you still on?
Consultants?
Yeah, they took 10,000 out of IT, right, Rich, or
Or they
maintenance?
put it in IT?
That's correct.
Took 10,000 out? Yeah.
Right.
I have in my notes
Okay, go ahead, please explain.
40,000 admin, 30,000 facility services, where we requested 40, but we're good with 30, and 18,500 for IT. So sum that up, came out, I believe, to 88,500.
So is 88.5 correct, are we saying?
Yes,
We are-
88.5 is
Thank you.
correct.
I'm sorry, that's all I'm
Okay.
trying to get to. Okay, so we did agree on 88.5.
No, correct.
The next line item is,
So is the staff proposed budget 88.5 or is it 116.5
It's 88.5.
8.5.
for the staff proposed budget?
The staff was never 116.
No, it was
Staff was
98.5.
98.5.
And I have an adjustment from the staff for 18,000.
Well, we're at 88.5, and I don't know what you're talking about, but if you want to explain.
I am explaining, the spreadsheet is in front of me, and it says the staff budget started at 98.5, and then they added 18,000 for an adjustment, for a total of 116.5.
Okay, well, that's not presented here. We've gone through the numbers.
And there's, again, the same problem with having so many different documents. Nobody knows what's going
Yeah.
on.
Well,
So
I
the
don't know,
eight-
Cindy seems
Well,
to
the
know.
18th, well, the, what was the meeting? Okay, so May 31st, there was the conversation after you left that got to 88.5. Then the strategic planning consultant of 18,000, I discovered after that. And so then that's why I added it to the sheet to add on to. was after the May 31st meeting.
I thought we talked
So
about
then
this.
that
So
should
we
be
have to
increased
add
then
it.
to add that for that consultant?
Well, I'm asking to put in 18,000 for that consultant, yeah.
So we
So
added to
it
the
was
88.
88.50,
88.
88.5.
88.5, and then so 88.5 plus 18,
Okay, so
whatever
you
that would
changed the
be.
98.5 to 88.5 on yours.
88.5 and add how much?
18,000.
So we did not add,
We
I
did-
thought we added strategic
On May
planning.
31st, we did not add anything for consultants for
Strategic
beyond the
planning.
88.5.
No, we didn't add anything because I didn't know about it at that time. I found the consultant after that. So
So
I
that
just wanted to be
was-
sure it got in the
So that
budget.
gets us up to 96.
No,
106,
more.
500.
106,500.
Okay,
106,500.
okay.
So yeah,
No, she's adding the strategic planner, but I thought we talked about
So
that,
this
and it
col-
was
do you see
added
this
somewhere.
She didn't have a figure yet.
column J, that's where, is that where it is? Column J. Yeah, so column J has the adjustments to the library budget, and the 18,000 is there,
Oh, I see what you're saying, and that's for the
consultant.
strategic planning.
Yeah,
consultant.
because all of the stuff, the 88 is all of the stuff that Rich just said, which is IT and all of that,
Okay.
has nothing to do with strategic planning.
No, that's fine, that's fine. I just thought we had a conversation about strategic planning, and we added it somewhere already. All right.
We
I mean, I might have
decided
mentioned it
not
to you.
do a strategic plan for this coming year and
No.
to
There
extend our
We
current
didn't
plan.
have
No,
a
that was
Oh, yeah,
for
how
this
is that,
past
what was
year.
that?
Well, yeah, we did that, but that doesn't take care of the following year. So you have to start the process,
You
have
mean
money
20
to start the process for the 23, 24 budget, is that?
Yeah, it has to be, there's a lot
That makes
involved with
sense.
it.
Okay, I got it.
All right, so it's 106,500 on that line item.
Right,
Okay.
thank
Next.
you.
Are we changing that? I'm not in
Yes,
agreement with
because
that.
we need that.
I'm not in agreement with that.
Well, then that's fine. We can take a vote on it.
Okay.
We're not voting on line items.
No,
You did last time. It seemed to go better, actually, when you decided line by line and voted. Seemed to go a little faster.
well,
I'm hoping for a big grand finale, yes, at the end of the group.
well, you can hope.
Okay, so now we're at subscriptions and dues.
Now, isn't this where we said? What?
Sorry, promotional expenses next. It's 15,420 on the staff budget and 13,485 on
Yes.
Joe's budget.
Right, we eliminated those shopping bags that they were going to borrow out, that was $1,000. We eliminated some pens that were going to be given out with names on it, and Sasha was in agreement on, they didn't need those. And I don't recall what the other, it all comes out of Sasha's area, although the bags were for patron
So
service.
what's his number?
I'm showing the library budget at 14,885 and Joe at 13,485.
There
And
was
the
an
difference
addition.
was the bags with that they were going to loan out as if they were books. People would get a canvas
So
bag.
then
and-
it went up to another
There
number?
was an adjustment to the library budget of $535, which brings it to 15,420. I don't know.
I don't
Okay, well,
I'm just telling you what's on the sheet.
We're looking, she's looking at
wow,
the
that sheet's causing
section
more
where it's the
confusion.
library, where you have the changes.
I know, but we don't have any justification. I mean, that's just a number. We did.
Yes, we did.
Oh, we already went through all this?
Yes, and this
Oh, and
section
now they
didn't
want-
pass.
Okay, so now they're saying they
now
want
we
to,
have to go through it again.
oh, I get it. Okay, all right, I gotcha.
So it's 15,420.
So Patty, I'm sorry, so Cindy, what's the 535 for?
Oh, I don't know. There's so many papers here.
There's a sheet from you with all these additions. Yeah, this is
15,420.
what
Let's
happens
move
when
on.
we keep changing.
It's not worth it. Just move on. Forget it.
It was an email I thought you sent out.
So next is subscription and dues. The library is asking for $95.39.
Well, we're still trying to figure out what the 535.
Well, Cindy said to move on.
Yeah, forget it.
She said move on.
Well, then are we taking it out? I mean,
Yeah,
it's-
take it out.
So what is the amount?
13,485.
Oh,
That's what we actually voted on.
all right, thank you.
No, that's Joe's number. There was no vote on that.
Well, it's, you know what? I don't show that we were in disagreement.
Yeah, it's a,
We went through all this already.
yeah, we
because
have, absolutely.
I highlighted all the numbers we disagreed upon, and this was not one of them.
Well,
So
it's-
she must be correct that we did vote on it and it was
It
accepted.
was all accepted, except there was 2 line items that were not
Where are we at?
accepted.
All right, moving on to the next one is, thank you for that, is subscriptions and dues.
That's what I said.
And the difference,
Difference.
right, and, Joe, do you want to explain the subscriptions and dues?
No, why should he say that?
He's explaining what he took out because that's the problem. That's what I'd like to
Let
hear.
him explain it, and then we'll say what.
Aren't you interested in knowing that? I mean, I'd like to.
Well, we heard
I
it before,
can't
but let
figure
him.
out
Oh, but if
explain
you
it.
already know, then we don't need,
Well,
then he doesn't have
no,
to do it
Apparently
again.
you will need to know. Let him
Okay.
explain it.
Go on.
I just want to get this meeting rolling.
Okay, year to date, for the whole year, we spent 1814 on subscriptions and dues. We budgeted 3529. And we're looking at 3123 here, which is somewhere between what we spent. In fact, it's much closer to what we budget. It's $1,000 more than we actually spent last year.
So a lot of that discrepancy is my dues, which I didn't paid myself. So you should not reduce the budget for that
Because technically, we should have paid her dues.
because I wasn't going to be the only one that got their dues paid. So, you need to put more money in there
To pay what?
to pay dues, at least for the supervisors.
Okay, what dues are we talking about?
ALA, ILA, Chamber of Commerce, HR Source, HR
Didn't we
Roundtable.
determine ILA and ALA when you go to these conferences, you pay for your memberships like they do in the other
Yeah,
companies?
that's what you said last year, so
for
now
God's
we're
sakes.
saying, nope, let's not do that again.
Oh, yeah, well, I can't see why we would go back. I mean,
Because it was wrong in the first place?
but it's not wrong. Things have changed because of the economy everywhere. Everything's not tax dollars.
By not doing this, by not paying the
But things have
dues
changed
for our leads, it's just one more thing to show them how much we do not appreciate them the way we should.
And I don't know any other library that doesn't belong to ALA. Any other public?
Well, we have the institutional memberships. They don't, we have the institutional membership, which is
Institutional.
for advocacy. It's not for staff training or anything like that.
Well,
Yeah.
that's what you have on here, organizational.
Yeah,
membership.
that's what we were allowed to join last year, and that's,
And that's all that they allowed them last year.
yeah, so that's still on there. I mean, we've
It could
been an
be-
organizational member all the time, and we paid for librarians' dues and,
I can't do this.
And so
Professional
you're
staff.
asking for more than this?
what is the
They're
this? I don't know what
asking
you're looking at.
8,539.
No,
if I'm
it's
reading it.
95.39, right?
Okay, then I'm look,
There was $1,000 adjustment there.
okay,
So, yeah, 95.39.
okay.
Do we know how much an ALA membership is?
It depends on lots of factors.
your
It's not a flat
salary.
fee, yeah.
Why? Because we didn't agree before.
Yes, we did. We agreed on everything except
No.
highlighted areas.
No,
Yes.
no. I don't
I have them
remember.
all checked.
Well, that's wonderful.
Well, okay, then Athena's notes are with regard to where professional development, where are we? Where is this? Subscription and dues, $9,539 was one proposal. So there was no agreement.
No.
I mean, it was done last time by sections. So there was no agreement.
And it failed.
Yes, because I know for a fact I wouldn't have voted for
Wow,
that.
73,000 difference, that's a lot of money, jeez.
You didn't go line by line, right? Oh, there we had that one.
So,
Subscription and dues, so.
So we went up on professional development to 11,000, and now in order to have 11,000, in order to have professional development, we need another 9,000 in subscriptions?
And dues.
and dues.
And is that how this goes? That's pretty costly.
Well,
For 11,000, we
expecting our
can,
staff
for
to pay that.
11,000, we can send them to training
No, we
sessions.
can't really send them very far. Plus,
And
also,
now-
if you have a subscription to the ALA or ILA, then your conference prices are less. They give you a discount.
We're going to have ALA and ILA membership. We don't have to have everybody become a member of that.
Well, the
We should not-
institutional
we should not
membership
be-
does not allow you to get discounts on tickets.
I didn't hear what you said.
The institutional membership does not offer discounts on registration fees.
And
That's
ALA
not
is-
part of an institutional. Institutional membership is for advocacy at the state level more than anything else. Yeah.
ALA is here next year, right? It's in Chicago, yeah. Next year, it's in Chicago.
And secondly,
Yeah.
also, I believe, I don't have it in front of me, but I believe the membership in the Chamber of Commerce is in that. We're not going to be
And that's
joining
another
that.
thing.
Because half our people
Yeah,
don't
you
e-
can take that out. It's already been taken care of.
Pardon, it's out already?
Yeah, you can take, well, no, I don't know if it's out already. I don't think it's out already. You can subtract it.
For what reason?
$175.
It's already been paid.
It's already been paid?
Well, there's one
There's
person.
somebody in our library district who cares enough to pay for that for us?
That's embarrassing.
Thank you, whoever is doing that.
That is really embarrassing. That is pathetic.
All right, what's
That
next?
we don't join the Chamber of Commerce.
That's the last one that was different in this category of general and administration.
Proud of yourself.
So the next category that we didn't agree on was building and equipment maintenance.
But
Wait.
my concern here is we're talking about subscription and dues.
Yeah?
We haven't come to an agreement on that, so I guess,
Well, can we meet in the middle?
I don't know, because Carolyn isn't here, so that's
Oh.
one person. I feel
Carolyn's
we all
not
need
here?
to be here when we have this discussion.
Is somebody adding up this figure so we know what the total is?
No.
How it's changed, or we're not doing
You
that?
plugged them into the computer, right? Beck,
What?
have you plugged the new numbers into the computer?
No, I'm not messing with that.
I'm giving the
I'm
line.
not messing up my
I'm
spreadsheet
giving
for
the
that
line.
nonsense.
Yeah, I'm giving the line item totals to the accountant.
Okay.
I'm not
Okay.
gonna,
All right, so did we
Risk.
change janitorial supplies?
That we're not there right now. Janitorial
Yes, we
supplies
are.
was 36,
Six,
wasn't it?
so that's 36,000.
where is janitorial down here?
And then the next one that was changed was professional development.
11,500, is that right?
what you got?
1159.
But
11,059?
janitorial, can I go back to that? That
Yeah,
was always
36.
36, so that didn't change, did it? It just changed from Joe's number, we mean.
It changed from Joe's number.
All right.
And then
Professional development,
professional development
11,059.
was $11,059.
So consultant was 106,
500.
500.
500, yes. And now we're at subscription and dues.
Okay.
Would you be willing to split that difference on subscription and dues? Joe has $3,123, and they have $9,539.
If it would move it
15.
along, maybe we could go up to 5,000 on that.
You're willing to
I
go
have
up?
another question, though,
Up to
before we
5.
do that. Cindy, as far as, what's it called, the economic packages for the union, what's involved in that?
I have no idea.
And I'm
We
wondering
asked
if
for
some
it.
of these staffing items will be part of that.
I don't know. I have no idea. Never been through a negotiation before. I don't even know what the topics are that are covered.
Because I'm thinking training and professional development, those all may be items
Well,
that
we
they would be.
can't vote or do anything because we don't know. So we have to go on
Yeah.
with what we know.
And there will be the appropriations, as you say, for the union, to cover any union negotiations.
Well, my point is, if this is going to be part of their negotiations package, why are we even going through
We
this
don't
now?
know.
This
We
isn't
don't
going to be
know,
part
so
of their
forget it.
package.
So then why are we passing a budget?
Yeah, because we don't
So
know.
basically, that's the same thing.
All right, Joe said he'd bring it up to 5,000 and
Bring what up to 5?
Subscription and dues.
Why?
And that's
Because
acceptable as far as
there's a
I'm
huge
concerned.
difference between what he has and what they have. So he's willing to bring it up to 5,000.
And everything else we agreed upon, as Suzanne has said. We agreed.
Cindy?
No, Suzanne was saying everything in that
Suzanne
section.
said
Okay.
that.
Suzanne.
And then just the ones that Becky had noted here as the differences were already discussed.
Okay.
Right. So now what's, anybody know that total?
So if Joe's willing to go.
I think, wait, what's 1065 for consultants?
Yeah.
Oh, that's because of the 18,000, okay. I don't know. So we've gone up 16,000.
I didn't go up on consultants. I'm still at 88.5. I don't believe we should go into
Well, then
planning
we
What's
agree to disagree.
at this time.
We agree to disagree. This will be a
We're
part.
disagreeing on that.
A
Okay,
consultant.
so this will be something
You
that
don't
will cause
agree
us
to
not to pass the budget.
106,500
So,
from 88.5 to 106,500? Is that what you're disagreeing with?
He wants it to be at 88. He doesn't want it to be at 106.
he's excluding the strategic planning
Which
Well,
we need a
we
strategic.
for
definitely need that.
2023.
We need the strategic plan. We should have had
I
a
mean,
strategic
Well,
planning
hopefully by
already.
then we'll know what the.
We
what
still
we
haven't
did from
finished the last
one.
strategic plan.
Oh, the last strategic plan has been in existence. She used the one that was like already 5 years old.
And you know what?
You know what, no,
I've seen.
I want to comment on that. You know, we seem to have overlooked a lot of history. Just last year, Susan Lemke had asked to extend the strategic plan because she wasn't in a position to interview someone. And that was going to be her recommendation. So we did
we don't
exactly
Fine.
what she
But that
suggested.
doesn't mean we
But the
should not
point
do
is,
it.
we still have not even finalized the results of that strategic plan yet, which needs to come first before we jump into where we're headed. We don't even know the results of what we did.
We still need to set up, it takes a while for people to do the stuff that's necessary for us to do a strategic plan.
It's done in 30 days. It's the same
You know what?
thing.
These
It's nothing
strategic
new.
plans, they're very vague and they're boilerplate, and we're wasting a lot of money on something like that.
Oh, Jesus, Mary and Joseph.
That's right. And we haven't accomplished half of what was on the other plan. And how can you measure it? You can't even measure some of this stuff that's on there. They were supposed to put in signage on that plan. They haven't done a single sign.
Yes, they did.
Where? Which sign?
The big one on the corner.
No.
No, the inside signage.
Inside the library, okay. That's
That wasn't accomplished.
Beside the
She
point.
spent money on some outside firm. I mean, yeah, we
There's
need
there's
to.
goals that are set to
106, 500.
very vague goals to
All right, well,
better help
now that we brought it up,
patrons. It's
I
just all
disagree. All right.
fluff, and it's all boilerplate. They have all this stuff.
Everything we do is
Okay,
just
Joe.
fluff. Yep, we just do
We
fluff.
heard what you said. We
Okay.
know what we say.
Now we
Thank
know
you.
what
You
kind of trustee.
Probably get a good strategic plan for a library online for nothing, maybe.
Oh my God. Pretty soon you'll have caution tapes across our front doors.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, this is just ridiculous. Let's vote on it, because if you don't want them, we don't do it. Okay, fine. Whatever.
So anyway,
And then we leave, because this
Go
is
ahead.
crazy.
If you leave, we have no money to fund this library. You
oh
need
yes,
to take
we
this
do.
seriously.
We do.
Well, we have not approved the budget. How could we approve spending?
Because we don't have to approve it until August. So yes, we have
Yeah,
time.
but we need 30 days of
that
publication.
would be in September.
And we can't vote on it, finalize it until the 30 days
Well,
after that
then
August.
Start cooperating.
And it takes another week to get it in the paper, so
Stop
it takes
fighting.
40 days.
That's fine.
I'm
We
not
already
walking out of this
held
meeting tonight
July.
without staff being hired, so think
Yes,
about that.
exactly.
Yeah, that's why we should have just finished that
What are you
first.
doing? I can't hear. Everyone's talking.
With the
Said I'm not
staffing
walking out of
situation.
here with a budget tonight that does not include hiring vacancies.
Oh, well, vacancies aren't part of the budget. We're just supposed to have salaries for next year.
No, we're supposed to, that was part of the lines that the library requested.
That's not part of the budget.
That's not part of your
It's
budget.
their
It's not
budget.
part of anybody's budget.
the
We have a
proposed
hiring
budget
freeze
includes-
that hasn't been removed, but we're going to add
A
vacancies to
temporary
the budget.
hiring freeze that was supposed to be removed last summer, that is still in existence.
For the same
We-
reasons
all
I keep
right,
bringing.
Fine, we have a
Because you
hiring
won't
freeze.
allow
Well,
us
that's the bottom line. We're not going to vote for a budget that doesn't include replacing some staff.
And that's exactly my feeling too.
Well, I guess until we can determine what's going on with our staff, then
Better-
what are we going to do about paying bills? Or
We're gonna pay the
Let's finish
bills.
this general administration. We're almost done there, I think.
Well, but what's the point?
All right,
We're
where are we in
almost
general
done,
administration?
but
We don't have
the
106.
section you don't agree with us on, Joe,
Is,
is the, where you have 88.5
Yes.
and we have 106 because we're planning the strategic plan.
right.
We can do a strategic plan the year after that.
It'll take a year.
No, it won't.
Yes, it will.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, thank
Joe,
you.
Have
Oh,
you
now
ever
we're
been
in a club.
around?
All right,
You
all right,
told us
all right,
both
all right,
that,
that's enough,
Diane.
that's enough. Back to the
There's
budget.
a lot of
Back to the
interviewing
budget.
and other things.
Are we
before
done?
set a strategic
Are we
plan.
done with this category now?
Not with the, that is where we differ, because we feel we need to have the strategic plan, and Joe does it.
Okay, professional development, how much is, what is the amount on that? Was
He
it-
said 5,000. I'm willing to accept 5,000.
5,000 is dues and subscriptions.
Yes, thank
Okay,
you.
wait, professional development, isn't that 11,000?
11,059.
Yes.
Okay,
She's talking subscriptions.
5,000 is
You said
subscriptions.
5,000.
Yes, I think
For
we might be in
subscriptions.
agreement there.
We are not in agreement on that other line where you say 88 and we feel we need the strategic plan. Are you willing to budge?
Okay, so we don't agree there.
That's the main part we don't agree with.
That's the
on
only
this.
one we don't agree on.
All right, are there any other, okay, then we're gonna move to building and equipment. We
That's
didn't
two
vote, we
sections
didn't
we
agree
don't
on that.
agree.
That's another no.
So what was building and maintenance about that we didn't agree?
Everything.
Well,
No, it's not true. We
okay.
agreed on
What did we agree on? You told me the
repairs and
numbers.
improvements, 51,350, I'm showing we changed.
Yep, we agreed on
We,
all of them.
And then 62,000 for, yeah,
51, what was that, please?
51,350
Okay, 5150.
for repairs and improvements.
350.
350, thank you.
Repairs and improvements.
Okay.
And then we went up 2,000 on contractual maintenance to 62,000.
So that's the next one, you went up to 2,000.
Went up $2,000.
Non-contractual maintenance, 22,340.
Non-contractual.
Why the difference there, Joe? They are asking for 68,540.
We went through all those worksheets.
Yeah.
Is that where the overnight cleaning is coming out of?
Yes, that's where
Right.
the overnight cleaning, and I
Yeah,
disagree.
that was 40,000 of that.
Right.
And we need it. Have you seen those bathrooms?
Oh, my gosh.
I'm sorry. I'm getting sick of going in the bathrooms and seeing how filthy they are. It's just, it's
Well, we'll have to
very,
redefine cleaning then, but I don't think we need 40,000 for someone else to come in.
well, when we only have 3 part-timers
Yeah,
that
we
are
probably
doing
only
the
have
cleaning.
3 bathrooms.
Oh, for crying out loud. We have days when those part-timers aren't
We
even
have 10
here.
bathrooms.
They're here every day.
No, they're
here
not.
Every day.
No, they're not.
There's plenty of hours to spread them out throughout the week. I don't understand what the problem is. But I do agree they shouldn't be in here at 7:30 in the morning when the library's not even open. And I did think we were cleaning the bathrooms when the library ended, so in the morning, everything was clean. I just learned now they're coming in at 7:30 to clean. I don't understand why. Cleaning
No,
the bathrooms.
they're
our
talking
staff,
about the
that
3
you don't have enough.
part-timers.
Non-contract.
So you now have 3 employees down in facilities, is that what we're saying?
3 people that we used to have 7 part-timers, we're down to 3.
Is it 3?
I thought we had 4.
Do we still have 4?
I believe
The
so.
one that was, please, Joe, I'm asking Cindy.
Okay.
Well, I don't have it all memorized, Patty.
Because I thought we were
Not gonna
losing another
misspeak.
one. Do you know? Rich, are we down to
Currently,
4
we
or
have
3?
4 part-time employees.
4?
Thank you,
Thank you.
you.
Even so, 4 part-time employees.
I know, but we need, if you review the hours, all right, I've already said this 100 times. Okay, so
Yeah,
we
can
are
we move
in
on?
building and equipment maintenance. So we were trying to decide this 22,340 is your contractual maintenance amount, Joe?
That was the cleaning service was most of that. That was like 40,000 of the difference there.
Oh, it says 46.2.
So part of that was that we have a line that was a $6,000 discrepancy with regards to Joe and what we had put in. We had $9,000 for a number of things to deal with the boilers, including 2 complete 2-year maintenance renewals of them. So it's a complete tear down of those 2 boilers, the main boilers that we use to heat the building during the winter months. And Joe indicated that it would be around 3. We had indicated 9 based on quotes that we have already gotten. So that was some of the discrepancy as well. And then I believe vending stickers, $200 discrepancy.
Say that again, what was that?
Vending stickers was a $200 discrepancy.
Oh, we were supposed to look into that, I thought?
The vending
Yeah, I did get
stickers
the
are for the
contract, actually. I haven't had a chance to look at it, but he did
Okay.
drop it off.
So these were all, we were already, I thought agreed on all this.
No.
Well, that's why it didn't
I mean,
pass.
the biggest, like, for example, the boiler stuff, it's going to come to the board. You're going to have to approve it because it's going to be over $5,000 for sure. I mean, I really have one quote that's what I based this budget on.
So you have a quote, because I know initially we didn't have quotes.
Yeah, no.
'Cause I was told-
I got
I
quotes
think you
for
said they
things
were
that
estimates.
were larger estimates that I could get quotes, but certainly I can't get a quote for things like the parking lot. I can get an estimate.
Sure,
So like
sure.
for this, I got a quote from the existing company that we're using. That's what it was, so I put that number in. I have no idea what it might end up being,
Absolutely.
but
And
prices
this is
are going
for
up.
the boilers.
Yeah, so that we have 5 boilers. 2 of them need complete redos. They have to basically strip them down, inspect the linings. All 5 have to be inspected by the fire marshal. So we take advantage to do that during the summer. And so probably for the next month, we'll be, giving you a quote or a motion for approving that work so that we can
And
get
what
it
was the
done.
amount for that?
It was 9,000. Joe had lowered it to 3.
So I
And
think
your
if he
bid was
goes up that
5,000?
6,
No, it was close to 9, 8 something, I think.
So, Joe, would you be agreeable to go up to that 6,000 and add it to yours?
Yes.
Are we still on non-contractual maintenance?
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay, so
what's the
mine
number?
becomes 28,340.
No, it still doesn't include
And the
overnight
difference
cleaning.
is the overnight cleaning.
Yeah, that was 40,000 based on $112 per day for 4 hours, roughly $3,333 per month. No contract, just month to month, and not going through like a large company because usually those are about $5,000 to $6,000 a month.
So what's the total again?
Well, it was 40,000 that we had estimated.
40,000. Which I think is important. Absolutely.
Okay, so the next, no,
Oh,
I'm
what about
showing
this
numbers
one?
that we have are lower. Are there, I'm not showing any other differences in our conversation, from the last conversation. I didn't highlight anything, so. I know, but I'm trying to figure out, where are we, like,
Equipment maintenance,
yes.
you show 18,000. Or do you show you've gone up in that? Because that is also something where we went from 31 to 18. What is the
I'm
difference?
It's down to
Joe
9.
removed 25,000, or
For?
he cut the $25,000 that IT had requested from maintenance, equipment maintenance, which is the line that we use for that.
What does that cover?
And
What does
he
that
went
mean?
down to 3,000 from 25. So
And
that's
what
where
were
that-
the items for 25,000? Maintenance for what?
technology equipment replacements and parts that are not in warranty. So we have
Oh, that's right.
probably
We
about
discussed that.
650, 700,000 worth of equipment that's not in warranty. So, you know, again, I know, Joe, you had indicated that perhaps this past fiscal year, we did not expend the total amount that we had. Again, I can't predict what will or won't fail. The same for the next line, which I believe is non-capital
Well,
expenditures.
before you go any further,
Yes.
as far as having $25,000 for replacement parts or replacement of non-warranty items, I'm not sure that anything that's out of warranty would even be repaired or replaced. We're not even sure of the usage of whatever it is. Again, we're focusing on the library as it is today. We're down attendance, and some of these items may not have even been used as they were when we had full attendance. So I think that's a large amount of money to say, if something out of warranty breaks, we need all this money, because I'm not sure we'd even be replacing or repairing it.
Would you
And
be
what if
willing to
we
go
do?
up any? Because I think
Well, that
18,000 is too
particular
low.
item we discussed, and that was the reason. I mean, I don't know what the other items are in non-contractual, but is that the only difference? The 25,000 that Joe lowered?
In that expired maintenance, I think we had actually spent 7,000, but then we had some kind of a credit of 2,000 or 2,500. So we actually spent under 5,000 in that category. So we cut it down to $9,000, which is double what we actually spent this last year.
Okay, well, that's all right.
That's
I
how the
understand
9
now.
comes in.
So that is logical. Okay, you know what?
Well, I mean,
You have to listen to the
there's a logic to it, but
I'm
it's not
listening to
based
his
on.
explanation.
So you can have a logic to how the numbers a particular person or group come at, and the logic that we're using is we have $750,000 worth of equipment. Whether or not we choose to replace it if it dies is a decision at that time. But that's what we're looking at with regards to the infrastructure that we have. And we want to put $3,000 as the total amount that would be in the next year's budget in case something dies and we do need to replace it. So I think that's a very, very tiny percentage, and I don't think that's something that, you know, is a good budget decision.
So
for
we're at
that.
9,000, and you
And-
think that's problematic? Is that what you're saying? Is it? Am I at the right place?
We're,
now?
it's at 3,000, so it's subdivided, and there's a $6,000 maintenance for our pay-for-print system, and then there was the 25,000, which was lowered to 3,000 for the maintain, replace technology equipment.
Okay, can I ask Joe one question? Joe, I thought you said that based on this year's numbers,
Actually, the actual expenditures turned out to be $5,278
for what?
for that
That out of warranty?
equipment maintenance, yeah.
Okay, so he's saying your number is 3, and this year they spent 5.
My number's 9,000.
No, 9,000, but can you explain the
No,
9,000
the
again?
3,000 is
Two
what
things.
Joe lowered. So he lowered it to from 25. The request is 25, and he lowered it to 3.
Right, but he's saying his number's 9.
We went
What
up to
else is
So
in that
there's
9,000?
there's two light items. One is for 6,000.
For?
The TBS annual maintenance for our
Okay,
pay for
thank
print.
you. Joe, 6,000 of that is going to maintenance. Only 3,000 is going to warranty. But if warranty this year was 5,000,
No,
It's not warranty. It's
The whole
things
category,
out
that
of
are not of-
warranty.
right.
I'm sorry.
the whole category was 5,000 this year, not that alone. That whole category.
Meaning out of warranty plus this maintenance?
Yeah, the equipment maintenance for the whole year was $5,278 we spent. And we budgeted 28,000.
Wow.
So again, Cindy did say that the
That's
June
high.
numbers are fluid, so they don't get finalized till the end of, I think, October, you indicated. So there might be things in there that
October.
or we can take a look where the annual maintenance got assigned to. Perhaps it was incorrectly assigned.
Some of the equipment that may go out we have 235 computers. We don't need 235 computers. If one of them goes
Again,
out, it may not be worth fixing and just
Right.
use it for spare parts.
That's correct. But I can tell you that, for example, this room here has an AV system, and just the parts that are in there were $60,000, and they're 10 years old. So if something dies in there, I don't believe that the board would not want us to have an AV system in this room. And so we're going to go and purchase it. One item in there was $10,000 brand new, which would throw that budget completely out of the water. We're budgeting a very small percentage on the total amount of infrastructure, these are assets that we have in the building. We're utilizing them. More than likely, we will continue to utilize them. If there are items that we are utilizing now and they die, and we do not need to utilize them in the future, it's too expensive to procure or what have you, are the circumstances, then we won't do that. But what I'm just arguing, what I'm debating and trying to persuade you is that if you take 3,000 and you divide it by roughly $750,000, your percentage is very tiny with regards to the budget that you're putting in to cover a whole year for this infrastructure. So unless we can come to you for every little thing, special meetings, or I don't know what the mechanism would be in order to go and get things.
If we needed to replace the 50,000 in that room,
Like, again, we're not going to replace everything. There
Right.
might be one component that died.
Right. You
For
could-
example, the wireless mic on the right side died. I went to eBay and I bought it for a smaller amount price as opposed to get a brand new one for
Right.
$1,700.
you could come to us, and I'm sure we would consider it.
Again, but we need to put it into budget in order to be able to procure it. And so that's what this is.
So you're talking again, I'm just asking, you're talking non-capital,
Non-contractual?
He's talking.
This is equipment maintenance
Equipment
under the
maintenance.
building and
Okay,
equipment
okay,
maintenance.
equipment maintenance. And the difference is 13,000 between what was requested and what Joe is willing to give.
No, it's,
No, Joe brought it down.
22,000?
Yep. It went from 31 to 9.
No. Unacceptable.
Okay, so Joe, as far as the covering of out-of-warranty equipment, what was the budgeted amount last year? 25,000?
it was something like that, yeah, 25. I don't have that work.
I believe
okay.
it was 22 out of the 28.
Okay, it was, I'm sorry,
I believe it was 22,000 out of the 28.
28. I'm just
So
asking.
last year, the whole equipment maintenance line was 28,000.
So I'm just looking for the out-of-warranty, was 22,000?
22,000 of
And what
that.
did we spend this year? I don't have my sheet
We
up.
spent, for equipment maintenance, $5,278.
Again, I can't tell you that I'm going to be able to spend it.
Right.
Or it's not like I'm planning on spending it. It's an insurance in order to have money.
I understand. I'm trying
Okay.
to, I'm just trying to rationalize the numbers to determine what's a safe amount. Okay, so it was this plus, what was the other part of this? Maintenance?
$6,000 is the maintenance that
Okay.
we have for the pay-for-print system.
Okay, so Joe, what do you think about maintenance? I mean, the covering out of warranty. It's, you spent 5 last year, you're down to 3 now.
No.
We could probably go up back from the 9 to the 18 that I originally had. And that was taking out some of that
Okay, so if you go up
warranties.
to 18, how are you appropriating that? To what categories?
Well,
What's going to be the warranty and what's going to be his maintenance?
Well, I mean, there's two lines in there because
Right,
the
so
third line is the agreement for the servers, and we're covered right now. So there's only 2 lines this year.
And how? And,
6,000, which is a set fee. We can't do anything about that.
So then 12,000 will go into the warranty?
warranty area, yeah.
All right, and that's budgeted. That's half of what you're asking for, and it's double what you spent.
It's more than double, yeah.
Yeah, just a little more. But it's, again, and I know Patty doesn't want to hear this. She's talking about appropriations again, but in an emergency, we can use it.
We reasonable
other
people
items we
never
need- there are
figure our
other
budget
items-
because, we'll do appropriations.
There are other items.
So the only thing I'll tell you is that, been here 26 years.
Yeah.
Some years we spend more, some years we spend less. It's a little different when it's something like that you're constantly, it's coming in and it's going out, right? So paper, it's easy to
I
budget for
understand-
that
I understand
because,
the analogy.
right.
I do.
So what I will tell you is this. If you're willing to give more, I'm willing to accept. If the rest of the board is willing to accept as well, I'm not going to say no. I can't tell you that the 12,000 we'll spend it. I can't tell you that we'll spend twice the amount. I will tell you that at some point, if we get at 12,000, you'll know because in the monthly reports, you'll see that we've been increasing. So, for example, as a side, the contractual maintenance line is at 228% over what was budgeted because the board approved a 18,000 or roughly 95% of the total of that budgeted line, a contract for snow removal. And so as long as you're aware that if something happens, we need to get parts and we're going to tell you.
Actually, what happened there is somebody forgot to put it in the budget, but we were aware of it initially.
We would typically spend maybe 3,000 to 4,000 on the snow removal that was not done in-house, not 18,500. So
I know,
even
but
though
it
it
still
wasn't
should have been-
in there,
It should have been put in there.
right?
That
but
was
the
an
amount
error.
that
We knew about
Right.
that.
Let's
But
move
let's
on.
move on. Okay, so 18,000,
You're right.
but and that gives 12,000 to the warranty, out of warranty equipment.
Yeah.
You're offering 18,000 there, staff is proposing 31,000?
Yeah.
Because the budgeted amount was 25,000 and he spent 5.
So why can't we do 20,000?
Because that would be 4 times more than we spent last year.
And only 2,000 more than what you want.
Yeah, only 2,000 more than what you're asking.
So, you're saying bring the total up to 20,000?
Yes.
I think
Gives a little more cushion.
we're fine at 18,000.
Well,
give me
you're
a
fine
break.
with it, but I'm not.
Okay, well, that's your problem.
So that's another thing that's not going to pass, because you're not willing to come up
All right,
2,000.
it's 11 o'clock anyway.
We're willing to go down, but, man, you want us to go down so much.
We're
It's-
going
He
down.
just explained and he was comfortable with $18,000.
You know what?
He was comfortable with 18,000. He said he can get by.
You
I
asked a
didn't
lot of
indicate that I could get by. What I indicated is that
things. Yeah.
I don't know if I can or can't,
Then we won't
but
never get this budget.
I'm willing
That's right.
to accept it if you're willing to give it, right? So I can't tell you that in 12 months' time when we're sitting here in July looking at the June meeting or the June numbers that we are going to be at that 18 or 20 or 30. Like I said, I can just in one room, I have tens of thousands of dollars that could die, and you know what? I have no idea. And if we want to replace it, then it's going to cost us.
All right, let's move on from that. We're not
In
getting
an
anywhere.
effort to approve this budget, we'll take any comments that would help us.
What
Okay.
was last year's budget?
$5,000.
According to this.
No, that was
you-
usage.
I thought you said.
That was usage.
Yeah.
That wasn't the budget, right? That's what he used?
Oh, how much was the budget?
Yeah.
28,000.
Well, let's do
And the
28.
usage was $5,278.
Well, we were lucky. Next year might be 28,000.
Like I said, 20,000. It's only 2,000 up. No comment. Okay.
Well,
I guess we're letting it go.
I've tried. Okay, so
that one is another no.
that was 18,000 for.
Well, wait, just because Joe said no?
There's 3 over there. Did anybody say yes?
I don't know. Carolyn.
It doesn't
seems
matter
to
if it's
wanna-
not 3. What am I going to say, you know? 18
Well, if the 3 of us would say yes,
And
for you to
said
go up
yes, it
2,000.
would be
Well, you know,
fine.
the way I'm
okay.
starting to look at this, we keep raising and raising our numbers, and
but
you're not
you
compromising
keep
with
going
anything.
down and down and down from what the library asked.
Well, because when you rationalize the need and the usage, these numbers are astronomical. You've got to admit that.
No, we don't.
I know why. I know you don't, because see, I deal with
I'm
this all
willing
the
to
time.
negotiate.
So are you
But
willing
I'm
to
asking
go
for
up to-
2,000.
Carolyn, are you willing
Well, I'm
to go up to
concerned about the other
20,000?
items that we're not getting. I mean, we've
If
got
we
this up to 18.
agree, the only thing here we would be disagreeing on is that.
We're not
So
even
that
finished.
one thing.
How about we take the
$2,000,
18 and you
we
put
could
back
use
the
it.
overnight cleaning?
Yeah.
Heck
Go-
no.
yeah, go-
Okay, wait a minute. We're not in agreement on non-capital expenses either.
No?
So, I mean, how much, we went up to 18, and now the next line item we don't agree on. So what does that mean? You're going to agree with us?
Let's see.
Well, here's the thing. You're starting at one end and we're starting with the staff's end. And, you know, it's not, if you're moving
It's
up,
not even
you're still moving up
comparable.
to their thing. It's not,
Okay.
it's
Can I
apples and
explain
oranges.
something about
No, I'm
the
tired of you
staff?
explaining stuff.
No, because you don't
We don't
seem
need
to
your
care
explanation.
Is the problem. We took this.
very much. And you just
Do you really? We took the staff's numbers and added and included usage. That's how they came down. But we didn't destroy them. So now talking about it, we'll go back up. But the reason they're lower because of usage in
Your
this year
statistics
of
are not
non-existence
valid.
is so low. What's the point of raising it so much higher?
We're not even asking everything to go higher.
Oh, yes, you are. Every item we talk about goes higher.
But it's still lower than what they asked for.
Because
Exactly.
we're basing it
Right,
on
but do you see
usage,
the
not
point?
wants.
Do you see the point?
The point is immaterial. It's not logical.
You're saying that you're going up, but we're already down. It's already down from what they asked for, so.
Justified the reason because.
Well, and we justified our reason. It's a difference of opinion.
We don't
Well,
agree
no,
with
because
your
you want,
justification.
but okay, it is what it is.
Fine.
So much for, I shouldn't have explained. I
Well,
apologize.
it doesn't matter, because whatever.
It's done.
All right, so we are now non-capital expenses.
Okay.
And we didn't agree on that either. 25,000. Oh, that's Becky's number.
No, that's the
Same as the
library's
library.
now.
Well, I don't know, they're usually different. So why,
Not
what's
necessarily.
non-capital, Rich?
So in the budget, it's used to purchase technology equipment such as computers, laptops, tablets, scanners, network switches, access points, phones, printers, the cable that is allowing us to have a nice, clean meeting tonight.
Okay, and
These
I think that's
microphones
what we
that I just
talked about.
purchased.
I think you talked about that. We talked about how much more equipment do we need? And then you said, well, don't forget you need cabling. And when you explained it, is that where Joe came up with 7,000? Yeah, Joe came up with 7,000. But was that for cabling?
Ridiculous.
So we requested $3,600 of equipment through federal grants that we would have on top of this, and then that's 80%. So 20% we'd have to pay, and then the rest of it is equipment that we would purchase depending on the need. So
So the 80% of what number we would be paying is for what? For computers or for cabling?
No,
What
that's
is-
for wiring, some low voltage wiring.
that's
Okay.
a completely different budget line.
Oh, that's not it?
No, these are things like, for example, I paid $500 for these microphones that you're using. That's a non-capital expense. I did not need to replace an existing. I purchased these because the ones we had were for a different purpose. We tasked them in order to get microphones to you so we could record and stream.
Okay, right. Okay, that's
But they
fine.
were not doing the task. They weren't doing the job that they needed to do. So we needed this equipment and we purchased it. And so that's what this is the fund to do that.
So non-capital equipment, you said was computers.
Computers, laptops, tablets, scanners, network switches. Again,
Okay, is
this
this
is not an exhaustive list.
Okay, I'm trying to understand why in maintenance, we have a non-capital expense for computers and laptops. Isn't that covered in IT or in something else?
No, this is the line item that we use. Equipment, it's building and equipment maintenance is where it comes from.
Maintenance or purchases?
Well, the budget says building and equipment maintenance, and inside we're
No, I'm
under
looking
the-
at non-capital
Yep, and that's under
expenses.
the building and equipment maintenance line, or that larger category.
So non-capital expenses is for maintenance of computers and tablets or purchasing of them.
Purchasing.
And how much are you allocating towards the purchasing of laptops and computers again?
Again, you're using two words out of a non-exhaustive list that includes scanners, network switches, access points, phones, printers, etc.
Are we in the market for scanners and printers this year?
If
Pass.
if someone indicates to me that they need a printer and it goes through administration that yes, they should expand, not a replacement. This is something that's new. This is the line item that we would use to fund that.
All right, I can't see right now, in the current situation in the library, our staffing numbers are at 67, and I'm still trying to work through staffing hours, that we would even be buying additional equipment. I would think we have quite a bit of equipment on hand. I mean, let's look at this more closely. I'm
is
not
that why you're
understanding
firing
this
people?
need. And the amount you wanted was, This is 25,000. I mean, I don't
Correct.
see it.
What was the budget this year?
What
I believe
about
it
the
was-
usage? Where are we going to go with $25,000 more of computers? We have
I don't know.
559
Did
or
you ever buy a
259.
computer? Appreciate a
We
computer.
have, what I'm saying is, we do, compared to staffing and patrons, we have more than enough.
We have
Of course, because we're losing more and more staff, because you're not willing to treat
To buy
them
more
appropriate.
computers? No, let's focus on what we
No, treat them
need.
appropriately. Let them realize they're appreciated.
We have 3.5 computers for every staff member,
Oh, please.
but that's,
Again, I don't
Math is-
anticipate buying any new computers, so I
Or scanners, or
don't
printers.
know why computer seems to be the issue that, or
Because of
the
the
word
number
that
in
you
the
keep on,
library.
or
The
the
number
part,
in the
piece of the
library.
equipment that you're looking for, so.
I don't know that you'd be buying a new scanner. I mean, let's think about it. Where would somebody, I mean.
Again, so
these
this
are
is a budget
huge,
line that,
Huge pieces of equipment, and we have so much already. And it's not like we have, like, our patron attendance is doubled, and I mean, I just don't understand the rationale.
right, so again, the description is technology equipment, which is a very broad category.
Give me
usually-
something other than a computer and a scanner and a printer to work with, and
He
a
said
laptop.
telephones.
We just bought a
Access
brand
po-
new phone system.
Access point, network
Microphone.
switches. Right. Like I said, we can go down the list of every single thing that is under the technology category, but
I understand.
I've given you examples that
I
are
understand.
different. For example,
Didn't we just purchase a large amount of network switches? Didn't we have,
right. So we're purchasing with some of this money and the rest being the $3,600, some equipment, some smaller switches that we need to replace because they're end of life. But again, I can't give you a rundown of what the staff might come and ask me for.
I know,
So,
but see, that's,
or what the need might be. But for example, this room has old wiring, and with regards to the XOR microphone cabling, it was causing a lot of hum and static. So we bought this audio snake that's running to the front of the stage. I did not plan to purchase that.
and what was the cost of that?
That I believe was $333.
We can handle that.
Well, but so that's one thing.
I
And
know,
then
but what I'm saying,
another thing and another
the
thing.
purpose of the need is what we need to focus on, right? I could see needing things like that.
Right.
but
So this is a
25,000?
general number that is for the entire year that spans anything that is a technology purchase.
Right, I
This
understand.
is not banks of computers. This is not switches that are like tens of thousands of dollars that we take out of the special reserve fund equipment fund.
How
This
about
is-
the E-rate grant?
Well, the E-rate grant is very specific.
spoken for.
It takes a number of months to go through the process of requesting bids, requesting quotes, submitting them.
And
They
it
can
doesn't
only
cover
be.
any of this.
It does. 3,000. We're E-rate grant request $3,600. That's
Oh, that's
written
it.
into the description. So
Out of the 25,000.
right. So like I said, we can do half of that. And if it's a larger purchase that, for example, if they, I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm just going to the
seriously.
loop. Right. Thanks.
And it's not going to make any difference because they've made up their minds.
Doesn't make any
That's not true.
Okay, then give us,
Then tell us what you're willing to negotiate.
for what line are we talking?
Well, look they've got 31,000, Joe said 9,000, then he went up to 18. I still think 18 to 31 is a big difference. I said,
Okay,
hey, up
whatever.
at 2,000, and they're saying, oh, you want us to go up 2,000?
Okay, enough. 25,000 is the line we were talking about, and we're at 7,000, and I can't. No, it's the same for the library. These match.
For most
So-
areas, we match.
Right. These they match. So it's 25,000 and we're at 7. And I think, I can't see a need to raise this one.
Which one?
The non-capital
heart
expenses
and
for
soul
computers
explaining.
and scanners and printers.
For absolutely nothing. Thank you, Rich.
Yeah, that's why it's not worth talking, Rich.
Why put him through that?
For the third time, probably.
Talk about disrespect.
And Joe said 18 for that. Now you're saying take it down to 7?
No, that's the other line, the one below it.
I don't know which line are you talking about for 7?
The one
'cause
that
it's
Rich
marked
was just-
14.
Oh, no, it went to 7. At the last board meeting when we
Joe
when he did all
changed
this.
his proposed 14 down to 7 based on what we were spending this year, which again is,
It's ridiculous.
I mean, that's one way
Not
of
what
looking
we're
at things,
spending,
but
but the fact that they're cutting it down so much.
But you need to consider.
I
what the
need to
possibility-
consider
line are
that
we
you need
talking
to
about?
give a little room
Oh my
that we're
God.
not having to count on appreciation or, oh, well, don't worry because there's 100% to cover it if we spend more than we should.
Well, no, actually, 7,000 is what seems to be, a good number, because it's just something that we can't say we're gonna need.
Okay.
I mean, I can't see
Okay,
all these
okay,
people
what
asking
I
for scanners.
see here is your total is what now?
I have no idea, I haven't touched it.
So, let's see.
I went to 7,000 because that is what we projected to spend, and we actually spent around 7,100. So I can go back to the 14 as a compromise.
Thank you, that's a little better.
And 18 above it, right?
18 on the line above it.
Okay, that's a little better. We're getting someplace.
Cindy, are you guys, you got the 14,000, or Athena, I'm sorry.
All right, so we need a total.
So
No, wait,
furniture.
furniture and fixtures.
Whatever. Because seriously, more so, I'd be willing to give that up in order to get more for maintenance as far as for cleaning and that stuff.
Say that-
Furniture, they can always buy furniture next year. And $800, I mean, what the hell can they get for $800?
You know what I want to ask you? Do you really think that we can't adequately clean our bathrooms with four
Yes,
staff members?
absolutely.
Yes.
Yes.
I have been in those bathrooms, not every time I come in here, but a lot. Like, there's 2 bathrooms in the children's, there's these down here, there's upstairs.
a
There's
total
more
of
than
10.
just 3 bathrooms.
They're not just
10.
cleaning bathrooms while they're here. They're doing lots of other things.
Yeah, exactly. They're vacuuming, they're doing a lot of stuff. They're doing security. There's a lot of stuff those guys are
So
doing.
we have a regular schedule for cleaning the bathrooms, correct?
Every morning at 7:30.
That's it?
Why every morning at 7:30? That's it?
Well, that's when they come in to clean the bathrooms. And then
So-
once a
so
month,
all
there's
our
a deep
staff-
cleaning.
All our staff is here for 2 hours cleaning
No,
bathrooms?
one maintenance person is here for 2 hours.
Cleaning 10
cleaning
bathrooms.
10 bathrooms and vacuuming.
And that's
And
it
how
for the
many
whole
staff are
day?
here in the evening?
I don't know.
That's my
Pick a
point.
day.
You know, maybe that's something
so
we should look into.
we have 4 people. There's Monday through Saturday, 1 person in the morning, 1 person in the evening, late afternoon, evening. Saturday or Sunday, the same person. The bathrooms are cleaned in the morning, not at night, because we don't have staff that are going to be here at night. In order to, you have to sacrifice some amount of time to clean the bathrooms during the time that the library is not operational or open to the patrons, right?
There aren't that many patrons towards closing.
You know what, the
So
offices,
again,
the
it
office
doesn't matter
people-
how many patrons there are or aren't in the building. When we're open, they expect the facilities to be operational and usable. We already have an issue with the fact that it takes longer to dry, sometimes, depending on the conditions. Although we maintain the building HVAC to a certain temperature
But
and
Rich,
degree.
you clean the bathrooms once a day in the morning.
So they're checked every 2 hours, and I will tell you that a lot of times they are doing cleaning of stalls and various parts of the
Okay,
bathrooms
that's
because they
different.
get used. And so every 2 hours they're checked by the staff, by those 4 people.
All right, and
for
I don't mean
those
to
7
interrupt
days.
you, but my concern is they're coming in at 7:30 in the morning just to clean bathrooms. Why can't we schedule them to be here when we have patrons for whatever purpose, and then the end of the evening, I think they're here a half hour after close as well. Why isn't cleaning done then? And
So that's
we
when
have
they
staff to
collect the
utilize.
garbage. It's one person, again. So we can task them to do garbage collection at the end of the day. People
They can do
throw
that
things in the
earlier.
garbage.
They don't need to do
They're
it at
here
9
through
o'clock.
the evening. And
Okay, can we get back to the budget? This is a conversation that, is
Absolutely.
not supposed to be.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, where are we?
Is anybody gonna,
Okay, so now
We're
we've
not-
changed these numbers.
Yeah, we're not going to tally this up. We're going to go line by line and give me the number, and that's what goes in the budget.
Okay, we're in building and maintenance, is that what you're saying?
Building and equipment maintenance.
Yes, sorry, that one.
So,
First
yeah.
one that I had
What, no,
was
just,
repair and improvement,
what is the total?
was 51,350.
Okay, so
The
that's right.
second one, which would be the next one down, I have 62,000.
Contractual labor,
yes.
okay.
The next one, I had 28,340. The next one down would have been, I gotta look across to see
But
what
these are
the
not
heck
what-
it's called.
Where,
Equipment maintenance.
Wait a minute, wait a minute.
We have a question.
sorry, the contractual, non-contractual maintenance, you have what, Patty?
I have,
28,340.
no, that was, yeah.
Yeah.
Where did that come from?
28,340. That's what Joe took. That's what,
Oh, well, okay, but
That's
that's
from
not,
last meeting.
okay, whatever.
20
I'm just giving the
today?
numbers that
Oh.
were corrected to me. I'm not saying I agree with them
Okay.
all. I'm just saying what we have so far. Equipment maintenance was 18.
1,000.
that got changed tonight.
Yeah, and capital, 14.
And 800. So that would be the numbers that you're voting on.
Yeah, the 800 for furniture, I'm willing to give more money someplace else even. I mean, furniture, I don't know, that's me. If we can build something else up, but get it closer to what you wanted. But whatever. Those are the numbers that came
Okay.
across.
So you all agree with
Not
those
that
numbers?
we
Those are the
don't all
numbers that are on the
agree.
table?
Because we didn't vote on them.
Those are the numbers that are on the table, right, guys?
Yes.
I don't agree.
I don't
Yeah.
agree with them either.
So what don't you agree with?
I don't agree with the non-contractual maintenance.
Oh, okay.
I don't agree with the furniture either. But I'm willing to make,
I'm willing
switch
to
some things
go-
around
I'm willing to,
in those two line
let
items.
go furniture if we can build up the non-contractual maintenance.
I would like to see the nighttime maintenance.
Oh, yeah, but,
I- 62,000 is what they're proposed from the staff, 60,000, 68,000 compared to 28. I mean, 31,000 compared to 18,000, 25 compared, so you call this compromise?
that's what they call compromise.
Well, I
It's called
don't.
It's called explaining the reason you come up with the numbers Then you compromise. after you
I'm sorry,
understand.
but your numbers are not valid, is one of your favorite words.
Yeah. I personally feel we need to get closer. If we had those, I would say.
You know,
need
we've
to get-
compromised on every item in those categories.
And so have we, because we've come down from our number and you went up from your
Where?
And
number.
you already agreed on numbers, and now
So
you're trying to move them
Every time you
again.
go up, it's because we're also coming down. So it's not just you that's compromising.
Oh, no.
We already.
Oh, yes.
You're not agreeing with us, so how are you going down?
From the proposed staff budget.
Yeah.
We went through all the numbers already, and I come up
We
with
listened.
what we agreed on, just talking
didn't
here. I
agree.
believe,
We
we didn't
listened.
vote on it, but it comes to 174,490.
Where?
490
For what?
for this category.
Oh, so it went up 20,000?
Yeah.
I see, I've changed
It
it.
actually went up, a little more than
Well,
that.
no, I don't know, I have so many old numbers.
So when we say equipment maintenance is going to be $18,000 now, and you say, well, we came up so much, well, yeah, well, we came down so much too. So don't
Yeah,
look at
we
it
went
that way. It's
down
not
from
one-sided here.
31 to-
It's not
to 18.
one-sided.
Total
it's not
bill-
just,
the
well, we're
Okay,
going
I
up.
agree.
The
So
total
that's
is 305.
So while we've met in the
Down
middle
to
somewhat on some of these
174.
things, we're very far apart on two items here still.
You know
yeah.
what, we're really far apart on approving this budget.
Yep.
And I am concerned about how we plan on spending money. So could we at least agree on some kind of budget? Again, you know, we're not operating at 100%, nowhere near it.
We have
Let's
agreed
get the
on some
library.
of the things, but there are, like you said.
Okay, so what are we gonna do with the last category? Building and equipment maintenance, are we in agreement? or
No.
No.
All right, so we're not, so what's, What do
Overnight
you want?
cleaning.
no, I will not go with
Okay, then we don't do it.
$40,000
Then
overnight
that's it.
cleaning.
No.
We could put $40,000 in
Not at
the
all.
library for something else. There's nobody here that we need additional cleaning.
We have one person here who, he has explained what he does. There should be more than one.
How about fully staffing the maintenance department instead then?
Yeah. Seriously.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I said, how about fully staffing the maintenance department instead?
We're
We're not
looking
here to
for
discuss,
a supervisor there who would also be doing some of the work, and we just
That's
haven't
not fully
hired one
staffed.
yet.
That's still understaffed.
And that would be another 37 and a half hours a week.
Where would that be? Under salaries.
Well, yeah, we're, salaries, library operating, we haven't agreed on, and now maintenance.
No, I mean if we fully staffed. If we fully staffed the maintenance.
It would have to come in from
If we
salaries.
fully staff, even if we just add another part-timer, we'd be better off than what we are.
Well, yeah, but we're not going to sacrifice overnight cleaning for one part-timer.
That's true.
I mean, at least two
these numbers are
overnight,
obsolete.
right?
Fully staffed would be 2 more grade 5 at 18 hours.
Wasn't it originally 7
7 what?
part-timers at that?
Oh, I don't know, but in the budget, Rich has
In the
asked for
budget, it went
2
down to 6
additional.
because it was as of when they got on board.
No, it was 6 with the 7th person being the supervisor.
Okay, okay, thank you for that clarification.
So we are at the end of the budget. And your conversations seem to be off the line items. So are we any closer on library operating expenditures? Did we agree on that one?
No. We haven't agreed on any.
We haven't voted on any of it.
Okay, okay, so let's go back to page 1 then, and so you want vacancies, and we were excluding vacancies, so salaries are going nowhere. But library operating expenditures, that's the group after
Well,
that.
if we're not going to do anything about salaries, why are we even here?
If we can agree on at least one or two more things, then it's taken off of the,
So Patty, did we go through these numbers, like everyone's on the same?
I've got numbers
We
that
didn't
were
finish
written
anything.
down that were told to us.
Okay, so should we,
didn't technically vote
Vote?
on any of this.
so should we go down the item, the amounts, and see where we are? I'm not sure, I know we changed our numbers, but I don't know
Well,
if
the
you're in
one
agreement.
that I see, hang on, let me,
Sure, go ahead.
we had, and we are the same as the library, for software licensing. And you went down 10,000, a little more than 10,000, because we had 140, 280. And you went down to 130, 175.
Okay.
And then on, I'm trying to see, library supplies,
Printing, Patty, printing,
you're the same.
no, I think we disagree on printing.
You said 1,500 for,
We missed one. The one above it is printing, right?
printing.
Yeah, we disagreed on that.
Was
No,
it-
we didn't. You
We,
agreed.
did we agree on that? Because that
Yes.
was because of the fact there's 8 pages in the chapter 1.
Oh, I'm looking at.
In this
On the
category of library operating,
Yes.
the proposal was to reduce the category by 22,000. You didn't decide where you were going to, where that
right.
reduction was going to be. The difference is 45, you were going to split the difference.
Yes.
Oh, that's
That was
right.
my proposal.
Yeah, that's what, but you didn't decide exactly
And then let
what.
you guys
So we
figure out where
agreed
you.
upon this area then, right?
Well, no,
So we have.
no, you didn't vote
We
on
didn't
it.
go line by line. We said, okay, take the general number.
22,000.
We agreed on going up 22,000 in this area, correct?
Yes.
I don't, for specifically what?
No, we didn't say. We said
We-
there's a difference between us,
Well,
the
we have
groups,
to do it
of
now.
41,000. We would go up 22 and figure out where to put it in these categories. Remember that conversation?
Oh, yeah, but we never came up
We
with.
didn't do it line by line. We'll
Right.
just throw that extra
So-
22
All
in
right,
there.
What are some all right, so now we got
Well, we have to
22,000.
put
What are
it
some
in a certain
suggestions? What are
line,
you looking
Patty.
at?
The
Why do we have to
suggestion was
put-
that the programming be increased.
Well, yeah, I know. We did say programming
Which
should be
one?
increased.
Which,
Adult, juvenile, and teen.
Yeah, we said, why don't we take that 22 and put it
into 4
in
categories?
those 3 categories of
There's 4.
programming.
Well, there's 4, but you're going to skip teens.
Is
or
there
they're kind of
4?
low. Teens are kind of low,
Events.
though.
But
Maybe
if
put
there
in
is
the other
no, events was the same. The staff budget and Joe's budget was the same for the program for
Okay.
events.
So
That doesn't
not
need to go
events.
into that
No more
one.
money.
Just
Okay,
adult,
for-
juvenile, and teen.
Say that again. Which ones, Becky? I'm sorry.
Adult, juvenile, and teen,
Okay, so we'll split the 22,000 in those 3 programs.
but not evenly, right? Because
Well, just
teen doesn't need as
restoring-
much as
teen doesn't need as much.
Restoring the difference, right? Putting in the 4718, 9925, and 1850 is 16,493, and that leaves you the difference then to put somewhere else.
Okay, which ones are we, which ones are you
22,000.
restoring, Cindy? The names? Adult.
What juvenile, you were saying?
It was adult, right?
I don't know, I just want to mark it, I'm sorry.
Adult, juvenile, and teen.
But you're restoring, so we want to get that. I'm sorry to make this so complicated.
The teens is quite a lot less money
I
than
know,
the
I
other
know,
two.
I know. We were waiting for.
So adult goes up the, so you're looking at this column M, right, Carolyn? Column M?
I'm in L.
Right, but M is where the
where the
differences are.
differences.
So
Okay,
just
thank you.
replacing those differences, 4,718, 9,925,
Okay.
1850, those three numbers add up to, where was I? Rats.
15,000.
It was 16 something.
So those all go up that much,
And then we have
And then we have
7,000 left.
7,000 left.
Well, it's 20, what is the total, 22?
2,200?
Minus
2,000.
16,493.
Okay.
22,000 minus 16,493. So you have $5,507 to put in some other category. Which would be the software licenses, or I don't even know why there's a $10,000 difference in grants.
I don't know
Makes
either.
no
I was going to
sense.
ask that.
I don't know what it's for.
Yeah. So you want to put it in there?
Put it in the software licenses?
Yeah.
Okay, Cindy, what was that amount again? I'm sorry.
Was it 7?
5,507.
Okay.
So that's going to go into,
Software license. So oh, good. So now, so we approved library operating expenditures.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Can I get the
So-
numbers from the,
wait a second, let me add this together. So we're taking Joe's 128,680 plus 5,507. So that puts software licenses at 134,187,
okay.
right?
Yeah.
Well, what was your number tonight?
187.
Joe, Athena has the, you had
130, 175.
Oh, 130, 175, so I'm starting with the
130,
wrong number.
175.
Okay. So then that would be 130, 175 plus 5,507.
135,682.
135,682
Okay. I can't
for
put it
software
in here
licenses. And then, so then the programming numbers go back to, I guess, the library numbers, right? Because you're adding back in the difference. So it would be
anymore. Now,
31.
wait a minute, check those, because these numbers changed, right?
From what?
Joe's number, like, for example, let's do a line by line, because like, you're doing programming adult. What is Joe's number for programming adult?
21,000.
No, 24,000.
Well, I don't know. This paper says 26, so I don't know.
26,607. His original,
Oh, Joe, did you go up to your regular numbers? Yes, he did, He went up, he did. I circled it. Joe decided to go up to 26,607 and then 30,000 on the bottom, correct, Joe? Is that what you decided?
Yes, yes.
Okay, and now we're gonna add whatever the difference is. You're right, Cindy, so it'll be,
31,325
yes,
for adult and the 39,925 for juvenile.
yes. And then,
Event stays the same, and teen goes to 8350.
okay.
And then the software licenses, 135,687. Everything else in that category stays the same.
135,687 is software licenses?
Yes.
Okay, I'm wrong.
Okay.
And the new total?
No, I'd rather not do totals. I'd rather just on a phone.
No, I hear you. No, I get it.
Okay, so it's 90,000 for CCS, 15,000 for processing and supplies, 135, no, what's this one?
No,
9,540 for internet charges, is that where we are?
Yes, you're right. It's the right
Okay.
number.
Software licenses, 135,687.
Right.
Printing is still at 30,935.
Right.
Okay. Printing. Library supplies, 1,500. And adult programming, 31,325. Juvenile, 39,925. Events, 2,800. Teen, 8,350. Public performance, 5,000. Local record offsite storage, 3,000. Per capita grant expenditure, 67,880. And grant other, 24,200.
No,
Volunteers,
I thought
2,500.
that, wait,
I thought that was 30.
yeah,
34,200?
34,200.
34,200?
Yes.
Yes, 34,200.
Okay. 34,200 for the grant, other, and 2,500 for volunteers.
Right.
So those line items, numbers will be given to the accountant. They'll do the
Another
adding.
yes.
Okay,
Categories.
so do we all agree on this?
Yep.
Well, you got to
Yes.
vote, I guess.
Oh.
We should vote on that particular
Okay. Do I have a
library operating.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay, I'll tell you what. I'll say, do I have a motion to approve the library operating expenditures as recited by Cindy? How's that? Because
Perfect.
and we don't have a total. Okay.
I believe the total is 467.
We'll wait until the accountant figures
Oh.
it out.
Okay.
All right, do I have
I motion it
Thanks.
that we pass this.
okay.
Okay, wait a second, Patty.
And
Suzanne, okay. Okay, so Trustee Rosansky moved to approve the total library operating expenditure line items as read
by
by Cindy Rademacher. Suzanne, Trustee Schoenfeld seconded.
thank you.
Okay. Carolyn, or Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Okay. Trustee Makula?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Rosansky?
Yes.
Trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee Keene?
Yes.
Okay.
So we did not agree on administrative?
Administrative.
You know, I know we went up on
General and
Janitorial supplies.
administration.
Right, we went up on janitorial supplies, and then, I don't know about the next page. Professional development, right, did we?
Yeah,
So,
11,059 on that.
I mean, are we, yeah, but I'm wondering what you guys are thinking, that's.
Well, I'm just trying to find,
I
what
think-
was the category you're saying now?
We're in administration, and the
Okay,
first item was,
I
Let me
think our
find
only
it on
difference
here.
was on consultants there.
Yeah.
Let me
let's do
look
it line
for
by
it.
line.
Consultants.
Administration,
No.
general administration?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's it.
Okay,
Janitorial was.
our biggest problem here that I first saw, and I don't know about the three of you, or the two of you, excuse me. It's so late, I'm seeing double. The strategic planning. They said we don't need it, and I feel we do, and that's quite a bit of difference. Because we had it should be 106,500, and Joe said, no, it should be what, 88 or something?
88,500.
Yeah, no.
Can we just run down the numbers that we did agree upon?
Yeah,
Starting with
I agree.
janitorial?
So the first line item is janitorial supplies.
And I have 36,000 there.
Right, we went up with the 11, so that's an agreement. Then copiers, I think, is the same,
Yes.
8,500.
Then the next one, I had 11,059.
That's what I show.
All right.
And then to me, the one we had the issue with was the one I'm saying that
Okay,
you
but
said
wait,
was
We're going-
85. Otherwise, it looks like everything was the same. I didn't see us discussing.
Professional collection, 400.
Uh-huh.
All right, then 7950, 200,000.
Wait a minute.
Oh, and here we are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mileage is 400. Professional collection is 7,950. Legal fees, 2,060.
200,000.
Consultants, that's where we're at.
Okay. So what about promotional expense? What did we get to with that?
No, subscription and dues is.
Okay, well, okay
is
then.
Changed.
So consultants on the table is 106,500. Accounting services, 60,000. Kitchen supplies, 500. Promotional expense, 14,885. Office supplies, 15,900. Postage and freight, 19,281. Publication legal notices, 1,400. Subscription and dues on the table is 5,000.
Yeah, because that was me saying, Joe stated how much he wanted, and I said, how about going to 5,000?
Go in halves, yeah, or something like that, right? I
Yeah.
remember
Yeah,
that.
five.
And he said, fine.
5 was agreeable, I think.
COVID supplies, 6,000. Telephone, 9,460. Trustee expense, 3,000. Payroll service, 17,000. Bank fees, 2,500.
Okay. So we're,
So the main thing is
strategic planning.
strategic planning.
Is the consultants,
Yes.
What do we have for promotional expense?
But how
Promotional
is 80
expense.
plus 18?
Promotional expense. Promotional expense, 14,885. That is, yeah, because I dropped the 535 promotional expense. 88, that was. There might have been some advertisement, social media advertisement, Sasha mentioned, but.
I'm willing to let go of the strategic plan if we can have the bathroom cleaning.
Strategic plan. That's why it went up that much.
Well, you need another
Or
one
add the
night
two
person?
together.
Or
No, I'm willing to forego the strategic plan fee if we can have the overnight cleaning. That's
Not
just me.
happening.
Okay. Don't say I'm
That's
not
a completely-
compromising.
That's a completely different category.
It is, but it's still a
No,
compromise.
it's not. Come on.
No
Be
way.
honest.
It's money.
I am almost.
No, you're not.
No, you're not. You're pulling
You're a
a shot.
phone, yeah, right.
Tell me how you really feel.
All right, it is 1065.
Honest isn't bringing tapes home without consent of the board.
So it's 18,000. So that, okay, if, we're talking dollars here, right? So they're giving up the consultant, it's 18,000.
They are?
I said I would give that up for the overnight cleaning.
So that's
Oh,
what? No, that is not what it's about. It's about dollars and cents. So it's
It's not.
18,
It's about what we need. And
yeah, we need
18,000
overnight
would be
cleaning.
put
It's
yourself in
18,000
the
towards
amount
overnight cleaning.
Overnight cleaning.
overnight cleaning is 40,000. The difference here is quite a bit less.
Well, yeah, but we're
Yeah,
not done
but
yet,
it's working towards it.
It's
right?
not-
Which was the whole point of this exercise. Because you still haven't agreed on the, oh yeah, so that's what you haven't agreed with there on the 40,000 for the building and equipment maintenance. So then the difference between, what is it, 40,000?
And 18.
22.
What was it?
Yeah, it's 22,000, the difference if we give up the strategic plan.
I can't.
Yeah, so you need 28,200.
Is the difference?
Well, yeah, if you want to cover the cost of overnight cleaning, 28,200. You have to take it out of what's left. What is left? What is left is salaries. So you drop salaries by 28,000 to cover the
That's one
overnight
salary?
cleaning.
I'm not following what you're.
Trying to get the dollars to cover overnight cleaning.
What are you figuring? How many?
So it costs 46,000 for overnight cleaning. If you're giving up 18,000 for strategic planning, you still have 28,000 of the 46 for overnight cleaning to come up with out of this budget.
So what if we,
And the only category left is salaries.
Cindy,
what
didn't
if
I-
we agree to overnight cleaning and eliminate vacancies?
No.
I don't
No.
think that's equal amount.
Doesn't have to be equal.
I got the number
Everything
wrong
we've
for
done
I
so
think it
far
was
wasn't equal.
40,000?
I told you at the
was
beginning of the meeting
40,000.
that I'm not walking out of here without some staff back, so that's it.
Okay, then,
Oh, so overnight cleaning's only 40,000.
Right.
Yes,
Okay.
so that's why I'm
We don't
saying
wanna
it
do
wouldn't be
overnight,
that much we have to add
okay,
up.
all right, I'm not touching it.
40,000 minus
22.
It would be 22.
Yeah, 22. Okay.
I was going to say, where's
So,
that?
Well, I'm
Cindy,
just using the number on the spreadsheet here.
what we could do is if we did 5 days a week, Monday through Friday,
This
so
way
that
it
would be
reduce the
30,000,
cost.
I think.
Oh, instead of 7?
Right.
Oh,
As opposed to 40 for 7 days, 30 comes down to, so roughly, I think it's 29 something it comes out to.
How will overnight cleaning free up our staff?
well, we don't need the extra maintenance staff to help with the workload.
What extra maintenance staff?
Well, the vacancies that are budgeted for in here.
So it doesn't help us where we are right now, though. So our men that
It
are coming in,
helps
our
us
4
where we are
employees-
right now.
Our 4 employees that are coming in are still going to have to
We'll
clean the
still have them.
bathrooms like they're already doing.
No, they would
No,
not
they're
have to
cleaned
do
at
it in
night.
the morning.
They're
This
going to have to
way
clean it
they-
during the day if it
they
gets
can do it
dirty,
during the day.
but
So
it
they're
gets
not
a,
going to come in at 7:30 in the
it gets a
morning.
deeper clean.
So they're not going to come in at 7:30 to 9:30.
They're not going to
To
clean the
clean the bathroom.
bathrooms from 7:30 to 9:30.
And so we wouldn't need them in the building. There's
Well,
nothing
I don't
there.
know what else happens at 7:30. Contractors sometimes come, delivery.
Yeah, there's
We've
other
got-
things.
we've
We'd
got
probably
him.
scale it back to probably 8 o'clock. I think most of
Why
the
8
staff is
o'clock?
around 8.
This library doesn't open until 9:30. I don't get
Again,
this.
Cindy has gone over this many times. The library's operating hours for patrons differ from the staff
I'm well
hours.
aware of that. I'm trying to understand, what are our custodial maintenance
So-
staff doing?
They're setting up programs.
We don't have
There's
any
deliveries.
programs.
We
There's-
do
We don't
have
any
programs.
That's all I hear.
do.
We don't have any programs, so what are they setting up?
Okay, again, we're getting off
Potential
topic. We're not going to reschedule the library in a budget meeting.
Yes.
Okay, so that's where we're at. So that goes down to 30,000 and then,
We don't
I mean,
have
it
to
was
find-
all
we don't
about,
have to
like last year, it was all about outsourcing. All of a sudden now you don't really want to outsource. Last year it was like, we're going to outsource, it'll be more efficient, all of this stuff.
Because it's not working.
And yeah.
What did we outsource that was so efficient?
Well,
The
no, that was the comments last year that we should be outsourcing a lot of, well, it was around a lot of the maintenance discussion actually, that we could just be outsourcing some of the maintenance.
And that
So we're
was
going to go
mostly
down that road and we're
But
going to
not
see what it leads us
cleaning,
to.
Not outsourcing cleaning.
Well,
That's
that
the
is
easy part of
maintenance.
maintenance. The part of maintenance we can't accommodate is electrical, plumbing, and so forth.
Well, apparently we're not doing too good
That's what
at
we were
cleaning
talking
either.
about.
we're not.
And we're hiring
Okay.
outsiders to do all this.
Okay, we're in budget.
Let's go
Okay,
there.
so the only thing left is staffing. So there's staffing and overnight
Wait,
cleaning.
we didn't vote on this.
No,
That's
'cause
where
we
we're
don't
at.
agree, so we're
We
not
don't
voting.
agree. We don't agree.
We don't
Okay,
agree on
Bill.
this.
Which
I'm
one?
still with the 88,500. I'm not
Yes, we
Where's
know.
the 88,500?
on
Where we
consultants.
want to
Maybe
have
there's
the
somebody
strategic
else
And
plan.
and I'm not
who's-
for having the overnight cleaning. I'm absolutely
agrees?
not.
Well, that's
Wait,
fine.
let's take a vote.
Well, no, but
I'm not for,
Well,
I told
just
you,
because
that
Joe
I never
doesn't
agreed
want
to
it,
any of
nobody
this.
wants it?
They're talking compromise. I'm not going with that.
Okay,
I
we're
told
not
you
going
that.
with that. Let's move
not
on.
going
so you're
with
not
that.
Well,
compromising?
we don't need
Okay.
him
Let's
if we
keep
get
going.
everybody else.
Well, there's nowhere to go.
I know, so let's go home.
Oh, okay.
So that means
Maybe
there's
there'll be
two,
enlightenment
there's
down
two
there.
sections then that we haven't agreed on?
Salaries and
Three?
general and administration. Right?
So there's two sections. we
We're
got.
18,000 off on general and administration, and it's all in one area, consultants.
Yeah,
And it's a 400.
No, the reason we're off is we're not agreeing for overnight cleaning.
no,
No,
that's in
in a different
another total
category.
section.
But we're not putting in the 18,000.
We're not taking overnight cleaning.
No,
So-
they were willing to take it out.
Overnight cleaning, we never had it.
No. They were willing to take out the strategic planning.
If
It's
we get
18,000,
the
but
overnight
But
cleaning.
now
I
is
know
the,
that.
30.
I know that.
Cleaning
So
is 30.
Strategic planning back in, is that what we're saying?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so it's salaries, general and administrative, and building and equipment maintenance. Those three categories are outstanding
Building and maintenance is still outstanding?
Yep.
because they don't agree to waive the overnight cleaning. He doesn't agree on strategic planning, they don't agree on overnight cleaning.
I didn't know building and maintenance had overnight cleaning. I thought
my
that's when poor Rich was going through these 100,000 explanations.
It's not in that category, is it? I don't see it.
Non-contractual,
yes, under
Maintenance.
non-contractual.
So it is part of non-contractual. I didn't know that's where it
In
was.
fact, Joe explained it. That's why
Yeah,
that
that's where it's
amount
at.
went down
Yes,
so much.
you're right.
So we're at 28,340 and it was 68,540?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Wow, okay. Sorry, my mistake.
But it doesn't have to be
yeah,
that
so it
much.
would go up to 58 because the overnight cleaning 5 days a week is only 30,000. So it would just go up to 58, not to 68.
I'd rather spend 40,000 and see it benefit the staff that are here.
Yeah, like in
And I don't
professional
see it.
development.
Or salaries.
See it happening.
So I believe Cindy indicated perhaps if we get the additional maintenance staff as opposed to the overnight cleaning crew, because we're down 2 individuals that are part-time.
Right.
If that might help, I don't know.
Having more people during the day isn't going to help cleaning, is it? We're going to be cleaning bathrooms all day, is that what we're saying?
No, it isn't.
Okay.
These particular people don't just clean bathrooms.
I know, but I'm trying to respond. Rich was saying something about getting more staff and then you don't need overnight cleaning. We don't really want to hire more people to just clean bathrooms.
Oh,
No, they
So
would
don't
be
have-
full maintenance staff. They would just close that gap in the mid-afternoon.
If we started at 9:30, we wouldn't have a gap in the afternoon.
Again, not having facilities open for the public or the staff while we're open is really not, we have
Not very
issues now.
safe, not very OSHA safe to be having
So-
wet bathrooms all over the
If
building.
you wash the bathrooms in the evening,
We're
they'll be
going
dry
in
by the
circles.
morning.
We're getting nowhere.
exactly.
I don't
This-
understand.
this is
No,
not going
no,
to be-
understand.
and it never
We
will.
don't have maintenance staff that work in the evening.
Can we just switch their hours to when we
No,
need
we
them?
can't switch their hours. You know, part-time people have a life and they
So is
don't
that why we have
necessarily.
that- Is that why we can't fill those hours during the middle of the day? Because the hours they want to work don't fit in the hours
We
the
need the
library's
bathrooms
open.
cleaned before the building opens. That's why they start at 7:30. The bathrooms need to be cleaned before the building
I
opens.
thought they cleaned cleaned them at
vacuum-
night last time I was told.
No.
We not
The only
go in
time
this
we
circle
clean them
anymore.
at night
Overnight
is when we
cleaning
pay
crew
people
came
to
at
come in
night.
and clean
Those are the
at
only
night.
people that cleaned the bathrooms at night. Overnight cleaning crew.
And they came in every night to clean the bathroom.
Was it 7 nights a week? Yes.
Why,
Yeah,
why,
they came in
why
7
can't the
nights a week.
bathrooms be cleaned at 9 o'clock in the morning?
We've gone over this 500 times tonight. Let's move on.
Because
The-
of
the-
safety issue,
Floors are
because
wet.
of wet floors, people will fall, we'll have lawsuits, yada, yada.
We gotta hire somebody for 40,000. We can't schedule staff, right? Oh,
So
I think
it's
we have
not-
to adjourn. Do I have a
Yes.
motion to adjourn the meeting?
So motion.
One moment.
Okay, Cindy, could you please call the roll? Oh, I gotta
Who
write
was the
this.
second? Diane?
Before we go, I want to pass this out because it's a
We're
library.
taking a roll now, please?
No,
Okay,
before we
Cindy,
take
can
the
you-
roll then. This is important.
Oh, are we doing
it's
other?
not.
We're not doing other. It's
Okay,
not
that's
important
fine.
to you, I guess, Carolyn, but it is important to some of us. Please pass it down.
All right, I'll just pass
Well, there
on the
wasn't other
time.
on the agenda,
Yeah.
actually.
There wasn't?
There
There
is other
was.
on the agenda.
There was, but, you know,
So do you want to go through other? Is that what you're saying? You don't need to adjourn now?
I don't know, I'm just saying.
I don't know if anyone else has something, but this is a rule that keeps getting broken and it needs to be addressed, so.
So are we going to, item 11 on the agenda is other?
Or do we just wait and
Oops,
do
here you
that at our next meeting?
No, this can't wait till the next meeting.
Okay, fine.
Cindy, is this a new policy or?
No, this is an old policy that we need to review.
Okay, we are not reviewing a policy now.
Okay, this is a rule that is broken month after month by the treasurer and the secretary, and it's a rule of the library, and it needs to be followed.
What rule?
It's Library Rule 3.02, number 10. That's not what I passed out?
No.
Entering unauthorized areas remaining in the
No, no,
building
no,
after
this- she passed
closing?
out the wrong one.
I got appearance and responsibility.
Let me see what I passed out then.
This is what you passed out, it starts with number 7.
Yes, number 10.
Oh, number 10?
Remaining in the building after closing is prohibited.
Oh,
So if the building being open 66 hours a week is not enough for you guys to get the check signed, then you need to leave when the library is closed because it is a rule.
Thank you. Is there any more under other?
Well, there was, but.
And it shouldn't be condoned by anyone in
Is
the
there any more
offices either.
under other, or can I call for an adjourn? Please let me know.
Do any of you have anything else to say under?
Would you back me up on that maybe?
Yeah, I'd back you up on it. But the thing is, are we willing to let the rest of the other go until next month then?
I have no more things to say on that.
I did, but I'm willing to let it go
Okay.
I have to agree with
because it's 12 o'clock.
Can I mean, what's the acknowledgement at the other end of the table about breaking the rules? Do you think that you're above the rules?
you. Okay, are we finished?
I'm asking a question.
I'm sorry, you can't question the other trustees.
I
but
can.
Make your comment.
I'm questioning that.
Okay,
We
well,
were
when
doing
you're done,
library
let me know. I'll
business.
call
But
the-
you're not employed by the library, and the library was closed. So you shouldn't be
You know
here.
what? You were in the library and you left after we did. So what were you doing in the library?
The first
You
time,
stayed in the library past the
This
9 o'clock
discussion
time.
is over. It is midnight, and this is a waste of time.
I will
Why
start.
don't we
Bring
all
it on,
just say
Suzanne.
aye so we can get out of here?
Let's go.
Let's go.
Do I have a motion
I
to
was here waiting for
adjourn
you
the
to
meeting?
leave.
Aye, motion, we adjourn
And the second time you did it, I was
And
gone
who's the
before you.
second one?
And I don't know how many other times you've done it before
I'll
that.
second it.
Okay, Cindy, please call.
Well, which we're trying to get
Patty
the vote.
was motion and Sue second.
Okay. Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld? Trustee Makula?
Yes.
Trustee Rosansky?
Yes.
Trustee Olson? Trustee Keene?
Sure.
The July 20th, 22 meeting has adjourned at 12:03 a.m. Thank you.
And what the point of